Chapter 320. The aura of the peak heavenly god realm Elder Lu erupted like the blazing sun in June after the rain. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. The arrogance and anger in the divine beast's eyes disappeared, replaced by fear and doubt. It had only felt this aura several thousand years ago in the dark forest, when the bald man in the divine city fought with Lord Devour. At that time, it had not entered the god grade, so it had a deep memory of this terrifying aura. The peak heavenly god realm. At this moment, it finally felt regret and fear. It had only been 1,000 years since it entered the god grade. Although it was a divine beast, it had the innate abilities of a divine beast. However, the civet beast was a divine beast with strong defense but weak attack power. How could it not feel disappointed when it had to fight with a peak heavenly god? You are the guardian of the god-slaying mountain. So the real divine sword was taken by a human like you. No wonder Lord told me to stop looking for it. The divine beast finally remembered the old voice that it had heard when the little divine pavilion of the god-slaying mountain had disappeared. And when it had talked to Lord Jiao in the dark forest, Lord Jiao had told it to stop looking for the divine sword. Little bastard. You talk a lot of nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I will leave with my men. Elder Lu said impatiently, not caring what the divine beast was thinking. Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are a peak heavenly god. If you provoke me, I will destroy my beast core to kill you all. Although the divine beast was frightened, it did not show it on its face. It continued to resist, but its tone was not as arrogant as before. Since you have shown up, I will give you face. Let go of my son, and I will give you a piece of spirit skin. Didn't you capture my son for the spirit skin that is about to molt? Oh. Are you admitting defeat? The divine beast's reaction was not beyond Elder Lu's expectation, but it was beyond the expectations of Yi Qinghan, who was standing in the corner behind Elder Lu. The divine beast that was so arrogant just now was frightened by Elder Lu's words. Admitting defeat? At the same time, he understood why this divine beast cared so much about the civet beast. It was her son. A trace of shame flashed in his heart. He was about to send a message to Elder Lu to discuss this matter. After all, he had captured her son. Unexpectedly, Elder Lu spoke again. Do you think this old man is an idiot? That raccoon beast can shed 3 spirit skins, and you give me 1? 3. There was no room for discussion. Otherwise, this old man will chop you up as well and take the spirit skin all the same. Elder Lu's attitude was very unyielding. After all, experts had their own pride. Otherwise, he would not have made a move. Once he made his move, he would not rest until he saw blood or treasures. Of course, if he could avoid fighting, he definitely wouldn't. After all, if he were to fight, all the restrictions in this cave would definitely be broken. At that time, his existence would definitely be known by the entire continent. He didn't really care about it, but he was afraid that he would implicate Yi Qinghan. You. 2 pieces. If you have more, I'll start a war. The mythological beast was clearly enraged, and its entire body was trembling. $3, if you want to fight, I'll fight. Elder Lu snorted coldly. He held his metal rod and did not back down. Elder Lu's incomparably insolent attitude didn't provoke the mythological beast's anger. The mythological beast was silent for a moment before saying coldly, You've gone too far. Let me consider it for a moment. What was going on? Yi Qinghan was even more confused. Was this still a mythological beast? Why didn't it have the temper of a mythological beast? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? However, a trace of a smile flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. He transmitted a message to him and answered his doubts. This mythological beast was stalling for time and waiting for strong reinforcements. Stalling for time? Waiting for strong reinforcements? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he started to worry. However, he saw that Elder Lu was still standing there coldly and didn't seem worried at all. He could only continue to stand there uneasily and quietly watch the situation unfold. I've thought about it. My answer is that neither of you can escape today. Both of you, prepare to die. After a moment, the mythological beast finally raised its head again. There was no longer any fear in its eyes. Instead, it became incomparably arrogant and unscrupulous. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, and 4 balls of dark red flames appeared in the center of its 4 claws. Its aura was boundless, and it seemed like it was ready to attack. Strong reinforcements have arrived. Yi Qinghan tensed up. For this mythological beast to be so unscrupulous in front of a peak heaven god like Elder Lu. It seemed like this strong reinforcements were extremely powerful. Could they have invited a peak heaven god or a god general? After a moment, the space in the cave fluctuated, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Yi Qinghan glanced over and immediately understood why Elder Lu was so calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Madame Zhou, these 2 people captured my son and want to kill me. Help me kill them quickly. The mythological beast was overjoyed when it saw the newcomer. At the same time, a trace of arrogance and anger appeared in its eyes. That's right. It was the housekeeper of the Dark Castle, the 9-tailed fox Madame Zhou, a peak heaven god divine beast. When the mythological beast Li Xiang saw Elder Lu, it knew that something was amiss. It immediately transmitted a message to Madame Zhou, requesting for her help. It didn't expect Madame Zhou to agree immediately. It was only then that it became confident. After all, Madame Zhou was not only a peak heaven god divine beast that had become a god thousands of years ago, but more importantly, she had Lord Devour behind her. The king of the Flame Dragon continent, the invincible Lord Devour. Madame Zhou was wearing a black swallow-tailed coat today. She looked as elegant as ever, like a charming gentleman. She appeared out of thin air in the cave. She didn't release her aura, nor did she pay any attention to the enraged mythological beast Li Xiang. Instead, she stretched out 2 furry paws and cupped her fists at Elder Lu. Greetings, Elder Lu. At the same time, she once again looked at Yi Qinghan, who was behind Elder Lu. Her furry face revealed a smile that was identical to a human's, and she said in a very friendly manner, "Little Han, long time no see." This time, Elder Lu didn't act tough. He put away his metal rod and smiled at Madame Zhou. He didn't say anything and just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Qinghan's face was full of smiles as he sheathed the slaughter god saber on his back. He took light steps forward and stood beside Elder Lu. He cupped his hands and bowed to Lord Zhou. Similarly, he said in a friendly manner, "Lord Zhou, long time no see. Madame Zhou, they captured my son and treated me like this. You must help me. I want to kill them." The mythological beast Li Xiang was anxious. Why was Madame Zhou talking to this human the moment she arrived? She hurriedly emphasized the crimes of these 2 people. She thought that she and Madame Zhou belonged to the same bloodline of mythological beasts. Moreover, they had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship. Madame Zhou would definitely help her. As long as Madame Zhou helped her, these 2 people would definitely die. Little San, forget it. This young man, you can't afford to offend him. When Madame Zhou heard the mythological beast's angry roar, she looked over helplessly and sent a voice transmission to the mythological beast. Can't afford to offend him? Of course I can't. He's a peak heaven god, so I can't afford to offend him. Madame Zhou is so powerful that you can't. The mythological beast became even more anxious when she heard Madame Zhou's words. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Madame Zhou. However, halfway through her words, she suddenly realized something and sent a voice transmission in astonishment. What? I can't afford to offend this young man? Chapter 321. Why? I can't afford to offend this youngster. Is he also a hidden peak heaven god? Divine Beast Little 3 asked again, feeling even more incredulous. Miss Zhou chuckled, glanced at Yi Qinghan's thin body, and transmitted her voice again. No, this youngster isn't awesome, but his battle beast is awesome. He is the master of Lord Xiaohei that I've told you about. If you still want to kill him, then go ahead and kill him. Lord Xiaohei's master? Miss Jiu, you must be joking. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch him. Hearing this, Little San's expression abruptly became incomparably bashful and unsightly. She was like a resentful wife who didn't dare vent her anger, feeling extremely wronged. What a joke. Lord Xiaohei's master, the master of the soul-devouring beast, she wouldn't dare to touch him even if she had 10,000 guts. When she was still a saint beast, she saw with her own eyes a few powerful divine beasts in the dark forest challenge Lord Devour, and in the end, they were smashed into meat paste by Lord Devour. Now she wanted to kill Lord Devour's nephew? However, when she thought of her son, the civet fragrance beast, she couldn't help but become even more embarrassed, looking at Miss Jiu with an even more resentful and wronged expression. Hee hee. Miss Jiu looked at the civet fragrance beast and smiled. She turned her head, looked at Yi Qing Han, and said softly, "Little Han, I want to discuss something with you." Miss Jiu, please speak. Yi Qing Han had seen Miss Jiu and the civet fragrance beast exchanging flirtatious glances just now. He was still wondering if these two had some kind of adulterous relationship. Could it be a lesbian relationship? Noticing that Miss Jiu suddenly looked at him, he hurriedly said with an awkward smile, "Give me some face and release the civet fragrance beast. How about I ask Little 3 to give you 2 pieces of spirit skin? She also wants to give one to her son when he tries to break through to the god level." Miss Jiu, of course, didn't know about Yi Qinghan's dirty thoughts at the moment, and stated her intention. She also had some understanding of Yi Qinghan. Since this brat had already caught the Li Xiang beast, he definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up for nothing. She might as well act as a peacemaker. What she did was like pushing the boat with the current to give Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei a favor. Of course, she didn't violate Lord Devour's rules. After all, the civet fragrance beast was caught by Yi Qinghan. If he hadn't come, Yi Qinghan would have been able to capture the civet fragrance beast. Little San? Hearing this awesome name, Yi Qinghan looked at the civet divine beast thoughtfully. He thought in his heart, no wonder this divine beast is so stupid and has such a bad temper. It turns out to be a mistress. He chuckled and nodded without much hesitation. Since Lord Jiu has spoken, how could Yi Qinghan dare to disobey? Hee hee, that's good. Little San. Lord Jiu was satisfied with Yi Qinghan's attitude toward her. She smiled elegantly, then turned to look at the civet divine beast. The civet fragrance divine beast forced a smile, knowing that it was doomed. In terms of competence, it couldn't compete with the other's bodyguard. In terms of influence, it was even more shameful. Its backer was the butler of the other's backer. Light flashed on its body, and 2 translucent, palm-sized, pinkish skins appeared in its hands. With a wave of his hand, he threw it towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was thrilled. He caught them and found that these 2 spirit skins were not only radiant, but also had a thick aroma that was even better than the civet fragrance beasts. At first glance, he knew that they weren't ordinary items. He looked at old Lu, who nodded affirmatively. Then, he put the 2 spirit skins into his unfettered ring. At the same time, he touched the unfettered ring, and a civet fragrance beast as big as 2 palms appeared in the air. Squeak, squeak. When the civet fragrance beast appeared, it looked around in fear. Finally, it discovered the civet fragrance divine beast in midair. With a "so" sound, it jumped into her arms and hid its head. It was obviously frightened. Hee hee, the matter is settled. I should take my leave. Old Lu, Little Han, we shall meet again. Lord Jiu smiled slightly. Then, she gracefully bowed and disappeared from the cave. Now that the matter has been resolved, I should take my leave. Xiao San, I'll come visit you again when I have time in the future. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood. He gracefully mimicked Lord Jiu and bowed. Humph. What's the saying of you humans? That's right, never to see each other again. In the future, never to see each other again. The civet fragrance divine beast, Little San, seemed to hate Yi Qinghan very much. However, she didn't dare to offend him, so she could only turn her body away and say angrily, "Hee hee, do whatever you want. Goodbye." Yi Qinghan didn't waste any more time. He immediately summoned Old Lu and ran away. He had obtained the treasure, and Old Lu hadn't been exposed. The civet fragrance divine beast probably wouldn't dare to spread the news even if she had 10 times the courage. She probably wouldn't say such a shameful thing either. He was in a good mood. However, when he ran to the entrance of the destroyed transportation array, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and said, "Little San, tell your divine beasts to stop. Don't hurt my people. Don't touch any of the people from the House of Ares. Of course, you can kill anyone from the demon race, barbarian race, or the people of the immortal city. Don't stand on ceremony. Goodbye." Yi Baihu was very anxious. He kept running around the cave, looking for Yi Qinghan's figure. However, the cave was so big. Moreover, there were countless passages in the cave. It was like a maze. He was getting dizzy from running around. Along the way, he met many cultivators. There were demon race and barbarian race. He also saw the god-slaying guards' garlic noses. He saw Feng Zi, Hua Hua, Long Sainan, and the Emperor Realm experts from the Yi family. However, he didn't see Yi Qinghan. Everyone was running out. They were probably far away from the core region of the barbaric mountain range. However, he could only take a deep breath and lead the Yi family's cultivators through the passages. He hoped to see Yi Qinghan's figure. "Grand Elder, we've searched so many places, but we still can't find him. Where did the young clan leader go? What should we do?" One of the Emperor Realm experts finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted anxiously. They had been running through the passages for half an hour. Other than the center of the cave, which they didn't dare to search, they had almost searched everywhere else. The center of the cave had been releasing a powerful aura for the past half an hour. They didn't dare to go near it even if they had 10 times the courage. "Let's give it our all. You guys go out first. I'll go to the center to take a look." Yi Baihu laughed bitterly. He didn't know about the Emperor Realm experts, but he could feel the terrifying aura in the center. There was more than one aura. Suddenly, 2 auras appeared behind him. Now, there were 3 auras. However, he had almost searched everywhere. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and prepare to go to the center to take a look. "This. Grand Elder, you can't go. That place is too terrifying." The martial artists of the clan immediately panicked. The young patriarch had disappeared, and they guessed that Yi Qinghan had most likely met with misfortune. If the Supreme Elder were to go now, what if something unexpected happened? How were they going to explain it to him? Chapter 322. I've made up my mind. This is an order. Yi Baihu's face was filled with determination. The young master of the Yi family had disappeared in their hands. He was too ashamed to go back and see Yi Tianlong and Yi Ruoshui. He might as well go back. However, just as he was about to rush towards the center, he suddenly felt a change that made him stop in his tracks. He realized that the terrifying aura in the center had turned from 3 to 2, and then to 1. Then, it disappeared completely. "Everyone who stepped into the wild mountain range, barbarians and demons, you will all die today." Then, an incomparably angry roar echoed through the entire wild mountain range. Yi Baihu felt the terrifying aura and dashed towards the outside of the wild mountain range. He was obviously chasing after the barbarians and demons. Yi Baihu and the Yi clan's Emperor Realm experts were puzzled as to why the divine beast was pursuing the barbarian race and the monster race instead of killing them. Yi Baihu suddenly felt that someone was quickly approaching. He immediately tensed up and stood guard. However, a moment later, he saw a handsome young man carrying a long black saber appear from the corner in front of him. He was overjoyed and cried out involuntarily, "Little Han." Young master. The Yi family's emperors were also overjoyed. They shouted and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Hee hee, hello everyone. What a coincidence. Yi Qinghan scratched his head. He looked at the emotional Yi Baihu and the Yi family's emperors who had tears in their eyes. He was very touched and smiled shamefully. Kid, where did you go just now? Don't you know how hard it was for us to find you? Why are you crying? Useless. Yi Baihu rushed over and carefully looked at Yi Qinghan. He realized that he was fine. He looked at the Yi family's emperors who had tears in their eyes and quickly scolded them. However, as he spoke, his voice began to choke up, and he almost burst into tears. They couldn't be blamed. Just now, under that powerful aura, they were worried and afraid. They searched for half an hour. Her heart had already turned cold. She thought that Yi Qinghan had already. Now that she suddenly saw Yi Qinghan appear, she was naturally excited. They had taken a liking to this well-behaved, sensible, mild-tempered, but stubborn youth from the bottom of his heart. Yes. It's Qinghan's fault. I'm sorry for making you worry. Yi Qinghan was moved to tears when he saw everyone's true feelings. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't say anything. Alright, there's no need to say more. It's good that you're back. Hurry up and get out. Your grandpa Green Ox must be anxious to death. Sigh. I wonder what's going on outside. Yi Baihu didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to finish speaking. He waved his hand and pulled Yi Qinghan out. Everyone followed him out. After wandering around for half a day, they were very clear about the few passages that didn't have transportation formations. After walking for a while, Yi Baihu saw a person suddenly rush out from a corner. He was dressed in rags and his eyes were bulging. Who else could it be but Yi Qingmyo? Baihu, little Han. You're fine. That's great. Yi Qingmyo's face was full of anxiety. There were a few wounds on his body, and he looked very miserable. He was overjoyed when he saw Yi Baihu and Yi Qinghan. He quickly rushed over and carefully looked at everyone. Seeing that everyone was fine, he was in a good mood, and his face was full of joy. Grandpa Green Ox, your injuries. Yi Qinghan was moved again. He didn't call Yi Qingwu Grand Supreme Elder and directly called him Grandpa. In any case, he was going to marry Yi Qingwu soon. He asked anxiously when he saw that Yi Qingmyo was covered in blood. It's just a minor injury. It's good that you're fine. Let's go. Don't say so much. We'll talk after we leave the barbaric mountains. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, unconcerned. Remembering that they were still in a dangerous place and afraid that the divine beasts would return, he quickly became serious and called everyone out. Yi Qinghan actually wanted to say that it was fine. They could walk slowly, and it would be fine even if they stayed here for a month or so. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it was difficult to explain these things to them. Moreover, Elder Lu didn't want to expose himself, so he could only follow everyone and rush out. The group did not speak and rushed out of the cave. However, they didn't see the three divine beasts, nor did they see anyone else from the house of Ares. Yi Qinghan didn't ask too much. They didn't dare to fly. Battle chi surged under their feet as they rushed towards Barbarian City. Along the way, they encountered many magical beasts of the 7th and 8th level. However, Yi Qingmyo and Yi Baihu were not in the mood to fight, so they avoided them and ran. 2 hours later, Barbarian City came into sight. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingmyo looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura came from afar in the barbaric mountains. It was the aura of that divine beast, as well as its enraged voice. The core region of the barbaric mountains is 100 miles away. No martial artist is allowed to enter. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Humph. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingmyo secretly rejoiced. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. It seemed that little San was quite angry today. He wondered if the brute tribe and the demon tribe would all be smashed into minced meat under her wrath. When they reached the entrance of Barbarian City, they saw countless people standing there, looking in their direction. Seeing that the martial artists from the Yi family had come out safely, this group of people all relaxed. It seemed that they had been waiting for them. Old Nyo, White Tiger, I knew that you guys were tough. I'm glad that you guys came back. Let's have a few drinks later. Of course. Sky Dragon, Green Ox, and White Tiger were known as the three divine beasts of the Yi family. How could they die so easily? Let's go into the city and have a drink. This time, we've all survived. We should celebrate. The saints from the House of Aries and Hidden Island greeted them first and chatted with Yi Qingmyo and Yi Baihu. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, Long Sainan, and the others surrounded Yi Qinghan and started asking questions. Young Master Han, you scared me to death. When the divine beast came, I found out that your family was looking for you. I thought. Well, let's not talk about this. It's good that everyone is safe. Feng Zi recalled what had happened a few hours ago and still felt a lingering fear. Yes, young Master Han, where did you go just now? The divine beast came, and you didn't know how to run away? Are you stupid? Hua Hua was also scared and said worriedly. Young Master Han, I'm very happy that you can come back. Long Sainan had been watching Yi Qinghan silently ever since he appeared. She finally could not help but speak her mind. Hee, I accidentally got lost just now. I'm tired from walking, so I slept for a while. It's fine. Let's go in and have a drink. Yi Qinghan spread his hands and said casually, well, don't be so nervous. Isn't it just a mongrel beast? Shoo. As soon as Yi Qinghan said this, 3 hands quickly reached out and covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Feng Zi and the others were shocked and kept sneaking glances at the barbaric mountains. It was as if they were afraid that the divine beast in the mountains would hear them and teleport out to slap them into meat paste. Young Master Han, how dare you say that? Young Master Han, don't drag us down if you want to go against the heavens. Young Master Han, you can't say that again. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 nervous and serious faces in front of him and blinked helplessly, indicating that he understood. They heaved a sigh of relief and released their hands. Sighing, Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. If he were to tell them the truth, no one would believe him. If he were to tell them that he had Ked the mythological beast in front of him, wouldn't that scare them to death? Life was really as lonely as snow. Chapter 323. Behind the mountain of the Yi family, by a small lake. Forefather, will Azure Bull, White Tiger, and Little Han be all right? The divine beast Li Xiang hurried back to the barbaric mountains from the dark forest. Since it was in a hurry, it didn't hide its aura and flew directly over Tsang City. Ordinary experts might not have noticed it, but Yi Tianlong could easily sense it. Sensing that it was flying to the barbaric mountains, Yi Tianlong was a little worried. He hurried to send a message to Yi Ruoshui, asking about the situation and reminding her. It's okay. Yi Ruoshui's 2 white legs shook as she shook her head. Looking at the forest in the north, she smiled and said, Lord Jiao has left. I'm right. Lord Devour said that he wouldn't care about Little Han's life or death, but I'm sure he's worried. Moreover, if Little Han dies, she will have to pay a big price to separate Xiaohei. The divine beast in the barbaric mountains belongs to the dark forest. That's why I'm not worried and let Little Han go to the barbaric mountains to look for treasures. It's not easy to become a god in 50 years. With such a treasure, we must fight for it. Oh. I'm relieved. Speaking of becoming a god, Yi Tianlong blushed and felt a little ashamed. He had just comprehended the 4th occult of the law of earth, and becoming a god was still a long way away. Meanwhile, his grandchildren were improving at the speed of a rocket. Yi Qingyu was also comprehending the 2nd occult, and she was about to break through to the saint realm to catch up with him. Although he was happy, he was also a little ashamed. Sky Dragon, you have to correct your attitude. If you still have this attitude, you will never become a god in this life. Yi Ruoshui saw through Yi Tianlong's mind and reminded him. A warrior's cultivation is to go against the heaven and change his destiny. Since you're going against the heavens, then you must have a heart of invincibility, and who else but you can be the strongest? The path of cultivation was filled with difficulties and obstacles, and it was filled with countless obstacles. Without the heart of an expert, one would never be able to attain great accomplishments if one was timid and indecisive all the way. Don't think that just because you're a heavenly God, let me tell you. This world is vast and boundless, and there's an even bigger and more magnificent stage, and the God realm is only the minimum requirement to step onto this stage. If you want to stand on this stage, dance a magnificent song, become an expert at the pinnacle, and control your own destiny, then you'll have to continue working hard and advance bravely. Yi Ruoshui's words caused Yi Tianlong to feel extremely ashamed. At the same time, his fighting spirit was roused. The divine world. The immortal realm was the true magnificent battlefield for pinnacle martial artists. Those who had not reached the immortal realm did not even have the right to enter the battlefield to spectate. After resting in Barbarian City for a night, Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu bid farewell to everyone and brought Yi Qinghan alone to Tsang City. The rest of the families and forces also hurried back to their own clans. Of course, they no longer dared to take a step into the savage mountains, let alone enter the mountains to search for the divine sword and capture the civet fragrance beast. This treasure hunting trip was too exciting. Not only did they not find any treasure, but they also provoked 3 sacred beasts and a divine beast. How could they still search for the treasure? From then on, the savage mountains became the 4th most dangerous place in the continent. With a divine beast guarding it, the name of the most dangerous place could be considered true. While flying in the air, Yi Qinghan did not experience the thrill of flying, nor was he happy that he had obtained the most valuable treasure from the civet fragrance beast, which everyone in the continent wanted. Instead, he was somewhat absent-minded and depressed. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu thought that Yi Qinghan was frightened, so they comforted him a few times and ignored him. The reason why Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood was because something had happened to Dark Moon in the Carefree Pavilion. Dark Moon's soul seed had been stimulated by Tu Qianjun, and her body was temporarily out of control. At that time, Elder Lu had said that she would naturally wake up after some time. It's just that, the Dark Moon is still unconscious until now. Yi Qinghan is very worried. Although in the cave, the Dark Moon did not hesitate to stab him with a knife. At that time, Yi Qinghan was heartbroken, and his heart ached. However, he had found out that Dark Moon had not betrayed him. Instead, she had been controlled by someone else. His heart did not hurt as much anymore. Instead, he felt that he had wronged Dark Moon, and at the same time, he felt a deep pity for her. He had always believed that if a woman was unhappy, it was definitely not the woman's fault. It was the man who was not good enough and incapable. He believed that a man should not easily take off a woman's clothes. If he could not give her happiness, then he should put them on for her. Of course, if he took off her clothes, he would have to use his life to give her happiness. On the tranquil Lake Island, he did not accept Yu Qingqing's love. However, when his strength soared and he felt that he was capable, he unhesitatingly embraced Yu Qingqing at Duanren Peak. At the Yi family manor in the Divine City, he accidentally got into Yi Qingwu's bed when he was drunk. No. It was Yi Qingwu who got into his bed. Therefore, he had to be responsible for Yi Qingwu for the rest of his life. Dark Moon was his first woman. She was his first woman when he was still the worthless 7th son of the Yi family. Therefore, he had deep feelings for Dark Moon. Although Dark Moon had stabbed him, he still chose to forgive her. As a man, he had to be broad-minded in order to rule the world. If he was always fussing over trivial matters, he would only be able to wander around these trivial matters for the rest of his life. Don't worry, she is fine. She is just unconscious. I will transfer some energy to her from time to time, and that will keep her alive. Of course, if she wants to wake up completely, she will need to kill the owner of the soul seed. Elder Lu checked around the Carefree house and transmitted his findings to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan heard that Dark Moon was safe, he relaxed a little. However, he felt that the burden on his shoulders had increased. He definitely had to save Dark Moon. However, if the owner of the soul seed was a massacre god guard, it would be easy. He could just ask Elder Lu to kill him secretly. However, if it was that high and mighty divine master, it would be difficult to deal with. Would he have to carry the massacre god blade up the sacred mountain one day and fight a divine master at the peak of the divine city? After thinking hard for a while, he decided not to think too much. Since there was no escape, he could only fight. Since he was going to fight, he had to increase his strength first. He secretly made up his mind to cultivate hard and strive to become a god as soon as possible so that he could ascend the sacred mountain and kill the divine master. He believed that as long as he broke through to the god tier, with the combination of his and Xiao Hei's combat skills, he would definitely be able to dominate the Fire Dragon continent and become the second strongest martial artist in the continent. Lord Devour was one of them, so it didn't matter if he gave her the first place. A few days later, Tsang City was already in sight. The three of them flew into the city and didn't stop at Tsang City or the Yi family castle. Instead, they flew directly to the mountain behind the Yi family castle. The moment they landed, Yi Qinghan realized that Yi Ruoxue, Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu were already waiting for their return by the lake. Brother. Yi Qingyu didn't care about the people around her and immediately jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms. As for Yi Qingwu, she was embarrassed. She stuck out her pink tongue at Yi Qinghan and made an ambiguous expression. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Qingyu's back gently and comforted Yi Qingyu. After that, he winked at Yi Qingwu, whose body was getting more and more voluptuous. He gave her a, look. After going to the barbarian city for half a month, he missed Yi Qingwu's taste very much. Tonight, he would have to dance with her. Chapter 324. He chatted with Yi Ruoxue and Yi Tianlong for a while, and left the rest of the details to Yi Qingniu and the others. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu down the mountain behind the Yi family and returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion. The 8 door gods stood at the entrance of the Cold Heart Pavilion with their heads held high and their chests puffed out as they scanned the surroundings, guarding against any thief or mouse that wanted to sneak into the Cold Heart Pavilion. Ever since they became the gatekeepers of the Cold Heart Pavilion, they felt that the position of gatekeeper was becoming more and more glorious. If you saw an ordinary elder of the Yi family wanting to enter, do you still need them to inform you? Greetings, young clan leader. Greetings, Miss Wu, Miss Yu. When the 8 door gods saw Yi Qinghan walk over with the 2 girls, their solemn and dignified faces immediately became charming. It was hard to imagine that 8 tall and strong men could smile so charmingly. Do a good job, I have high hopes for you. Yi Qinghan said with a smile as he walked in with his men and patted the shoulder of one of the door gods. Today, he finally had the same feeling as Yi Qingxian. Seeing these faces, even the worst mood would improve a little. No wonder the Yi family always asked them to do reception work. When they entered the main hall, Cui Hua and 11 maids were already waiting there. After greeting them, they all got busy. Some poured tea, some carried fruits, some boiled water. They were very perceptive. Young Master Han had returned after such a long time, and he had even brought Miss Wu back. Tonight, the bed on the 2nd floor would definitely be rattling non-stop. It looked like they were going to have a sleepless night again. They just didn't know if the cucumbers they bought would be enough. Yi Qinghan sat on a chair with Yi Qingyu in his arms. Yi Qingwu had the whole night anyway, so it was better to comfort Yi Qingyu now. He picked up a fruit and handed it to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu peeled the skin obediently and brought it to his mouth bit by bit. While eating, Yi Qinghan caressed Yi Qingyu's back, feeling the creamy skin on her back. He turned his head and chatted with Yi Qingwu, Xiao Wu. Is there anything big happening in the castle recently? It's nothing big. A few small things happened. Elder Tian Xing's granddaughter married young Master Lu from Phoenix City. Young Master Niu is not as handsome as you. Also, you know about Yi Wubian, right? Elder Tian Xing's granddaughter recently slapped the young master of Tsang City's Xiao clan, Xiao Yan. The Xiao clan was furious. In the end, it was my Xiao Wu Jie who helped her settle it. He. The way Yi Qingwu called Yi Qinghan her had changed from Xiao Wu Jie to Xiao Wu. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt a little happy. Although she was older than Yi Qinghan by 4 years, her temperament was still that of a little hot pepper, a little tiger sister. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's mature manliness made her feel like she was Yi Qinghan's little woman. She liked to be a little woman. Oh, Yi Wubian? That little tiger sister who is as upright as you? Huh, Wubian is so mighty. She even dares to slap Xiao Yan's face. Yi Qinghan enjoyed eating the fruit that Yi Qingyu passed to him. Listening to Yi Qingwu's chatter, he felt very warm. This was the taste of home. Hee, I'm not a little tiger sister anymore. I've turned over a new leaf. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes. Her eyes were filled with charm, which made Yi Qinghan's heart burn. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her face turned unkind. She said in a deep voice, "There's something else." A few days ago, Yi Qinghuang came back. Yi Qinghuang? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he stopped chewing and his face gradually turned cold. This name had been engraved in his heart for the first 15 years of his life. Beside him, Yi Qingyu was also slightly shocked. She had never cared about anything other than her brother, and this was the first time she had heard of it. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment and turned his head to ask, wasn't his cultivation crippled? According to the clan rules, trash can't stay in the Yi family castle. I also found it strange and went to ask around. I didn't expect that after Yi Qinghuang was crippled by you, he actually trained hard in a small city at the border. Now his strength has improved greatly and he's already reached the first level of the Marquis realm. When the third uncle saw that Yi Qinghuang had suffered outside for so many years, he felt compassion for him. Coupled with his strength, he helped to put in a good word for him to come back. However, the Elder Hall has already explicitly ordered him not to provoke you, so you can rest assured. Yi Qingwu reported the information she had gathered over the past few days. She told everything to Yi Qinghan. Of course, such a big matter should be decided by the man of the family. The first level of the Marquis realm? That's strange, very strange. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. Although he was arrogant at times, there was one thing that was true. However, there was one thing that was very good. Although he looked down on his enemies in terms of strategy, he never paid attention to any enemy in terms of tactics. As for Yi Qinghuang, he had never treated him as a brother. After a moment of silence, he said cautiously, "Ask Yi 13th and Yi 17th to come to the Chilling Heart Pavilion tomorrow. I want to see what tricks Yi Qinghuang has up his sleeves." Yi 13th and Yi 17th had formed a deep friendship with him during the Residence Battle. 6 years had passed, and the two had broken through to the Emperor realm and been entrusted with important tasks by the family. In fact, Yi Qinghan had secretly met the two of them a long time ago. These two were his trusted subordinates in the Yi family. Thus, he decided to have the two of them secretly watch over Yi Qinghuang to prevent anything from happening. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan's well-defined face. They were slightly intoxicated by the imposing and domineering aura that he exuded. It's so good to have a man in the family. With a man around, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. No matter what, even if the sky collapsed, there was still a man up there to hold it up. After comforting Yi Qingyu, he danced with Yi Qingwu for a night and watered her 3 fields that had been dry for half a month. In the next few days, Yi Qinghan didn't immerse himself in the land of love. Instead, he entered the Chilling Heart Pavilion to cultivate. There were still 2 months before he went to the Yu family to propose. He planned to use these 2 months to refine the spirit skins. In the cultivation room, Yi Qinghan held 2 pieces of sparkling and translucent spirit skins that emitted a faint glow and a rich fragrance. He examined them carefully. Elder Lu sat cross-legged beside him. His goat-like face looked as if he was asleep. "Elder Lu, didn't this civet beast say that its inner core contained the mysteries of the laws? How did it become a spirit skin?" Yi Qinghan had heard that Long Hufu had swallowed the civet beast's inner core to increase his cultivation speed by leaps and bounds. He hadn't had the time to ask about it, so he asked curiously now. Nonsense. The inner core is barely considered a good thing. However, after 1,000 years, the civet beast will shed its skin. The spirit skin is 100 times better than the inner core. Elder Lu opened his eyes slightly and shook the few strands of beard on his chin as he spoke disdainfully. 100 times? Why do you say that? Yi Qinghan was astonished and asked in confusion. Can a 10-year-old ginseng and a 10,000-year-old ginseng have the same medicinal effects? The civet beast's inner core may increase the speed of comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. However, the spirit skin is different. You only need to refine it and you can easily comprehend the space laws contained within it. However, the spirit skin of the civet beast and its mother contain the same profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. It's just like refining a divine crystal. There's no need to comprehend it. All you need to do is learn it like reading a book. It's easy to comprehend a profound mystery of space without any side effects. Do you think it's the same? Elder Lu chuckled and secretly envied Yi Qinghan's luck. This thing was considered a treasure even in the divine realm. In this ordinary plane, it was definitely a treasure. Huh. Then if I refine it, I can reach the 3rd level of the Emperor realm in a short period of time? Then, after I finish comprehending the profound mystery of space that I comprehended in the Luotian mountain, won't I be able to break through to the sage realm? Yi Qinghan was shocked and asked in disbelief. The difference in strength of an emperor realm was very simple. 1st level of the laws. Great mastery of a profound mystery or comprehension of 2 profound mysteries. 2nd level. Great mastery of 1 profound mystery and comprehension of the 2nd and 3rd level at the same time. Great mastery of 2 profound mysteries at the same time would allow one to break through the emperor realm and enter the sage realm. In theory, that's it. This spirit skin can help you achieve great mastery of one of the profound mysteries of space. Of course, when you can enter the sage realm depends on how fast you can comprehend the profound mystery of space that can predict your enemy's attack. The faster you can enter the sage realm, the faster you will enter the sage realm. If you can't comprehend it, you will only be a 3rd level emperor for the rest of your life. Elder Lu nodded and pointed out the path of cultivation for Yi Qinghan. Damn it. What am I waiting for? Elder Lu, hurry up and teach me how to refine the spirit skin. I will cultivate to the 3rd level emperor realm first. Yi Qinghan didn't care so much. He had to refine and comprehend the existing profound mystery first. Once he comprehended the profound mystery and cultivated his battle aura, he would be a 3rd level emperor realm expert. Chapter 325. Spirit hides have a special name in the immortal realm. They are called heavenly spirit jades. They are treasures that contain the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. These things are very precious. Some are contained in jade stones, some in spirit trees, and some in divine beasts. Of course, the spirit hides you have are of the lowest grade. They are only useful to martial artists below the immortal realm. They only contain the basic mysteries. If they contain the elementary or intermediate mysteries, they would be treasures in the immortal realm. When I followed my master to snatch a high-grade heavenly spirit jade, that scene was unforgettable. When Elder Lu talked about the immortal realm, there was a look of nostalgia and excitement on his face. In his heart, he had come to the Fire Dragon continent to travel far. The immortal realm was his home and his stage. After a while, Elder Lu realized that he had gone too far. He quickly changed the topic and started to explain to Yi Qinghan how to refine the spirit hides. Yi Qinghan listened carefully. After listening, he realized that the spirit hides were easy to refine. However, the speed of comprehending the mysteries contained within depended on one's own comprehension ability. He nodded to show that he understood completely. Then, he asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Elder Lu, do all the spirit hides contain the same mysteries? If they are not the same, can I refine the other one as well? Won't I be able to comprehend the 2 mysteries and enter the sage realm? Also, can I comprehend the other 2 mysteries contained in the spirit hides at the same time? When Elder Lu heard this, his beard stood up in anger. Bullsh *T. How can there be such a good thing in the world? The spirit hides of the Li Xiang beast all contain the same laws. Even if you refine the other one, you will only gain some pure energy. It will be a waste. As for the other two mysteries, you won't be able to comprehend them. If you choose to comprehend the mysteries of space, the other two mysteries will disappear naturally. Stop daydreaming and work hard to comprehend. Working hard to comprehend the profound mysteries is the way of the king. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. Well, don't get angry. I'm just asking casually, right? I'll refine it right away. The moment Yi Qinghan saw that Elder Lu was infuriated, he didn't dare to ask anymore. He sat down with crossed legs and calmed himself down. Holding a piece of spiritual skin in his hand, he released his battle qi and wrapped it up. Battle qi continuously circulated and permeated the spirit skin. The light emitted by the pink spirit skin became brighter and brighter, and the fragrance it emitted also became more and more fragrant. Gradually, the spirit skin became more and more transparent, and finally disappeared from Yi Qinghan's palm. At this moment, 3 enormous memories and knowledge appeared in Yi Qinghan's empty mind. These 3 types of knowledge were like 3 lumps of sponge floating in his sea of consciousness. One was red, one was green, and the last one was colorless. At the same time, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a very pure and enormous energy emerging in his body, slowly dissolving into the battle qi flow in his meridians. This was the same energy that Xiao He received when he refined the dragon crystal, but it was stronger and purer. Profound mysteries of fire, wind, and space. Yi Qinghan didn't care about the energy in his meridians. Instead, he sensed the 3 lumps of sponge. The red sponge was like a raging fire, the green one was like a gust of wind, and the colorless one was ethereal and omnipresent. He easily determined the attributes of these 3 profound mysteries. He glanced at the red and green mysteries with pity. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan focused his mind and permeated it into the colorless sponge. Upon contact, the colorless mystery easily integrated into Yi Qinghan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's sea of consciousness received countless pieces of knowledge. These pieces of knowledge were enormous, messy, and complicated. Yi Qinghan's mind was in a mess, and he felt slightly dizzy. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He had experienced this kind of inheritance of knowledge and memories before. Back then, when Xiao He transmitted the knowledge of the body fusion technique, it was the same situation. However, the amount of knowledge he received this time was greater. Without any distracting thoughts, he patiently organized the knowledge in his mind. This was akin to finding the pages of a messy book and arranging them neatly. Finally, pinning them together with a tack would allow the book to become a complete book. This way, one could start reading from the first page and slowly comprehend the principles within. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the carefree pavilion for 3 days before he finished organizing the vast amount of knowledge in his mind. He opened his eyes, feeling slightly exhausted. However, his eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. The corners of his mouth curled into a joyful smile. It was evident that he was in a good mood. How is it? What kind of profound mystery is this space mystery? Elder Lu asked curiously. Although he hadn't started to comprehend the mystery, Yi Qinghan had a rough idea of the content of this mystery. He hadn't read the book, but he had read the introduction and outline of the book. Naturally, he had some understanding of the content of the book. He smiled faintly and said, I feel that this mystery is very awesome. How should I put it? It is probably able to lock down a space and prevent the enemy in that space from moving. It is equivalent to imprisoning that space. Spatial lock. Spatial lock? How can there be such an awesome mystery in the law of space? Are you sure? Elder Lu blinked in disbelief when he heard this. Yi Qinghan's previous comprehension of the spatial fluctuation mystery had already shocked him. The spatial fluctuation mystery could detect the frequency of an enemy's attacks and allow one to react quickly and evade them. However, this one was even more heaven-defying. It could directly lock down an enemy's space and imprison them. How could others fight? They could only wait for death, he. Do you think I'm lying to you? However, this mystery is probably only effective against martialists of the same level. Furthermore, If martialists of the same level have a good understanding of the law of space, they won't be able to imprison them. This is somewhat useless. Yi Qinghan sighed regretfully. After all, he had the body fusion technique, which allowed him to instantly kill martialists of the same level. Now that he had this mystery, he felt that it wasn't necessary anymore. Useless my ass, you silly brat. Do you know that you've hit the jackpot? Do you really think that your body fusion technique can instantly kill martialists of the same level? Let me tell you, martialists of the same level are very weak. Very few of them cultivate their souls. If you encounter someone with a strong soul, your body fusion technique will at most cause some trouble for the enemy. They might even be completely unaffected. However, with this spatial shackle, things will be different. If you encounter someone with a strong soul, you can use the law of space. If you encounter someone with a strong law of space, you can use the body fusion technique. This way, you will be practically invincible among martialists of the same level. Lu Shi's beady eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. He rapped Yi Qinghan's head and cursed, F***ck, this old man has decided. I will comprehend the law of space for my next law. How is this law of space useless? It is simply a super powerful law. This old man should have thought of it long ago. Space is a supreme law, so it can't be useless. I miscalculated. Chapter 326. Does this mean that this spatial lock is very powerful? Yi Qinghan listened to Elder Lu's words and realized that it made sense. If he met someone with a strong soul, he could use spatial lock. If he met someone with the law of space, he could use body fusion. Coupled with his profound mysteries of space fluctuations, which made him invincible when it came to escaping and evading, he was practically invincible among those of the same level. Good stuff. Good stuff. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more delighted he became. The smile on his face became more and more lustful. Don't get too excited. It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but a battle is not a competition. What's the use of being invincible among your peers? If someone is a level higher than you, they can kill you easily. Work hard on your cultivation, young man. Diligence is the only way to success. Elder Lu's words immediately extinguished the fire in Yi Qinghan's heart. However, he did not blame Elder Lu for always pouring cold water on him when he was daydreaming. He knew that Elder Lu was very kind to him, telling him not to be arrogant and rash, and to always maintain a heart of improvement. Only then would he be able to advance steadily and eventually reach the peak. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. I understand. I've been here for a few days. I'll go out for a while before coming back to comprehend the esoteric art. Yi Qinghan bowed. Elder Lu was his mentor and helpful friend, and he had taught him many philosophies about life. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, indicating that he should go. He admired Yi Qinghan very much, especially his temperament. It was no wonder that he was able to achieve so much at such a young age. A person's temperament determined what kind of achievements that person would eventually achieve. If you were a weakling, even if you became a king, you would still be a slave. If you were ambitious, you could still become a king. After leaving the carefree pavilion, Yi Qinghan appeared on the second floor of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. He found that it was morning. He went to Yi Qingyu's room to take a look. Seeing that there was no one there, he went downstairs. When he walked into the hall, he discovered that Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were sitting and drinking morning tea. Yi Qingyu was dressed in white, and her silver hair made her look like a white lotus. Yi Qingwu's whole body was fiery red, like a blooming fire rose. Both of them were pretty and had their own unique styles. As the morning light shone in through the door, Yi Qinghan was dazzled. Such beauties were the most precious treasures that the heavens had bestowed upon him. Even if the House of Aries offered it to him, he would not exchange it. Morning, young Master Han. When Cui Hua saw Yi Qinghan gracefully walk down and saw the faint smile on his face, her heart palpitated. She hurriedly covered it up and saluted in a low voice. Brother. Yi Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Qinghan. She stood up and threw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. After not seeing Yi Qinghan for a few days, she began to miss the smell on Yi Qinghan's body. Humph, you only know how to cultivate all day. You don't even play with us. I thought you forgot about us. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan and said angrily. It was obvious that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Qinghan for going into the carefree pavilion to cultivate on his first day back. How could a day of watering be enough to satisfy the spring after a long drought? Hee, Xiao Wu, don't be angry. It's my fault. Today, I will accompany you to have fun. Yi Qinghan looked at the two of them with some shame. Although his career was important, he couldn't ignore his family, right? It was hard to be a man. On one hand, he had to go out and work hard. On the other hand, he had to come back to his father-in-law and work overtime. It seemed that it was very difficult to realize the days when the red flag at home did not fall and the colorful flags fluttered outside. Great, great. What are you waiting for? Let's go out and play. When Yi Qingwu saw this, she quickly turned from anger to joy. Her character had always been lively and she couldn't calm down. Let's go, Xiao Yu. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu with a hint of excitement on his face. He patted her back lightly and was in a good mood. In this world, was there anything more important than making his woman happy? Turning out of the Yi family castle, the three of them strolled on the streets of Tsang City. Looking at the people coming and going, the carriages running back and forth, and feeling the warmth of the rising sun, Yi Qinghan's mood was very cheerful. Tsang City was huge and prosperous. After thousands of years of baptism, Tsang City had become ancient and prosperous. Without a doubt, the Yi family had become the #1 power in Tsang City. After thousands of years, big and small families in Tsang City continued to emerge and disappear from time to time. However, the Yi family castle was always located in the north of Tsang City. Tsang City had 13 main streets and 130 side streets. Of course, at this moment, Yi Qinghan wouldn't bring Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu to the 13th main street for a stroll. Once again, they came to Nyolan Street, which had the most miscellaneous antiques and rare items. Nyolan Street was one of the 130 side streets, but it was the most famous street in Tsang City other than the first street in front of the city lord's residence and the 13th main street where prostitutes gathered. This street was a collection of rare items from the entire Fire Dragon continent. This was the commercial street, and all kinds of strange items could be found here. There was a saying in Tsang City, if you come to Tsang City but don't go to the 13th main street and Nyolan Street, it would be a waste of time. Brother, let's go. There's an antique shop over there, let's go take a look. Yi Qingyu walked on the street like a fairy that had been released from a cage. She walked in and out of here and there. Her happy laughter spread throughout the entire Nyolan Street, and the number of passers-by turning their heads to look at her increased to 300 to 400%. Qinghan, do you think I look good wearing this? Yi Qingwu stopped in front of a headwear shop, picked up a small demon horn bun, and put it on her head, looking forward to Yi Qinghan's praise. Yes, Xiao Wu looks good wearing anything. I'll buy it, our family doesn't lack money. Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Looking at the familiar Nyolan Street, he recalled the time when he and his sister went shopping 6 years ago. However, at that time, they didn't have the strength or the money. His sister wanted to buy something, but he didn't have the money. He couldn't help but feel that things were still the same, but people had changed. He still remembered that 6 years ago, he was sent flying by Shui Wuhan with one palm, and humiliated by Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong in public. Then he made up his mind to cultivate the divine blood secret book left by his father, and by chance, he summoned Xiao He, and had the opportunity in the future. Now Yi Rong had been killed by him in the Garden of Enchantment, and Shui Wuhan had been killed in the God-slaying mountains Heaven Road. As for Yi Qingquang, he probably couldn't be arrogant in front of him. Let me go, brother. He was feeling the ups and downs of the past 6 years. Yi Qinghan heard a very familiar shout from 6 years ago. His body quivered, as if he had returned to the moment when his sister was molested by Shui Wuhan 6 years ago. He looked over angrily, but found that his sister was still in front of him, walking briskly. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Let me go, brother." At this moment, that voice rang out once again. Just as Yi Qinghan looked over in astonishment, a youth behind him suddenly dashed forward like a crazed leopard. Chapter 327. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and awkwardly sighed. Back then, he had also charged forward like a crazed leopard, but in the end, "Let's go, there's a show to watch." Before Yi Qinghan could finish sighing, he was pulled by the excited Yi Qingwu and started running. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and walked forward, pulling Yi Qingyu. "Let go of my sister, earth-splitting chop." In front of them, a young master wearing embroidered clothes and holding a folding fan was entangled with a young girl's hand. The young man who just ran was filled with anger. Leaping high into the air, Lin Fan used his palm as a saber and used the earth-splitting chop to smash down on the young master. Earth-splitting chop. A descendant of a clan? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingwu in confusion, but Yi Qingwu giggled, indicating that she knew him. However, she didn't explain. Instead, she pulled Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and hid in a corner to watch the show. Swoosh. The young master was still holding the young girl's hand, ignoring the young man who was attacking him in the air. Instead, a strong man in black behind the young master leaped forward with one leg and exchanged a palm strike with the young man in the air. However, it was obvious that he didn't use much battle chi and only sent the young man flying. "Xiao Yan, let go of my sister. Do you want to die?" The young man flipped and landed on the ground, roaring at the young master with a face full of anger. "Yi Wushuang, I'm just chatting with my fiancé. Is it against the law? Are the young masters of the Yi family so awesome? Can't you do anything else other than using your power to oppress people?" The young master smiled coldly and looked at the young girl as he spoke to the young man with resentment. "Pa." The young lady who was grabbed by Xiao Yan was about 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance was very pretty, but her temper was not small. Unable to struggle free, she actually raised her hand and gave Xiao Yan a resounding slap. She said angrily, "Xiao Yan, who is your fiancé? I'm telling you, don't even dream about it. I'd rather die than marry a playboy like you." "Wu Bian, you actually slapped me again? Let me tell you, in this life, you belong to me, and in death, you belong to me. This marriage was decided by my grandfather and your grandfather, and it was approved by your elder hall. Don't even think about going back on your word." The young master named Xiao Yan still didn't let go of Yi Wu Bian. His other hand was covering his face. His face was filled with shame and anger. Gritting his teeth, he said, "That's right. I was a playboy in the past. I was trash. But don't look down on me. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. This is the boundless night you told me about a few days ago." Yi Qinghan found it funny. He turned his head and said to Yi Qingwu. It seemed that this matter was quite amusing. "Hee, it's Elder Tian Xing's granddaughter, Yi Wu Bian. That young man is Elder Tian Xing's grandson, Yi Wushuang." Back then, Elder Tian Xing and Xiao Yan's grandfather decided on their marriage and reported it to the elder hall. In the end, not only was Xiao Yan a trash, he was also a playboy, fooling around on the 13th Street every day. Wu Bian was about to come of age, so of course she wanted to go back on her word. However, this Xiao Yan kept pestering her. Last time, she slapped him. In the end, I had to personally take care of it. Hee. Yi Qingwu proudly explained to Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with her battle results. That Xiao Yan isn't a good person. Yi Qingyu was also watching from the side and said unhappily. Hee, let's continue watching. Can the Xiao clan go against the heavens in Sung City? Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't mind. Now that his strength and status were high, he naturally had the mentality of watching a fight of this level. Pa! Another resounding slap. Yi Wu Bian obviously hated Xiao Yan. Once his temper flared up, he didn't care about anything else. He slapped Xiao Yan first and said with disdain, "Don't bully the young for being poor. How is your Xiao clan poor? You are the young master of the Shao clan. Aren't you living a luxurious life? I don't blame you for your poor aptitude and low cultivation. However, you rely on your identity every day to loiter in brothels and bully the weak. Let me tell you, I, Yi Wu Bian, hate you from the bottom of my heart. Even if I die, I won't marry trash like you. Well said, sister. Don't worry, I will definitely think of a way to help you break off the marriage. The young man, Yi Wushuang, looked at Yi Wu Bian with admiration. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to go to the elder hall and kneel for a few days and nights to help his sister break off the marriage. You too. You two siblings are awesome. Let me tell you, Yi Wu Bian, don't even dream about breaking off the marriage. I'm not afraid to tell you that now that my cousin has returned, the glory of the first branch will definitely reappear in the Yi clan. Moreover, I heard that my uncle is about to break through to the Saint Realm and will come out from the back mountain soon. This marriage is already set in stone and can't be changed. Yi Wu Bian, just you wait. After you get married, I will serve you with whips and candles every day. Xiao Yan seemed to be dizzy because of Yi Wushuang. He was extremely arrogant and roared hysterically with a ferocious face. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wu Bian looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness and loneliness in each other's eyes. Xiao Yan's aunt was Yi Jian's wife. Although the first branch had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Yi family was still very powerful. Now that Yi Qinghuang had returned to the Yi family castle and it was said that Yi Jian was about to come out, the first branch seemed to have the intention to stand up again. Although his grandfather, Yi Tianxing, was also an elder, he had climbed up step by step from a branch disciple. Back then, he was muddle-headed and decided on this marriage. Now, he was powerless to change it. Brother, they are so pitiful. Help them. Yi Wu Bian and Yi Wushuang's encounter reminded Yi Qingyu of them in the past. She looked at the two lonely people with pity and felt pity for them. I don't need to do anything for such a small matter. Just watch Xiao Wu's performance. Yi Qinghan was both annoyed and amused as he looked at Yi Qingwu, who was about to give it a try. He understood that when the family got bigger, there would be more conflicts of interests and more schemes in the dark. Of course, it was fine if he didn't see it. But now that he saw it, he couldn't just ignore it. He smiled and waved at Yi Qingwu. Xiao Wu, go over and give him a few slaps. Also, tell him that this marriage is over. If he continues to pester us, make his Xiao family disappear from Tsang City. We will watch Sister Xiao Wu's performance here. Just watch. Sister Xiao Wu is going now. When Yi Qingwu heard this, her eyebrows immediately lit up. This was her favorite thing to do. Now that Yi Qinghan was supporting her from behind, of course she would walk over with her head held high and chest out without any scruples. Let me tell you clearly, I've seen my cousin. My cousin, young Master Kuang, said that this matter cannot be changed. You guys better be more courteous to me now. Otherwise, when you enter our Xiao family, Yi Wu Bian, you will be tortured every day as young Master Ben. Xiao Yan became even more arrogant when he saw Yi Wu Bian's and Yi Wushuang's desolate expressions. His originally handsome face had become a little distorted. Clearly, Yi Wu Bian's repeated humiliation had dealt a great blow to him. Even his mentality had become a little abnormal. Xiao Yan. You should go back and torture your mother. Yi Qingwu was originally walking forward slowly. But when she heard Xiao Yan's words that were getting more and more outrageous, she finally couldn't help it. Her fiery temper rose and she cursed. At the same time, her battle chi surged and she leaped into the air. Her slender snow-white legs slashed toward Xiao Yan's face. Chapter 328. Yi Qingwu's current cultivation had already reached the second level of the Marquis stage and was about to break through to the third level. This kick came with her surging anger. Of course, it was majestic and extremely savage. Xiao Yan's cultivation was slightly lower and was clearly frightened by this sharp kick. He stood there dumbfounded. However, the black-clothed man behind him was the first to wake up. He smiled bitterly as he looked at Yi Qingwu in midair. He knew that he was no match for Yi Qinggu, but he had to go up. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would definitely be smashed into meat paste by the furious Yi Qingwu's kick. Circulating the battle qi in his body, he squatted down slightly. His fingers intertwined and his battle qi formed a super strong shield, preparing to take on Yi Qingwu's attack. Bang! The battle qi energy collided with a muffled sound. Soon after, a powerful shock wave erupted. Yi Qingwu did a backflip in midair and landed firmly on the ground. The black-clothed man, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and flew backward. Finally, he landed heavily on the stone floor and fainted. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan was also hit by the shock wave from the explosion and took a few steps back. Only then did he barely avoid falling. He felt a tightness in his chest and a mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat. Forcefully suppressing it, Xiao Yan looked at Yi Qingwu with an ashen face and angrily roared, "Yi Qingwu, you are trying to kill me. I'm not done with you today. I'm going to your elder hall to report you. You can prepare to be confined for 3 years." Xiao Wujia. Yi Wubian was not injured under Yi Qingwu's intentional care. He happily looked at Yi Qingwu as tears uncontrollably flowed out of his eyes. "Greetings, Miss Wu." Yi Wushuang also had a pleasantly surprised face and hurriedly came over to pay his respects. "Yes, you guys stand aside. Watch how I teach this beast a lesson." Yi Qingwu nodded indifferently. Her good mood today had been ruined by Xiao Yan. Today, with Yi Qinghan behind her, she decided to play a little bigger and vent her anger. "Sister Qingwu, don't make it too big." Yi Wubian watched Yi Qingwu fiercely walk toward Xiao Yan and involuntarily became a little worried. Although Yi Qingwu was the eldest daughter of her family, it would be hard for her to explain to her family if someone were to die. At the same time, her future would be even more difficult. Yi Qingwu waved her hand. Without even turning her head, she suddenly increased her speed and pounced in front of Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. She lifted her hand and sent a sweeping slap across. Pa! When Xiao Yan saw Yi Qingwu coming over, he naturally wanted to hide. However, with Yi Qingwu's strength, how could she dodge the sudden acceleration? After a flash of white light, he felt a huge force sweep across his face. He forcefully suppressed the mouthful of blood and 2 of his front teeth. At the same time, his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Bang! His head collided with the ground and another muffled sound rang out. Shaking his dizzy head, Xiao Yan originally wanted to glare angrily at Yi Qingwu and let her feel his anger. He didn't expect to see a snow-white and seductive long thigh. However, just as he was about to take a closer look at this beautiful thigh, he discovered that this thigh had actually been lifted up high, and then heavily stomped down on his face. "Ah! Yi Qingwu, you stinky woman, you're finished, you're finished. You actually dare to treat me like this, the Xiao clan will not let you off." Xiao Yan was stepped on by Yi Qingwu, but he didn't care about the burning pain on his face. Instead, he felt that he had received the most serious humiliation from his body to his heart. He, the young master of the Xiao clan, was stepped on by a woman on the street in front of everyone. His face was completely ruined. Even the Xiao clan's face was completely ruined. "What qualifications do you have to let me off? What qualifications does your Xiao clan have to let me off?" Yi Qingwu coldly looked at this trash-like young master. Her face revealed an extremely disgusted expression. She clapped her hands as if slapping Xiao Yan just now had dirted her hands. She didn't want to waste words with this kind of person. She withdrew her foot and coldly said, "Xiao Yan, you better listen carefully. The marriage between you and Wubian is cancelled. If you pester Wubian again in the future, I will beat you up every time I hear about it. If you make me angry, I will make your Xiao clan scram out of Tsang City." Yi Qingwu withdrew her foot. Xiao Yan hurriedly climbed up and wiped the footprint and blood on his face. Hearing Yi Qingwu's tyrannical announcement, his head was dizzy from anger. Bending his waist, he pointed at Yi Qingwu with a trembling finger and angrily said, "Yi Qingwu, you stinky whore, who do you think you are? You think you can do whatever you want just because your grandfather is the Grand Elder? You think you can represent the Elder Hall of the Yi clan? You think we can cancel the marriage just because you say so? Do you think you can make our Shao clan disappear from Tsang City? You are a woman who rides thousands of people. You are finished. Do you know that? You have gone too far. Do you want to die? This was the first time Yi Qinggu was cursed with such dirty words. Her voice became colder and colder. The killing intent in her eyes suddenly rose as she coldly said. Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Today, he had completely lost his face. In the past, he relied on his identity as the young master of the Shao clan and Yi Jian's nephew to be considered a respected young master in Tsang City. Now that he felt Yi Qinggu's killing intent, he not only didn't cower, but instead roared even more crazily, "What's wrong? I am right. You are a whore. Come, kill me. I want to see if you have the guts, whore." Yi Qinggu couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her battle chi surged. She raised her hand high and was about to slap Xiao Yan to death. "Brother. Xiao Wujia, she is angry. I am afraid she is going to kill someone. What should we do?" At the corner, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinghan were originally watching a good show, admiring Yi Qinggu's domineering aura. Unexpectedly, the situation had developed a little too much. Yi Qingyu worriedly looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "So be it. This kind of trash, if it was me, I would have slapped him to death." When Xiao Yan first scolded Yi Qinggu, Yi Qinghan's killing intent was aroused. However, he knew that Yi Qinggu was angry. It was better to let her vent her anger. He would deal with the aftermath for her. Otherwise, if Yi Qinggu didn't vent her anger, she would feel uncomfortable for a period of time. Ah. Xiao Wujia is going to attack. When Yi Qingyu saw Yi Qinggu raise her hand, her killing intent soared. She hurriedly turned her face away in fear and hugged Yi Qinghan tightly. She couldn't bear to continue watching. Yi Qinghan was used to killing. Naturally, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable with such a small scene. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, he saw 3 people rushing over from afar. After being stunned for a moment, the corner of his mouth immediately turned cold. He smiled evilly. "It's fine. Someone is here to save the scene. Hee, things are getting more and more interesting." It wasn't that Yi Qinggu had never killed before. In the residence battle, she had killed the Demon Clan and the Brute Clan. However, she had never killed anyone from the House of Ares. At this moment, she was burning with anger. In addition, with Yi Qinghan behind her, she had no more worries. She raised her palm and was about to slap down. Bang! However, a person pounced over from behind Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. He directly bypassed Xiao Yan and met her with a palm. The strength of their battle chi seemed to be about the same. Neither of them hurt the other. Instead, both of them took a few steps back. Yi Qinggu steadied herself and glared at the person who came. Originally, she thought that it was an expert from the Shao clan. She didn't expect it to be someone from the Yi clan. Moreover, it was someone she didn't like. She coldly snorted and angrily said, "Yi Qingguang, what do you mean?" "That's right." The person who came was Yi Qingguang, who had just returned to the Yi clan castle not long ago. After living in a small city for a few years, Yi Qingguang's elegance was still the same. It was just that his expression was much calmer. He pulled Xiao Yan behind him and faced Yi Qinggu's questioning. He faintly said, "Miss Wu, I still want to ask you. Under such a bright day, you actually want to kill someone in public? Even if my cousin is guilty, he is under the jurisdiction of the Tsang City's law department. Miss Wu, it's not your turn to torture him, right?" Chapter 329. Cousin brother, cousin brother. You have to seek justice for me. This woman slapped me, stepped on my face, and now she wants to kill me. She even said that she represents the Elder Hall to dissolve the marriage between me and Wubian. She also said that she wants the Shao clan to get out of Tsung City. It doesn't matter if I lose my face, but the Shao clan and the first branch cannot lose their face. Cousin brother, you have to ruthlessly punish this bitch. Shao Yan was originally able to endure under the cover of Yi Qingwu's murderous aura. However, when Yi Qingwu slapped him, he became extremely terrified. At this moment, he was suddenly saved by someone. Moreover, it was his greatest support, the first young master of the Yi clan, Yi Qingquang. Of course, he was extremely happy. He hurriedly cried and complained with snot and tears. Pa! What responded to him was Yi Qingquang's increasingly cold face and a heavy slap. When Yi Qingquang heard Shao Yan's words, his originally gloomy mood became even more furious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Shut up! Haven't you lost enough face?" Swoosh! Another two figures quickly rushed over from behind. They were the second young master of the Yi clan, Yi Qingxian, and an emperor from the first branch. Seeing that the situation had become so tense, Yi Qingxian did not dare to say anything more. He pulled Shao Yan to the side. "Miss Wu, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Yi Qingquang helplessly sighed. This matter concerned the reputation of the Shao clan and the first branch. He had to step forward. Moreover, his strength had soared and he had returned to the Yi clan castle. A few days ago, he went to the back mountain to see Yi Jian and discovered that Yi Jian was about to break through to the Saint Realm. Coincidentally, he also wanted to use this matter to restore the reputation of the first branch. He wanted to let the people of Tsung City see that although the first branch had declined, they were not someone that everyone could trample on. Yi Qingquang, this has nothing to do with you. Are you going to stand up for him? Yi Qingwu hated Yi Qingquang to begin with. Back in the War Beast Academy, she had only helped Yi Qinghan suppress Yi Qingquang once. Now that she heard Yi Qingquang's unfriendly tone, of course she didn't have a good expression. She said angrily, "Humph. Anyone can kill trash like Shao Yan. If you step forward today, I will let him off. If Sister Boundless marries this kind of person, her life will be ruined. So, let's call off this engagement today. In the future, if he doesn't provoke me or Boundless World, I'll spare his worthless life. Anyone can be killed? Forget about the marriage just like that? Ha!" Yi Qingquang didn't get angry after hearing Yi Qingwu's scolding. Instead, he laughed wildly and said coldly, "Yi Qingwu, who do you think you are? Do you think you can kill him just because you say so? Do you think that Tsung City's Ministry of Justice is just a decoration? Do you think the clan torture hall exists in name only? How arrogant. Spare his worthless life? Do you think you're a god-level expert? That you can ignore some laws? Forget about the marriage just like that? Since when can you, Yi Qingwu, represent the clan elder hall? Today, I'm going to fight with you. Even if we go to the torture hall or the elder hall, I will still dare to question your grandfather face to face. Who gave you the courage to treat human lives as worthless? Treat the laws of Tsung City as worthless? Treat the rules of the clan as nothing? Are you going to rely on your grandfather's prestige to cover the sky with one hand in the Yi family? Or is your grandfather preparing to betray the Yi family and establish his own family? Why don't you kill me as well? It's just the right time to silence me. Do it. Yi Qingquang had been exiled from a small city by the border for 6 years, but his mind had become extremely mature. After thinking for a while, he caught the mistake in Yi Qingwu's words and magnified it infinitely. His questioning was reasonable and righteous, directly raising a small matter to the level of Yi Qingyu preparing to betray the Yi family. Yi Qingwu obviously didn't expect that Yi Qingquang would be able to use her words in a moment of anger against her and even implicate her grandfather. She wanted to refute but didn't know how. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes. She looked very helpless. Let's go. Qingxian, take Shao Yan with you. Today, we'll go to the elder hall to beat the drum and complain about our grievances. I'd like to ask the elders, Yi Qingwu, whose power is she relying on to be so bold and reckless? Is this Tsung City still the Yi family's city? Yi Qingguang was unforgiving and wanted to slowly break down Yi Qinggu, forcing her to lower her head and apologize. Clap. 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 At this time, 3 loud claps sounded out from behind Yi Qinggu, dispelling the tense atmosphere. At the same time, a cold voice caused Yi Qingguang, who was just about to turn around and leave, to stop in his tracks. There's no need to ask. I'll tell you whose power Yi Qinggu is relying on. She's relying on my, Yi Qinghan's, power. Yi Qinghan originally didn't want to bully the weak. Therefore, he didn't do anything even though Xiao Yan had angered him. After all, his status was different now. There was no meaning in bullying such a small character. It wasn't until Yi Qingguang appeared that he became a little interested, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to carefully observe how Yi Qingguang had changed in the past 6 years. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. With one observation, he had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qingguang. Back then, he had crippled Yi Qingguang's cultivation, but now he had really reached the level of a marquis. Furthermore, he didn't have the arrogance of the past, and his mind had become extremely mature. Look, he made his woman cry from anger with just a few words. Since his woman was being bullied, it wouldn't make sense if he didn't stand up for her. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly walked out with Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinghan? Humph. I was wondering why Yi Qinggu was so arrogant. So it's because of your young clan leader's power. Young clan leader, you're so impressive, using your power to oppress others and bully the weak. The Yi family's reputation is growing in your hands. When Yi Qingguang saw Yi Qinghan's expression gradually turn grim, he had a bone-deep hatred for Yi Qinghan. It was just that, in the past 6 years, he had learned to endure and forcefully suppress the hatred in his heart. He continued to latch onto Yi Qinggu's mistakes, as well as Yi Qinghan's even more idiotic declarations the moment he came out. He was prepared to humiliate Yi Qinghan just like how he had interrogated Yi Qinggu just now. He wanted to make Yi Qinghan lower his head in front of him, so that he could first get back some interest. He had always thought that Yi Qinghan had only gotten lucky and summoned a holy beast. Then, he had gotten lucky and obtained a body fusion battle technique. That was how he had gotten to where he was today. Therefore, he was very unconvinced. He felt that if he had a holy beast, he would definitely be 100 times more outstanding than Yi Qinghan, no, 1,000 times. The Yi family's reputation is, of course, growing in my hands. There's no doubt about this. Yi Qinghan did not sense the hidden meaning in Yi Qingguang's words. He did not care about Yi Qingguang's ridicule at all. He nodded and replied in a serious tone. Of course, he was not putting on an act about this. He had indeed earned a lot of face for the Yi family in the prefecture battle, in the god-slaying mountain, and in the barbarian city. He pulled Yi Qinggu over with one hand, gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and then handed her over to Yi Qingyu to comfort. He then turned his head and looked at Yi Qingguang and Yi Qingxian mockingly, and said coldly, "Since you said that I'm the young clan leader, why, didn't you kneel down and salute me when you saw me?" According to the 5th and 8th rules of the clan, the status of the young clan leader is second only to the supreme elder of the clan. Except for the elders, all the disciples of the clan must kneel down and salute you when they meet. Since you and Yi Qingxian are not the elders of the clan and have not made any contributions to the clan, why didn't you kneel down when you saw me? Could it be that you too are ready to betray the clan? Huh. Chapter 330. Yi Qinghan's words reminded everyone that Article 58 of the Yi family's rules did state it clearly. If a member of the family didn't become an elder and didn't make any contributions to the family, he had to kneel before the young master and the grand elder. However, the rules were dead, and the 2 grand elders of the Yi family didn't care about these complicated etiquettes. Except for when Yi Qinghan had just returned to the Yi family, he had never allowed anyone to kneel before him after he accepted the family's disciples kneel in the Ranjiting pavilion. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan didn't respond to Yi Qingguang's taunts and ridicule. Instead, he didn't play by the rules and suddenly emphasized his identity as the young master according to Yi Qingguang's words. This was obviously a show of strength to Yi Qingguang first, and it was an impeccable and unavoidable show of strength. Greetings, young master. Yi Wuxuang looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing calmly and dignified without being angry, and a trace of admiration flashed through his eyes. He immediately pulled Yi Wubian and was about to kneel before Yi Qinghan. No need. As soon as they bent their knees, Yi Qinghan waved his left hand and released a trace of battle aura to support their bodies. He smiled at them and then turned to look at Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian. He said again, "What? Why aren't you bowing? Do you want me to summon the Tsang city guards to take you down and send you to the torture hall? Or punish you for breaking the family rules?" Yi Qinghan, don't go too far. Yi Qingquang's shrewdness that he had been holding back for a long time was completely shattered by Yi Qinghan's casual play. He shouted with a pale face. Today, he wanted to restore the prestige of the first branch, but if he knelt down to Yi Qinghan now, then the first branch's face would be ruthlessly swept to the ground again. However, if they didn't kneel, Yi Qinghan had every right to have them taken down. For a moment, they could only glare at Yi Qinghan angrily. What's wrong with that? They were both core disciples of the clan. If Yi Wuxuang and Yi Wubian can kneel, why can't you? Could it be that my identity as the young patriarch is fake? I'll ask you again, are you going to kneel or not? Yi Qinghan's tone was still calm, and his expression did not change much. However, his words revealed a boundless domineering and majestic aura. Yi Qingquang was so angry that he fainted. His handsome face contorted slightly. He knew that Yi Qinghan was taking revenge for what he had done to him in the past. He mocked Yi Qinghan on Nilan Street back then, but he did not expect that he would suffer a greater humiliation at the same place today. There were people coming and going on Nilan Street, and there were so many people watching the show. If he really knelt down, he would be too ashamed to stay in the clan. He could only bite the bullet and endure it. Yi Wuxuang, send the clan's signal flare and gather all the guards in Tsang City. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not force Yi Qingquang anymore. Instead, he turned around and said to Yi Wuxuang, "I'll do it." Yi Wuxuang was a little hesitant, but Yi Wubian, who was next to him, shouted excitedly. Although she was a tiger girl with a bad temper, she was not a fool. Yi Qinghan had obviously stood up for her. If she still did not know how to fight for it, she would really be a fool. She knew very well what kind of power this handsome young master with a gentle smile had in the clan. Of course, she had to seize the opportunity. Pft! Bang! A beam of fiery red light flew out of Yi Wubian's hand and shot into the sky. Following a dull explosion, half of Tsang City was illuminated by fireworks. It was an emergency signal flare for the core disciples of the Yi family. As soon as they saw the signal, the highest-ranking guards and guardian elders of Tsang City had to be on the scene. The fireworks that filled the sky shocked the surrounding onlookers who did not know what was going on. It also made Yi Qingquang and the rest look as pale as snow. Yi Shanhu was very helpless. When he saw the fireworks that bloomed in mid-air, his bitter face instantly turned bitter. 6 years ago, when he was still a small team leader of the Tsang City Guards, he encountered a dispute between the young masters of the clan on Nilan Street. At that time, he wanted to help the poor seventh child, but in the end, his words carried little weight and he was not of much help. Instead, he was reprimanded by Yi Rong. 6 years had passed, and he had become a team leader from a small team leader. His strength had also soared to the first level of the Duke realm. However, there was another dispute between the young masters of the clan on Nilan Street. As early as when Yi Qinggu flipped out, he had already received the news. However, he did not come over. Instead, he brought some people and hid at the side, quietly observing the situation. He understood that this kind of dispute between the young masters and the young mistress was not something he could intervene in. If he did not handle it well, he might offend both sides and become the punching bag in the end. However, now that the emergency signal flare had been sent, he had no choice but to go. Helpless, he could only put on a long face and wave his hand. He led a large group of people hidden behind him and rushed forward. Yi Shanhu greets young master, Miss Wu, Miss Yu, Master Child Quang, and young Master Xian. This subordinate greets young master, Miss Wu, Miss Yu, Master Child Quang, and young Master Xian. A large group of people, all armed with blades and armor, rushed forward in an imposing manner. Then, they knelt on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan and the rest and shouted in unison. Their orderly footwork and cold expressions all displayed the toughness of the Yi family's high-level guards. Rise! Yi Qinghan had long known of the existence of Yi Shanhu and the rest. Nonsense. If the Tsang city guards did not receive the news after such a commotion, then they would be freeloading. Young master, may I know why you have summoned us? Yi Shanhu looked at the young man standing calmly in front of him. A complicated feeling flashed across his eyes. This young man had left a deep impression on him. Back then, he was isolated and helpless, bullied and humiliated. Today, he stood there proudly, accepting the worship of the crowd. Life was unpredictable. Tsang city guards, listen up. Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian have violated the clan rules. Xiao Yan has insulted Miss Wu. As the young master, I order you to arrest all of them and bring them to the clan's punishment hall. Yi Qinghan seemed to want to play big today, so he didn't waste his breath and directly faced Yi Shanhu coldly and shouted in a deep voice. It was just that, the moment this order was given, everyone was shocked. Yi Shanhu was stunned. The Tsang city guards were stunned. Yi Wushuang, Yi Wubian, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu were speechless. Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, and Xiao Yan's faces turned green. Their bodies began to tremble. They had originally thought that Yi Qinghan had summoned people to suppress Yi Qingquang. They did not expect him to give such an unbelievable order. Asking the Yi family's guards to arrest the first young master, second young master, and the first young master of the Yi family? Wasn't this a little too much? Young master, this. Yi Shanhu had a bitter face just now, but at this moment, when he heard Yi Qinghan's order, his bitter face directly turned into a loofah face. Asking him to kill the Yi family's first young master and second young master, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Yi Qinghan still didn't waste any words, nor did he explain. He directly took out a black token from his unfettered ring. There were only 2 big words on the black token, Yi Huang. This was the highest level token in the clan leader's token. Yi Qinghan waved the token in the air. His face gradually became cold. He shouted in a deep voice, "Arrest them." Chapter 331. Whoosh, whoosh. When Yi Shanhu and the Tsang city guards saw the black token, they merged with their battle beasts without hesitation and unsheathed their swords. Yi Shanhu gritted his teeth and his expression turned cold. He shouted and led his men toward Yi Qingquang. Take them all down. There was only one black token in the Yi family. It was the highest token in the family. Seeing the token was like seeing the family leader. The person who held the token could order all the powerful warriors in the Yi family, except for the Grand Elder, to do anything. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan ordered them to kill Yi Qingquang, they would grit their teeth and do it. Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, and the Emperor Realm warriors behind them turned pale when they saw Yi Qinghan show the Night Emperor's token. They didn't dare to resist. Because, the third rule stated that anyone who disobeyed the Night Emperor's order would be treated as a traitor and would be killed on the spot. Dozens of people rushed forward and tied up the 3 quickly. As for the Emperor Realm warrior, since Yi Qinghan didn't give the order, Yi Shanhu and the others didn't do anything. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a person suddenly flew over from the sky at high speed. He glided across the sky behind Yi Qinghan and landed on the battlefield. Facing Yi Shanhu and Yi Qingquang was an elder in gray. He was an Emperor Realm warrior from the Yi family since he could fly in the sky. He looked at the people surrounding Yi Qingquang and the others. They were tied up and their faces were ashen. Furious, he shouted at Yi Shanhu, how dare you? How dare you tie up the young master of the family? Hurry up and untie me. Greetings, Elder Yi Quan. But, we can't just tie them up. When Yi Shanhu saw Nightwing, he felt even more bitter. Yi Quan was the guardian elder in charge of guarding Tsang City during this period of time. Obviously, he had rushed over after seeing the signal flare. Yi Quan was the elder in charge of the first branch. After being scolded by Night Spring, he lowered his body and winked at Night Spring, signaling him to look behind him. Yi Quan had flown over from behind Yi Qinghan. When he saw that Yi Qingquan was tied up, he was anxious and didn't pay much attention to the others. When he saw Yi Shanhu winking at him, he quickly snapped out of his daze and turned around. When he saw Yi Qinghan standing there coldly, his expression became complicated, and when he saw the Night Emperor token in Yi Qinghan's hand, his expression became even more complicated. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting and said very politely, "So the young clan head is also here?" How did Master Child Kuang and young Master Xian offend the young clan head? Why did the young clan head use the Night Emperor token? Yi Qingquang had just returned to the Yi family castle, so he didn't know how much Yi Qinghan was favored by the Yi family. But Nightwing knew very well. Just by looking at the Chilling Heart Pavilion, which was built with purple crystal coins. So he didn't dare to be impolite to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan understood the meaning behind Nightwing's words. Nightwing was asking him why he used the highest level Night Emperor token for such a small matter. He didn't have a good impression of Nightwing. Back in the Enchanted Garden, Nightwing had cursed him on behalf of Yi Jian. At the same time, he had felt Yi Jian's murderous intent. So now that Nightwing was mocking him, he naturally didn't give him a good attitude. He put the Night Emperor token into his unfettered ring and said, "Elder Nightwing, do I need to answer to you? Of course I will give the family an explanation, but not you. You don't need to give me an explanation. But you are both young masters of the family, so I don't think you need to be so ruthless. Can you give me some face and let this matter go? If outsiders see this, it won't be good for the family's reputation. Don't you think so?" Nightwing didn't show any dissatisfaction in the face of Yi Qinghan's impoliteness. Instead, he acted as a peacemaker, giving Yi Qinghan enough face. "Brother, let it go." Yi Qingyu saw that the situation was getting more and more complicated, so she said worriedly. However, Yi Qinggu didn't care. This was a small matter to her, but she knew that it was nothing to Yi Qinghan. "Well, young master, let it go. This matter started because of Wushuang and his sister. If it gets out of hand, Wushuang and Wubian won't know how to explain it to the family." Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan again. When he saw Yi Qinghan taking action, he thought that his sister's marriage was going to be settled today. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated. He was very worried that Yi Qinghan and his grandfather, Yi Tianxing, would be implicated. "Stand up." Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yi Qingyu, telling her not to worry. He turned to look at Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian on the ground and said calmly, "As a disciple of the Yi family, you should have an unyielding fighting spirit and a will that is not afraid of any difficulties. You must have a domineering aura that even the heavens want to suppress you, and you must dare to pierce through the heavens. Today, I will help you and your sister to make the decision. In the future, I can't help you with everything. You can only rely on yourselves." He didn't care about the brother and sister whose faces were flushed and who were full of fighting spirit because of his words. Yi Qinghan glanced at Yi Qingquang, who was tied up by Yi Shanhu. He didn't want to suppress them with his power today. He didn't want to show off his power as the young master. He decided after careful consideration that he wanted to find out Yi Qingquang's background. Yi Qingquang was disabled by him. Now, his strength had increased miraculously and he had returned to the Yi family castle. He didn't know what happened during this period of time, but he instinctively felt a sense of danger from this strange incident. He knew very well how difficult it was for a cultivator whose dantian and meridians were destroyed to cultivate back to their original realm. However, Yi Qingquang did it now. Moreover, he had reached the powerful strength of a level 1 duke. He didn't have a treasure like his soul ring. How did he do it? Therefore, he made a move today. He didn't hold back at all. It could even be said that he attacked unreasonably. He wanted to find out Yi Qingquang's background. He wanted to find out why he could return to the Yi family castle even though the clan knew that they didn't get along. Who exactly was helping him in the dark? He wanted to force these people out. He had never been afraid of fighting openly. However, he was very afraid of conspiracies and plots behind one's back. After all, there were far too many people he needed to protect now, therefore, he opened his mouth and didn't respond to Yi Quan's plea. Instead, he waved his hand at Yi Shanhu and said, "Untie Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian. Bring Xiao Yan to the punishment hall. At the same time, inform the Xiao clan to come to the clan's punishment hall." Yi Shanhu acted as though he had been pardoned when he heard this. He hurriedly untied Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian. Yi Quan also sighed in relief. After all, if the guards really escorted Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian to the punishment hall, the face of the first branch would be completely ruined. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had not taken things too far. Humph. Yi Qinghan, just you wait. We will meet at the punishment hall. Today's matter will not end. Yi Qingquang had completely lost his face today. Originally, he wanted to suppress Yi Qinggu and Yi Qinghan. In the end, he viciously stared at Yi Qinghan and left with Yi Qingxian and the emperor's stage bodyguards. Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Qingquang's vicious gaze and threat. He wanted to force Yi Qingquang to attack and expose his trump card. He turned his head to look at Yi Wubian and faintly said, "Let's go to the clan's punishment hall. I will help you dissolve this marriage." Chapter 332. For such a big matter, even the emergency signal flare was used. Of course, the Yi family castle received the news. The elders also received the report immediately and roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter. When everyone arrived at the punishment hall, the hall was already filled with the elders of the clan. Yi Rong was dead, and the deputy elder of the punishment hall was given to the elder of the war beast hall, Yi Tianqing, by Yi Tianlong. The head elder was still Yi Baihu, but if it wasn't a big matter, he wouldn't be disturbed. At this time, Tianqing was already sitting on the main seat. The second seat was occupied by the scholarly deputy elder of the war beast hall, Yi Qiangang. Beside him were more than 10 elders with real power. This matter wasn't big at first. It was just that Yi Qinggu beat up a young master of a small clan in Sung City. However, Yi Qingquang's attack and Yi Qinghan's attack escalated the matter. It had become a direct collision between the older generation of the Yi family and the new generation's popular young master, Yi Qinghan. On one side, there was the number one power of the old clan, which was incomparably powerful in the open and in the dark. Moreover, Yi Jian was about to come out of his closed-door training and it was very likely that he would rise again. On the other side, there was a new power. Although it didn't form a complicated entanglement of interests and relationships, because of the existence of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu, no one dared to look down on them. The first to arrive were Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, and Yi Quan. Yi Qingquang directly walked to the punishment hall of the clan. He faced the big drum at the gate, raised his fist and randomly smashed it, causing the entire Yi family castle to shake. After that, he angrily walked in with his people. Yi Qingquang greets Elder Tianqing, greets all the elders. "I beg all the elders to help me and my cousin. I want to sue Miss Wu for committing violence in front of everyone and even wanting to kill Xiao Yan." She also ignored the clan rules and looked down on the punishment hall. "Please punish her severely. I also want to sue young clan leader Yi Qinghan for using his power to oppress others, harming his fellow clansmen, and humiliating the three of us. I beg the clan to strip him of his position as young clan leader." Although everyone present had received some news, they were still shocked by Yi Qingquang's words. He was shocked by Yi Qingquang's accusation and request. Yi Qinggu was going to kill someone. Furthermore, he had killed the young master of the Xiao family. And Yi Qingquang actually begged the torture chamber to punish Yi Qinggu for a serious crime? Asking the family to strip Yi Qinghan of his position as young clan head? Yi Tianqing looked a little old after a few years. His hair and beard had turned even whiter. He had always been known as an honest and just person in the family. Now that he had received an accusation, he naturally had to do things according to the rules. He nodded and coughed softly. "Yi Qingquang, you have to take responsibility for what you said. This is not a small matter. It's of great importance. I'm asking you, do you insist on your accusation?" I insist. Yi Qinghuang nodded heavily without hesitation. Good. Where are the guards of the punishment hall? Go and invite young clan leader and Miss Wu over. Yi Tianqing's face was expressionless as he directly threw out a token. The word Yi and the word punishment were engraved on both sides, representing the supreme authority of the Yi clan's punishment hall. Even the elders and the castellans of small cities could be taken down. No need. We're coming. Before the guards left, Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice came from outside. Then, Yi Qinghan walked in with Yi Qinggu, and the boundless siblings. Behind them, Yi Shanhu walked in with Xiao Yan, whose face was covered in blood. Greetings, elders. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands in greeting. Yi Qingwu greets elders. Although Yi Qingwu's position was special, she didn't have any position or power. She still had to follow the rules of the punishment hall. Yi Qingyu held Yi Qinghan's hand. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Similarly, she didn't have any position in the Yi family. However, the elders didn't dare to blame her. After all, her position in the Yi family was the most special. She was someone who was going to become a god. Night Mountain Tiger pays his respects to all the elders. Young clan leader, the person is here. I'll go back to my duty first. After bowing, Yi Shanhu immediately prepared to leave. He couldn't participate in this matter. Of course, he had to leave first. Elders of the Yi family, please help me. Yi Qingwu beat me up in public and wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for Child Kuang's timely arrival, my life would have been long gone. Our Xiao family has always been the most loyal partner of the Yi family. We've always followed the Yi family's lead. Miss Wu actually wanted to kill me in public today. This, sob. Elders, please help me. Otherwise, I'd rather kill myself in the punishment hall. When Xiao Yan mentioned the punishment hall, he was already trembling in fear. However, a moment later, he began to howl and complain about Yi Qingwu's crimes. It was obvious that he received instructions from someone. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian greet elders. Actually, today's matter was caused by us siblings. It has nothing to do with young clan leader Miss Wu. If the family wants to punish us, Wushuang is willing to bear the punishment together with us. We won't complain about it. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian knelt down heavily. Yi Qinghan's words at Niulan Street just now had a huge impact on Yi Wushuang. He actually mustered his courage and voluntarily begged for forgiveness. Wushuang, Wubian, you two bastards. What stupid thing did you do? You actually made young clan leader and Master Child Kuang at odds? If you cause any trouble in the family, you won't be able to escape death. I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. As soon as Yi Wushuang finished speaking, an old man stood up beside him. His face was filled with anger as he scolded loudly. He was the elder of the War Beast Academy, Yi Wushuang's grandfather, Elder Yi Tianqing. Elder Tianqing, don't be angry. They didn't do anything wrong. Instead, I admire their temperament and way of doing things. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with Yi Tianqing's scolding in the name of reprimand, but it was actually a protective scolding. He hurriedly took over and performed a two-man show. He didn't feel the slightest bit worried or afraid about the torture hall. Instead, he was very interested and excited to fight a vigorous lawsuit. All right, Tianqing, sit down first. Young clan leader and everyone else, please calm down. Yi Wushuang, since you said that this matter was caused by your siblings, and you were at the scene, tell us everything that happened. Remember, you must tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll punish you for lying. Tianqing spoke. He knew that Yi Tianqing and Yi Qinghan were performing a two-man show. Since he was in this position, he could not be partial to either side. Everything was based on the clan's rules. Otherwise, everyone would be dissatisfied. Hence, he stopped the two from acting. This is what happened. Today, my sister and I went to Niulan Street to buy some demonic crystals for my sister's battle beast. We didn't expect to meet young Master Xiao Yan. Then, young clan leader brought us to the punishment hall. That's what happened. I swear I didn't change anything. Although Yi Wuxuang wanted to help him and Yi Qinghan hide something, there were so many people at the scene. Of course, he could not distort the truth since there were so many people at the scene. Hence, he told them everything that happened. Idiot. Once everything was clear, Tian Qing and all the elders looked at Yi Qinghuang. Their first thought was, idiot. Regardless of whether they belonged to the first branch, or the neutral elders, or the opposing elders, they all thought the same. Yi Qinghuang, you were the first to accuse us. What do you have to say? Tian Qing did not say much. He did not ask the other elders to speak or make things difficult for Yi Qinghuang. Instead, he followed the procedure and asked about Yi Qinghuang first. The truth is obvious. Yi Qingwu beat up Xiao Yan in public and even wanted to kill him on the street. This is extremely bad. If we don't punish him severely, we won't be able to appease the public. However, Yi Qinghan used his power to suppress us and tied us up in public. The impact of this is even worse. Not only did he discredit the first branch, but he also showed the Yi family's internal strife to the world. He seriously damaged the reputation of the Yi family. If we don't get rid of such an immoral and incompetent young clan leader, how can we convince the public? Yi Qinghuang's words were filled with righteousness and righteousness. It was as if the Yi family did not punish the two of them. The entire first branch would not be convinced, and the whole continent would see the Yi family as a joke. They would mention Yi Qinghan's moral character and swore to pull Yi Qinghan off his high horse. Otherwise, they would not let it go. Young clan leader, do you have anything to say? Before the elders could say anything, Tian Qing sighed again. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and asked solemnly. I don't have anything to say. Yi Qinghan also sighed. He looked at Yi Qinghuang with some disappointment. He did not explain anything. Instead, he asked with great interest, I am very curious. Who allowed this idiot to return to the Yi family castle? Chapter 333. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, everyone present had a complicated expression on their faces. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghuang was an idiot, but there was no need for the young clan leader to say it out loud, right? It was obvious that Yi Qinghuang had been exposed to the sea breeze in the small city by the sea for a few years. Although he seemed to have matured a lot, his mentality had not improved at all. His stupidity was in his arrogance. Did he think that he could continue to be as arrogant as before after returning to the Yi family castle after his great increase in strength? Did he think that Yi Qinghan was still the seventh son of the Yi family from back then? Did he want to make a move without even knowing the strength of the enemy? What was he if not an idiot? Putting aside the fact that Yi Qingwu was the granddaughter of Yi Qingniu, many elders had secretly learned that Yi Qingniu would become a god in a few years' time. This news carried a lot of weight. So what if Yi Jian had broken through to the Saint Realm and left the back mountain? One Yi Qingniu alone was worth 10 Yi Jians. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had been bestowed the status of young clan leader by the elder ancestor, and it would never change. How dare you come here to make a fuss without even knowing this? The clan had secretly warned Yi Qinghuang not to provoke Yi Qinghan. Who would have thought that he would be so arrogant and start a fight within a few days of returning? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Cough, cough. Young clan leader, please watch your words. The unity of the clan is the most important. Tian Qing looked a little helpless. He coughed lightly and gave Yi Qinghan a look, meaning to give him some face and not make things too difficult for him. After all, this was the clan's torture chamber. If they caused a ruckus here, the torture chamber would lose its prestige, and it would be difficult to manage the younger generation of the clan in the future. Yes, Qinghan was wrong. It was just a moment of inspiration. Please don't take it to heart. I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed. Tian Qing had always treated Yi Qinghan quite well. Back then, he had even spoken up for him in the infatuation garden. Of course, Yi Qinghan had to give him face. He was very straightforward and directly admitted his mistake. Did everyone see that? Yi Qinghan actually insulted me in front of everyone in the disciplinary court. With such conduct and talent, how could he be a role model for the younger generation of the family? How would he lead the Yi family in the future? Yi Qinghuang boldly begged to convene an elder council to revoke Yi Qinghan's young clan patriarch status. Otherwise, I'll be the first to be dissatisfied. Yi Qinghuang saw Tianqing reprimanding Yi Qinghan, and he admitted his mistake in front of everyone, so he quickly cupped his hands and said indignantly. From the looks of it, he was prepared to use this matter to pull Yi Qinghan down from the position of young clan patriarch. In the small city, someone had planted a soul seed in him. With the help of that person, his strength had been forcefully raised. Moreover, he had used all the hidden forces of the first branch to return to the Yi family castle with great difficulty. This time, of course, he wanted to use all methods to take revenge. Therefore, he wanted to use today's matter to first pull Yi Qinghan down, collect some interest, and then slowly kill him. Yi Qinghuang's emotional accusation caused many people's faces to be filled with black lines, and the word idiot could be seen on their foreheads. However, this matter was not something that could be said openly. The elders of the first branch couldn't help but want to stop Yi Qinghuang's speech several times. However, they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would find out. He could only frown deeply. How could it be worse than the word worry? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt that life was as lonely as snow. He had originally thought that Yi Qinghuang would be a strong opponent. Now, it seemed that the forces behind him had helped him. He had overestimated him. Such an idiot had become his opponent. He felt a faint sense of sadness. At this moment, he thought of a famous saying from his previous life. He no longer paid attention to Yi Qinghuang, who was getting more and more excited. He looked through the door and softly murmured, "Ah, no matter how awesome Chopin is, he can't play out my sadness. Idiot." Before Yi Qinghan could finish lamenting, a deep roar sounded outside the torture chamber. The two words that everyone had wanted to curse out were said unscrupulously by the person outside. For a moment, everyone was shocked. When Yi Qinghuang heard these two words, his expression became incomparably angry. Then, he was stunned for a moment before he became ecstatic. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Father!" The elders rose from their seats and looked at the door of the torture chamber with complicated expressions. Although they had not heard this voice for a few years, it was still fresh in their memories. This voice was Yi Jian's voice. Of course, they were shocked that Yi Jian could appear here today. This was very significant. This meant that he had walked out of the condemnation cliff. This meant that he had successfully broken through to the Sage Realm. This meant that the Yi family had one more Sage Realm powerhouse. Greetings, elders. Greetings, young clan leader. Yi Jian greets everyone. A tall middle-aged man walked in from the door. His expression was calm, and his steps were steady. He had the temperament of an expert. 6 years of imprisonment did not change Yi Jian's appearance much. It was just that his face was a little pale. It was probably because he had not been able to see the sun for many years at the condemnation cliff. Big brother. You finally succeeded? Congratulations, big brother. You have finally taken this step. Pass down my order, prepare a celebratory feast. The first person to speak was the silent Yi Chang. He had seen Yi Jian some time ago and knew that he was only one step away from the Sage Realm. He did not expect him to achieve it so quickly. Congratulations, congratulations. The family has gained another Sage Realm powerhouse. We do need to celebrate. Yi Jian, I guess it won't be long before you become the third supreme elder of the Yi family. Tianqing also smiled. No matter what mistakes Yi Jian had made, it was the Yi family's blessing that he could enter the Sage Realm. Great news, great news. For a moment, all the elders left their seats and congratulated Yi Jian. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes when he saw Yi Jian. He was secretly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. When he saw Yi Jian come in, he did not say anything. Instead, he politely addressed him as young master. Although Yi Jian was his enemy, it was still a great thing for the Yi family that he had broken through to the Sage Realm. Therefore, he sincerely cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, first uncle, on breaking through to the sage realm." "Hee, you are too polite. I just broke through by luck. If you work hard, this day will come sooner or later. Third brother, you have to work harder and take the last step. Celebratory feast. I think we should skip it. I am focusing on Dao now. Everything else is just dust." Yi Jian was praised and flattered by everyone, but his expression did not change at all. He still looked calm and gentle, like a master who had achieved Dao. Father. You have to help me." Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghuang was like a king. Yi Jian had returned with great power. His expression immediately became extremely excited. After Yi Jian and the other elders finished exchanging greetings, he hurriedly interjected. He wanted to use the momentum of Yi Jian's return to settle this matter completely. Slap. The response was a loud slap. Yi Jian's expression did not change. He directly sealed Yi Qinghuang's mouth with a slap. Then, he gently retracted his hand and turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Young master, Qinghuang has been spoiled by me. Don't mind him. Yi Quan, why don't you take this idiot back? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Chapter 334. Yi Jian's resounding slap stunned everyone. Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian were also stunned. Only when Yi Quan pulled Yi Qinghuang and Xiao Yan out of the punishment hall did everyone wake up. Their expressions were complicated as they quietly pondered. What was Yi Jian doing? First uncle, there is no need to be like this. Qinghan is also at fault in this matter. Yi Qinghan smiled as he spoke. However, his eyes once again narrowed. He felt a trace of danger. It seemed that Yi Jian's strength had not only improved greatly during these few years at the Sin Cliff, but he had also broken through the Saint Realm and become a top expert on the continent. Moreover, his mind had become even more ruthless. It had become extremely dangerous. A hypocrite was often more difficult to deal with than a real villain. Yi Jian's strength had improved greatly and he should have been in high spirits. However, he was as calm as water. It was likely that he was aware of the dispute between him and Yi Qinghuang today. However, he did not take advantage of the situation to fly into a rage. Instead, he acted as though he was admitting defeat to Yi Qinghan and indirectly lowering his head. Yi Qinghan did not believe that Yi Jian would truly forget the hatred between the two of them and focus on the Tao. Therefore, he instinctively felt that Yi Jian was extremely dangerous today. Yi Jian naturally understood the entire situation. Last night, he had successfully broken through the final step and entered the Saint Realm. In the morning, he went to the back of the mountain to apologize. Yi Tianlong was very pleased and encouraged him to come back and rest first. He would reward him later. He returned to the courtyard of the West Garden that he had not seen for 6 years and met his 9 concubines. After 6 years of hunger and thirst, he had wanted to engage in group battles and drink morning tea together. Unexpectedly, he once again received a message from his subordinates. Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian went to the punishment hall to beat the drum and complain about their grievances. He did not come directly. Instead, he got someone to inquire about the entire matter before hurrying over. Although he was puzzled by the sudden increase in Yi Qinghuang's strength, he was very pleased. However, when he heard Yi Qinghuang's angry screams from afar in the torture chamber, he was extremely disappointed. They were all disciples who had fought hard, so why was the gap between them so big? Could it be that Yi Dao's gun could turn? After slapping his 2 idiotic sons in the face, Yi Jian smiled as he sized up the young man in front of him, who was so fierce that even he was jealous of him. The position of young clan head, which he had struggled for his entire life to no avail, was easily taken by this youth who had been regarded as trash by the clan back then, and it would never change. Young clan leader, why don't you give me some face today? I will go back and teach your 2 useless brothers a lesson. Yi Jian said gently. His face was filled with a kind smile, just like an amiable elder. His words were very artistic. Not only did he give Yi Qinghan a lot of face, but he also mentioned Yi Qinghan as his elder brother. He was implying that they were a family, so there was no need to be so extreme. As soon as Yi Jian opened his mouth, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan. After all, if Yi Qinghan wanted to make a scene, he could make a scene at the back of the mountain. Then, Yi Qinghuang might have to go to the border town to enjoy the sea breeze again. Uncle, you must be joking. It's not a big deal. I was just fooling around with my 2 elder brothers. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed even more, and his face was full of smiles. He looked like a harmless and amiable youth. Well, that's good. Everyone, if you have time, come to my garden for a drink. I'll go back first. Yi Jian nodded his head in satisfaction. He nodded at the crowd and prepared to leave. Wait. At this time, Yi Qinghan spoke again, and the relaxed atmosphere became tense again. Huh? Young clan leader, do you have any other instructions? Yi Jian stopped and asked respectfully without any change in his expression. He knew the rules very well. Although he had reached the sage realm, as long as he was not given the position of Grand Elder, Yi Qinghan's position would always be higher than his. Cough. Cough. At this time, Yi Chang and Tian Qing pretended to cough at the same time. Both of them gave Yi Qinghan a look. Their meaning was obvious. Since things had reached this stage, it was already very satisfactory. Little ancestor, can you stop fooling around? Well, there's one more thing. I want to ask for Uncle's opinion. Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not see the look in their eyes. He smiled and pointed at Yi Wubian beside him. He said, I want to ask the Elder Hall to hold a meeting to cancel the marriage between Yi Wubian and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's character is not very good. It's a pity that Wubian married him. Moreover, Xiao Yan is your nephew after all. I want to say hello to you. I don't mean to target you, but... Yes. Yi Jian nodded and waved his hand to stop Yi Qinghan's explanation. Instead, he said in a serious manner, young clan leader need not explain. I understand. There's no need to hold a meeting at the Elder Hall. This marriage is over. I will go and say hello to the Xiao clan. It's a small matter. If there's such a matter in the future, there's no need to make a fuss at the Elder Hall. You can just tell me. We are all family. There's nothing that can't be explained, right? Thank you, first uncle, for your help. Wubian, are you not going to thank me? Yi Qinghan laughed. The meaning in his eyes became even denser as he turned his head and spoke to Yi Wubian. Huh? Yi Wubian was still standing there in a daze. He didn't dare to believe that the marriage that he had been vexed over for a few years was cancelled just because of a few words from Yi Qinghan and Yi Jian. Yi Wushuang, who was beside him, woke up quickly. He hurriedly pulled Yi Wubian to kneel down and kowtow. Thank you, Elder Yi Jian, for your help. Wushuang and I will be forever grateful to you. Thank you, young clan leader. Yes, I won't say anything else. Yi Jian smiled warmly. He turned around and left. His footwork was still firm and powerful. His back view was very tall. The matter was over. The lawsuit, which was supposed to be a spectacular one, was easily resolved with a slap and a few words from Yi Jian after he appeared. There was no more drama to watch. All the elders left. Yi Qinghan didn't stay. After some polite greetings, he left with Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. After returning to the Cold Heart Pavilion, Yi Qinghan asked Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu to rest. After all, the two of them were very tired. He sat alone in the hall and looked at the rows of scenic trees outside the door in silence. Today's matter made him understand some things. However, it also gave rise to more doubts. It made him understand some hidden dangers. However, he discovered that even more dangers were quietly approaching. Young clan leader. At this moment, Chuihua walked in with a few people. It was Yi Tianqing and Yi Wushuang. It wasn't that Yi Tianqing didn't want to cancel the marriage. It was that he didn't have the ability to do so. Today, Yi Qinghan had helped them greatly. It wasn't appropriate to say it in person just now. Now, he had to pay a visit to thank him. Young clan leader, you have to be careful of Yi Jian. He's very dangerous. They expressed their gratitude, politeness, and small talk. Yi Tianqing left a message and left with his people. Yi Qinghan sent them off. Then, he looked at the scenic trees outside the door and pondered. There was no need for Yi Tianqing to remind him. He knew that Yi Jian was very dangerous now. Very dangerous. Yi Jian was more dangerous than any enemy he had met before. Chapter 335. Yi Jian returned to his courtyard and declined Auntie Zhou's invitation to have tea with him. Instead, he went straight to the study. Yi Quan stood respectfully in the study, while Yi Qinghuang and Yi Qingxian knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. They didn't say anything. It was obvious that they had been reminded by Yi Quan and had thought through some things. They were waiting for Yi Jian to reprimand them. Yi Jian didn't say anything. He sat down and waved his hand at Yi Quan, indicating for him to leave. After Nightwing left, he slowly picked up a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Understood. After a long while, Yi Jian put down the teacup and said indifferently. Yi Qinghuang saw that Yi Jian had finally spoken. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said together with Yi Qingxian, I understand. I was foolish. It's good that you understand. Yi Jian smiled warmly and fixed his gaze on Yi Qingxian. Qingxian, go straight to the training room. You can come out when you reach the Duke realm. Yi Jian's smile was very gentle, and his tone was very calm. However, Yi Qingxian's face instantly turned purple. He had hoped that with his father's powerful return, he could once again become the rightful second young master and wander around the 13th Street all day long. He didn't expect to be directly confined. The Duke realm. He was only a first-level marshal. This was forcing him to his death. With his cultivation speed, he probably wouldn't be able to come out in less than 10 years. 10 years. Could it be that he had to rely on masturbation to solve his physiological problems for 10 years? Father, Lord Father, can I cultivate outside? I promise to work hard. Yi Qingxian's face turned ashen when he thought about how he would have to masturbate every day for 10 years. After a long period of silence, he finally mustered up the courage to speak. You have two choices. Either you do as I said just now, or you do as I said. Why don't you pack your things now and go straight to a small city by the border? You can stay there for the rest of your life and never return to the Yi clan castle. You can choose between the two options. Yi Jian picked up his teacup and continued to speak without even looking at Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian was dumbfounded. This second condition was even more ruthless than the first. He had heard from Yi Qinghuang that he was staying with a prostitute in a small border town. There were only about 10 of them, and they were all middle-aged women. If they were late, they would be out of stock. For a prodigal son like him who couldn't sleep without a beautiful woman, this was more terrifying than killing him. Therefore, he decisively chose the first option. Wasn't it just masturbating for 10 years? Could it be that he could break it? Buzz. As soon as Yi Qingxian left, Yi Jian immediately activated his Saint Realm and enveloped the entire room. At the same time, he examined with rapt attention and his expression turned serious. He asked coldly, Tell me, what happened to your body? Yi Qinghuang's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. The explanation he gave to his family was that when his dantian was pierced by Yi Qinghan, Yi Jian spent a huge price to buy a large number of elixirs for him to protect his meridians. Then, he coincidentally obtained a fire scale fruit, and the injuries in his meridians were completely healed. He had been training hard for the past few years to achieve such results. But he knew that many people in the family would doubt his words, not to mention fooling Yi Jian. Of course, he didn't intend to hide it from Yi Jian. Yi Qinghuang kowtowed heavily on the ground and said with a trembling voice, Father, it's a soul seed. Someone planted a soul seed in my body, and then used a strange elixir to forcefully increase my strength. Pa! Idiot! Idiot! Stupid pig! Yi Jian could no longer maintain the gentle smile he had been maintaining. He slapped Yi Qingguang and sent him flying. He cursed 3 times, and his face was as black as charcoal. God-slaying guard, you bastard! How dare you plant such a thing on my son? I'm not done with you. Yi Qingguang, did your brain turn into a pig's? Is this thing acceptable? You stupid pig! Why didn't I shoot you to the wall back then? The more Yi Jian spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he cursed and paced back and forth in the study. As if he wasn't appeased, he raised his leg and stomped on Yi Qingguang a few times. Father, please calm down. I was just eager for revenge. You don't know how much pain I've been in these few years. There were a few times when I wanted to just die. Yi Qingguang could only hold his head as Yi Jian kicked him. He didn't dare to dodge and spoke with a sobbing tone. Then why don't you just die? Do you want me to fulfill your wish now? Yi Jian was even angrier when he heard that. He kicked him a few times at lightning speed and scolded, "You've been in pain? I've been in more pain than you. If you hadn't done that stupid thing to Yi Qinghan back then, would I have stayed at the condemnation cliff for 6 years?" After scolding for a while, Yi Jian felt that scolding like this was beneath his dignity as a father. He stopped and grabbed Yi Qingguang with one hand. He released a trace of battle qi and started to check Yi Qingguang's body. After a while, he heaved a sigh of relief and said with a gloomy face, "God-slaying guard, at least you didn't go too far. If you used the soul elixir, Yi Qinghan, you wouldn't be able to live past 30. Humph. God-slaying guard? Isn't it Brother Chun?" Yi Qingguang murmured in pain but didn't dare to ask. Instead, he searched his body and took out an envelope. He handed it to Yi Jian and said, "The person who planted the soul seed in me said to give this to you." Humph. Yi Jian hesitated for a moment before he took the envelope and tore it open. He picked up the letter inside and read it carefully. However, the more he read, the darker his face became. In the end, he grabbed the letter and smashed it on the study table. The huge energy turned the letter and the study table into dust. Wood shavings flew in the air, and the study room was shrouded by an extremely oppressive aura. In the future, you better stay here obediently. Don't provoke anyone in the family. If there's a next time, I'll kill you personally. Don't ever doubt my words. I'll do what I say. Get out. After a moment of silence, Yi Jian waved his hand weakly and got Yi Qingguang to leave. Then, he faced the window alone with a complicated expression. He didn't move and stood there silently for a long time. Yi Jian was silent for a long time, but Yi Qinghan was silent for a while. Then, he stood up, and his expression became cheerful. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why Yi Qingguang was able to break through his constitution and increase his strength. He also couldn't figure out what kind of schemes Yi Jian would use against him and the people he wanted to protect in the future. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. He decided to use a domineering attitude to welcome the upcoming open spears and hidden attacks. He decided to use absolute strength to break through all the schemes. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was just fleeting clouds. He went upstairs and explained a few things to Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. After that, his figure flashed and he entered the Chilling Heart Pavilion. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted to increase his strength. He wanted to let all the conspiracies go to hell. He had already refined the spirit skin. The profound mystery of spatial lock was waiting for him to understand. As long as he understood the profound mystery of spatial lock and refined the pure energy from the spirit skin in his meridians, he would be able to reach the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm. His strength at the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm would be comparable to the 1st level of the Saint Realm after merging with his battle beast. At that time, if Yi Jian wanted to play with him, he would be able to play with him without any fear. Chapter 336. After entering the carefree pavilion and exchanging a few words with Elder Lu, Yi Qinghan entered the training room and began his cultivation. Refining the spirit skin had given him a new type of knowledge regarding the profound mysteries of space. It was just that this knowledge had been completely copied. It was as if he had obtained a book that explained the profound mysteries of space in detail, but he had yet to read or understand it. What he needed to do now was to finish reading the book and understand its meaning. Then, he would use the knowledge in the book to fight or assist him in battle. He sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. He immersed his mind into the profound mysteries of space in his mind and began to carefully comprehend it. Space is everywhere. Space is the most basic substance in this world. Once I comprehend the laws of space, where in the world can I not go? Anywhere. Space is made up of invisible substances, and every substance has its own soul and other forms of life. When you sincerely communicate with it, get close to it, understand it, and comprehend it, then it will get close to you, accept you, and be used by you. When these substances completely accept you, you can use them to change the order of substances in a space. Then, the trajectory of space in this space will be changed, and the substances used in the space will be frozen. This will then form the profound mysteries of space. Yi Qinghan had completely grasped the general theory of the profound mysteries of space after meditating for more than 10 days. But understanding the theory didn't mean that he had completely comprehended it. It was like understanding the structure of a car didn't mean that you could build one. In between, there was a process of trial and error. After meditating for another 2 days, Yi Qinghan went out of the carefree pavilion to check out the situation outside. He accompanied Yi Qingyu for an afternoon, and then brought Yi Qingwu back into the carefree pavilion. He and Yi Qingwu entered the training room. He had brought Yi Qingwu to the carefree pavilion a few times and cultivated for a period of time. The results were very obvious. After all, the vital energy here was the divine spirit energy of the God world. It was a grade higher than the heaven and earth vital energy of the flame dragon continent. Naturally, the cultivation speed here would be faster. Now that Yi Qingwu had reached the 3rd level of the Marquis realm, Yi Qinghan was prepared to let her cultivate until she went to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Anyone with his scent could enter the carefree pavilion. Yi Qingwu had intercourse with him countless times, so there was no problem. On the other hand, Yi Qingyu had not consummated their marriage, so she could not enter. Of course, Yi Qingyu had divine crystals in her body, so she could cultivate very quickly outside. There was no need for her to come in and cultivate. Phew, the smell here is so good. I feel so comfortable all over. Yi Qingwu came to the training room again. She was very excited. The atmosphere here made her feel like her body was soaking in a hot spring. It was very enjoyable. Hee, work hard on your cultivation, little girl. Not everyone can come to this place. The cultivation speed here is 10 times faster than outside. Yi Qinghan watched Yi Qingwu stretch, revealing the graceful curves of her body. He could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This girl was becoming more and more alluring after being nourished by him. 10 times? No wonder my cultivation speed is so fast. That's right, little Han. Last time, you only told me that this was a secret treasure you obtained. You did not tell me in detail. This is a cave abode? Or a secret space? Is this place so big? Yi Qingwu became interested when she heard this. She had come to the carefree pavilion a few times, and she had always been in this training room. Every time she asked Yi Qinghan, he would only give a vague explanation. Now that Yi Qinghan had taken the initiative to talk about it, she naturally wanted to know more. Yi Qinghan's nose twitched in embarrassment. Because of Elder Lu's existence, he did not explain too much to Yi Qingwu. However, since Yi Qingwu had formally asked about it, and he had also told Yi Qingyu about Elder Lu's existence, it did not matter much if he told Yi Qingwu now. After thinking for a while, he cautiously said, "Don't tell anyone else about what I told you. Yes, don't even tell your grandfather for the time being. If it gets out, there will be a big mess." Yes. Yi Qingwu saw that Yi Qinghan was being so cautious and that this place was so magical. She was certainly not a fool and understood the principle that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Actually, we are now in my carefree ring. This is the carefree pavilion, the small divine pavilion at the top of the god-slaying mountain. That day, when I was at the god-slaying mountain. Yi Qinghan began to explain in detail to Yi Qingwu. He explained everything in detail. Wow! After listening for a long time, Yi Qingwu finally understood that they were now in Yi Qinghan's carefree ring. This ring was not a space ring, but a space divine tool. After pondering for a while, she suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, "Damn little Han, you actually hid it from me for so long. Why didn't you bring me around the carefree pavilion?" Wow! This is the legendary Immortal Palace. Yi Qinghan was about to explain, but he was pulled up by Yi Qingwu and walked towards the main door. He hurriedly laughed bitterly, pressed the mechanism of the main door, and began to wander around with Yi Qingwu. The carefree pavilion had a main hall, 2 side halls, 12 rooms, 3 training rooms, 1 utility room, a front yard, and a backyard. Wow, wow! It's so beautiful. I can't imagine that I've become the mistress of this immortal palace. I don't care anymore, little Han. From now on, I'll stay here for half a month. This place is too beautiful, too beautiful. Yi Qingwu exclaimed from time to time as she looked around. She revealed an intoxicated expression when she saw all kinds of beautiful decorations and patterns around her. Hee, of course, you can. Xiao Wu, you've always been a goddess in my heart. A goddess naturally has to live in the immortal palace. Choose a room, and this room will belong to you in the future. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, his face full of smiles. He was very proud to be able to make his woman so happy. Okay. I want this room. Yi Qingwu chose a room. This room was a bedroom, and there was a jade bed that emitted a gentle light. There were all kinds of precious decorations inside, and it was too beautiful to behold. After walking around the room, Yi Qingwu suddenly saw 2 tightly closed doors in front of her. She asked curiously, "What are these 3 rooms for? Why are the doors closed? Can I go in and take a look?" This is Elder Lu's resting room that I told you about. Elder Lu is cultivating in seclusion, and I'll bring you to see him in the future. This is the room where I store my treasures, and all my treasures are in this small room. You can go in this room. Come, I'll show you my treasures. Yi Qinghan explained to Yi Qingwu, but he didn't say much about the 3rd room. That room was occupied by a coquettish and charming lady boss. He wasn't ready to tell them about the existence of Dark Moon yet, so he changed the topic and brought Yi Qingwu to tour around his treasure trove. They walked into the small room. There were countless small tables inside, and all kinds of different items were placed on the small tables. At the very front was a dazzling sword, followed by a long black saber. There were many other items behind them, and they were all the treasures that Yi Qinghan had collected. This room was equivalent to a spatial ring. If Yi Qinghan needed something, he only needed to sweep his thoughts into the room, and he could take it from there. Isn't this the sage arm guard that you obtained in the Divine City? Why didn't I see you using this thing? Oh, right, have you asked Elder Lu? Is this thing a treasure or not? Yi Qingwu suddenly saw a familiar item. This was the Vulcan arm guard that Yi Qinghan had spent 10,000 points to exchange for after the mansion battle. Chapter 337. This is a treasure. But Elder Lu doesn't know why it's so precious. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and took the Vulcan bracer from Yi Qingwu's hands. 10,000 points was a waste. Even Elder Lu, who was very knowledgeable in the divine world, didn't know the function of the Vulcan bracer. It must not be of much use. However, no matter what, Little Black felt that this was a good thing. Perhaps it would be useful in the future, so it was not certain. Without thinking too much, Yi Qinghan decided to wait for Little Black to finish digesting the black Kirin fruit before asking it properly. Xiao He had swallowed a black Kirin fruit that Lord Devour had given him after he returned from the Dark Castle. He was now slowly refining it. Yi Qinghan didn't disturb him unless it was time for a battle. After a battle, he would let him enter the beast space to continue cultivating. After a while, the two left the treasure pavilion. They wandered around for a while and went to the training room to cultivate. Spatial matter. Spatial matter control. Spatial lock. Yi Qinghan began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. He wasn't in a hurry to comprehend the fluctuations of space. It wouldn't be too late to comprehend it after he had finished comprehending it. During this period, Yi Qinghan also tried to look at the sandy beach in the rainy rain. However, just like before, he almost fainted after looking at it. He didn't dare to think too much and focused on comprehending it. While Yi Qinghan was cultivating in the carefree pavilion, the Yi family castle was peaceful. Yi Jian's strong return didn't bring any turmoil to the Yi family. Yi Tianlong was also surprised that he didn't give Yi Jian the position of Grand Elder. The Fire Dragon continent wasn't as crazy as before. They had almost found all the godly swords. As for Tu Qinjuan's death, the divine city kept it a secret. It didn't cause much of a commotion during the secret investigation. The only thing that could be mentioned was that during this period of time, the elder hall of the Yi family had started to get busy. They were making preparations for Yi Qinghan's marriage proposal to the Yu family. After all, marrying the Yu clan's holy maiden was a big deal, and the Yu clan was no longer the same as before. Yu Shishui had become a god, and the Yu clan's status had risen dramatically. Yu Qingxing was a disciple that Yu Shishui valued greatly, and her status was much higher than that of the other holy maidens. After a few rounds of elder hall meetings, countless orders were issued. The entire Yi family began to operate at high speed. The entire South House of Aries also began to get busy. For more than a month, Yi Qinghan didn't step out of the carefree pavilion, so he didn't have to worry about anything else. Cultivation was his top priority. I see. On this day, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed for a few days. He looked up to the sky and laughed for a long time, waking up Yi Qingwu, who was meditating in silence. What a wanton laugh. Little Han, you've successfully comprehended it? Yi Qingwu was startled for a moment, but then she stood up in pleasant surprise and walked towards Yi Qinghan. She was very excited to see her man continue to grow stronger and stronger. I've already mastered the profound mystery of spatial lock. Let me show you how powerful it is. Yi Qinghan's face was filled with excitement. He smiled wickedly as he watched Yi Qingwu walk over. Suddenly, a wisp of battle chi spread out from his body. It was like a formless shockwave, causing the space around him to tremble. Then, he waved one hand, and the space in front of Yi Qingwu suddenly fluctuated slightly. Yi Qingwu, who was running, suddenly seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. Her leg that was raised in the air continued to be raised, and even the smile on her face froze. She stood there like a statue of a real person. However, this state only lasted for a short second. The space around Yi Qingwu rippled again and returned to its original state. Yi Qingwu relied on the inertia to run forward. Yi Qingwu's footsteps were disorderly, and she almost fell. After staring blankly for a moment, her small mouth immediately curled up high, and she became angry. She flew over to Yi Qinghan and beat him, saying in a tender and angry voice, "Damn little Han, you actually used me as an experiment. However, this profound mystery is really awesome. Just now, I felt that my body couldn't move at all, only my brain could still think, so strange. Of course this mystery is awesome. The space rule is a supreme rule, and your strength is low, so of course you can completely lock onto me. However, I haven't completely mastered it yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem to lock onto you for a day or half a day." Yi Qinghan sighed regretfully. He had mastered this profound mystery of spatial lock, but to completely master it would still take some time. So terrifying. Yi Qingwu patted her chest and exclaimed. Being locked onto meant that she was a live target. She would be beaten for nothing. Then, she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Then wouldn't you be able to become a third-level emperor if you cultivated your battle aura? Wow! A 21-year-old third-level emperor. I'm afraid you're going to break the record again. No. I don't cultivate battle aura. I don't want to break through to third-level emperor in a short period of time. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said something that shocked Yi Qingwu. Why? Isn't it good to be strong? Yi Qingwu didn't understand and asked in surprise. It's not that it's not good to be strong. A complicated look appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes as he slowly explained, think about it. If I broke through to the third stage of the martial emperor realm, once the news spreads, the entire continent will suspect that I obtained the treasure of the Tanuki beast. If I didn't obtain the treasure of the Tanuki beast, how could my strength increase so quickly? The people of the divine city will definitely suspect that I killed Tu Qianjun. After all, I obtained the treasure from the civet beast's mouth, so I definitely have the strength to kill Tu Qianjun. Moreover, I have an irreconcilable grudge with Tu Qianjun, so I will become the #1 suspect. Then, my life and the Yi family's life will be very difficult in the future. Oh, I see. Yi Qingwu nodded. She thought that Yi Qinghan was very thoughtful. He had comprehended the profound mystery of spatial law, and he had the carefree pavilion and the energy from the spirit skin. He could cultivate his battle aura any time in a short period of time. Now was the time to hide his strength. I plan to cultivate my battle aura after comprehending the profound mystery of spatial wave. Hee. By then, I will be a Saint tier elite. Combined with my body fusion battle technique, spatial lock, and spatial wave, I won't be afraid of the massacre god guards. So what if the people of the continent know that I killed Tu Qianjun? As for the Divine Master too, with his status, he probably won't attack a junior like me, right? Yi Qinghan began to formulate the next step of his cultivation plan. For the sake of Dark Moon, he had already made up his mind to cultivate diligently. When he was strong enough, he would go to the Divine City and have a peak battle with the Divine Master to remove Dark Moon's soul seed. Now that he wasn't strong enough, he could only keep a low profile and advance step by step. Little Han, congratulations on successfully comprehending the profound mystery. Hee, continue to work hard. Someone is looking for you outside. Just as Yi Qinghan was pondering, Elder Lu's voice sounded in his mind. Yi Qinghan told Yi Qingyu to go to his room and call him if she needed anything. He asked Elder Lu to release a sliver of his divine sense outside. If someone probed or Yi Qingyu came in, he would be alerted to go out. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Yi Qingwu, and said, well, Yi Qingwu, I'm going out for a while. Do you want to continue cultivating, or do you want to go out with me? Go ahead. I'll continue cultivating and try to break through to the Emperor tier as soon as possible. Yi Qingwu smiled gently and sat cross-legged. She had decided to cultivate diligently. After all, Yi Qingyu was getting stronger and stronger. She would become a god in a few years' time. Moreover, Yu Qingxing's cultivation method was very strange. She didn't want to be left behind by the two of them. This was obviously her jealousy. After giving Yi Qingwu a few words of encouragement, Yi Qinghan dashed out of the carefree pavilion and saw Yi Qingyu looking around in his room. When Yi Qingyu saw him suddenly appearing in the room, she was shocked. She exclaimed, brother, you know how to teleport? Have you become a god? Silly girl, do you think that becoming a god is really about comprehending the heavenly Tao? I'll explain it to you in the future. What's the matter? Yi Qinghan was annoyed and amused at the same time. He caressed Yi Qingyu's head and kissed her forehead intimately. Brother, you have so many secrets. You've cultivated too much. Today is the day you're going to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Everyone in the clan is waiting for you outside. Hurry up and get ready to go. Yi Qingyu giggled, twisted her body, and said shyly. Cultivation is really timeless. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. I'm going to take a bath. Wait for me. Let's go to the tranquil lake island and see that poisonous peach blossom. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with a longing light. That peach blossom had disappeared in March. He missed it very much. Chapter 338. East of Ecstasy City, on Tranquil Lake Island. Yu Qingxing was calmly playing the zither by the lakeside. Facing the beautiful and tranquil lake, her pure face inadvertently revealed an intoxicating smile. Today, she was not wearing her usual peach-colored dress. Instead, she was wearing a white one. However, she still had a tacky peach blossom on her head, which made her look even more beautiful. At this time, she did not play the breaking the formation song, but a gentle and beautiful song. The melodious sound of the zither sounded faintly by the lake, gliding across the quiet lake, spreading far away, and then bouncing back, bringing with it a lingering sound. After the song was over, Yu Qingqing stood there quietly. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her snow-white dress to dance. Her beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. This smile could topple cities and countries. Clap. 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 What a beautiful song. Girl, you're thinking of your lover. 3 claps came from behind her, followed by a teasing laugh. Oh, I'm not coming anymore. Clan leader, you're teasing Qingqing. Yu Qingqing was startled. She turned around and discovered that Yu Shishui was looking at her with a teasing smile on her face. She immediately blushed and became embarrassed. Which young man is not in love? Which young girl is not in love? What's there to be embarrassed about? Since the heavens had created men and women, it was to let them find their other halves, hold their hands, grow old together, and live together in this noisy world. Qingqing, Yi Qinghan is not bad. Cherish him. Yes, clan leader's words are very reasonable. Qingqing was fortunate enough to find her true love. I will definitely do my best to protect this relationship. Yu Qingqing nodded lightly, her eyes filled with determination. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked Yu Shishui, clan leader, have you ever loved someone before? Someone I've loved before? Yu Shishui felt a bit disappointed when she was suddenly asked this question. The stubborn face of a black-robed elder floated into her mind. She said somewhat sorrowfully, I did in the past, but I couldn't let go of the position of clan leader. He was also the clan leader's successor back then, so in the end, we had no choice but to part ways. Then you can redeem yourself now. Now that you have become a god, you can let go of many things. Of course, you can pursue your love and happiness. When she saw Yu Shishui's despondent expression, Yu Qingqing also felt sad. Yu Shishui had ruined her entire life of happiness and suffering for the sake of the Yu clan. It's different now. He's already the patriarch and has countless grandchildren. There are some things that you won't be able to have again once you miss them. Yu Shishui shook her head, her expression somewhat desolate. Patriarch, I still think that you have to fight for your own happiness. If you don't fight for it, you will regret it. Instead of spending the rest of my life in regret and sadness, I might as well. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but feel her heart ache as she gazed at Yu Shishui's beautiful face. She began to persuade Yu Shishui. I hope she will be brave enough to pursue her happiness. But, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a strange song from afar. She looked towards the quiet lake angrily, but when she looked, her face turned red. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato, so red that it even outshone the peach blossoms on her head. Hey, little sister over there. Listen to me, today. I'm here to ask for your hand in marriage. The birds in the sky have formed a pair. I'm going to take little sister home. Countless small boats quickly rowed across the quiet lake. A delicate and handsome youth stood in front of the boat at the very front. He was dressed in a bright red robe, with a red crown on his head and red leather boots on his feet. There was even a large red flower pinned to his chest. At this moment, he was holding a large bouquet of red roses in his hands. He was singing a strange love song as he waved the roses in his hands and gazed in the direction of the lake. If this wasn't Yi Qinghan, who else could it be? He, the Yi clan's marriage proposal is quite unique. Qingqing, why don't you go dress up and welcome your little lover? Yu Shishui giggled as her entire body swayed. It took her some effort to suppress her laughter before she began to tease Yu Qingqing again. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan, who was dressed strangely and singing a strange love song, and giggled, Pfft. I'm not coming anymore, clan leader. I'm going back. How embarrassing. When she heard Yu Shishui's teasing, her face became even redder. She stamped her feet, lifted her dress, and ran away happily. Eh? Why did she run away? Was my love song too forceful? Did I scare little sister away? When Yi Qinghan saw that Yu Qingxing had actually turned around and ran away as soon as she saw him, he couldn't help but stop waving his hands. His body squirmed a little as he fiddled with his clothes. These clothes made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and it took him a while to get used to them. He turned around and said to Yi Chang and Tian Qing behind him, "You little brat, don't you know any other love songs? I'm getting goosebumps from your singing. It would be strange if your little wife didn't run away." Yi Chang, who was behind him, also felt a wave of discomfort as he glared at Yi Qinghan. Ahem, ahem. Young clan leader's love song has a special charm to it. Tian Qing's face was also filled with black lines, and his face was slightly red as he spoke. "Damn, it's all your fault. You forced me to dress like this, and I even had to sing a love song. This is the only song I know when it comes to marriage proposals. Do whatever you want." Yi Qinghan's face was also filled with black lines. When he had arrived at Enchanting City this morning, the Yi family's master of ceremonies had made him wear a large red robe, and had even explained many rules to him. He said that this was the Fire Dragon Continent's marriage proposal etiquette, and that he absolutely could not be disrespectful. Tian Qing and Yi Chang, as the vice elders of the Yi family's Hall of Battle and Hall of Torture, were naturally duty-bound to become the Yi family's representatives this time. They had brought countless treasures to the Yu family to ask for the saint's hand in marriage. In less than an hour, all the ships had reached the shore. Countless elders and disciples of the Yu family had already arrived, and started to welcome the Yi family's envoy. They had even specially organized a band to welcome them with gongs and drums. It was a very lively scene. Yi Qinghan's face was full of smiles. Under the arrangement of the two families' masters of ceremonies, he performed countless etiquettes, such as pouring water, sprinkling flowers, and serving tea. After a few hours, he had finally completed all the complicated etiquettes. He was so tired that he felt as if he had just fought a big battle with a large group of people. After all the etiquettes were done, it was almost time to eat. Although it was said to be a meal, Yi Qinghan actually didn't eat a single mouthful of rice. He had been holding a wine cup and taking turns to toast table after table. He was smiling non-stop, and cup after cup of strong liquor entered his stomach. He was smiling so much that his face was cramping, and his head was spinning. "All right, for the sake of marrying my wife, I will endure." Yi Qinghan forcefully endured the urge to vomit and was in a bad mood. He was tossed around for more than 2 hours, but he originally thought that since the banquet was over, he could rest for a while and take an afternoon nap or something. In the end, in the afternoon, he was dragged to the Yu family's ancestral shrine, saying that he wanted to worship the ancestors. He had to burn incense and kowtow. After being busy for an entire afternoon, his head was already swollen. In the end, the banquet started, and he had to toast again, "All right, I will endure." However, when Yi Qinghan pretended to be drunk and left early, preparing to sneak into the West Court and crawl into Yu Qingxing's boudoir to talk about his lovesickness, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of masked women, saying that they couldn't meet before marriage. He decided not to endure anymore as he cursed in his heart. Why couldn't he even see his wife? What kind of marriage was this? He couldn't endure anymore, there was no need to endure anymore. He didn't stand on ceremony anymore, and immediately merged with his beast. With a spiritual confusion, this group of masked women all fainted. Yi Qinghan took small steps and slowly walked into Yu Qingxing's boudoir. Looking sideways, the room was filled with the faint fragrance of peach blossoms. In front of a dressing table beside a big red bed, Yu Qingxing was sitting shyly in front of a bronze mirror, looking like a spring flower. Chapter 339. Xiao Xian, didn't you say you went to see the son-in-law? Why are you back so soon? When Yu Qingxing heard the footsteps, she thought that it was her personal maid coming in. After asking, she lowered her head shyly and murmured, "It's better if I don't go and see. He is dressed so ugly today, and he even sang such an awful song. I wonder where he learned it from. Isn't he ashamed of his brother and sister's name?" Yi Qinghan snickered but didn't say anything. He only looked at Yu Qingqing's hair that was tied up in a high bun and her snow-white neck. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I reckon he must be drunk now and sleeping soundly. The elders are really too much. Why can't we meet before the wedding? Doesn't that mean there are still 3 months before I can see him? Sigh. Xiao Xian, let's not talk anymore. I'm tired and going to sleep. Help me undress. Yu Qingqing looked at the bronze mirror and caressed her black hair. She was sometimes happy and sometimes angry. Yi Qinghan almost cried out when he heard that. His nose felt hot and 2 streams of blood almost gushed out. He quickly wiped his mouth and walked over while trembling. He hesitated for a moment and stretched out his hands. He stepped over Yu Qingqing's shoulders and was about to undo the buttons on her chest. Yu Qingqing was obviously thinking of some embarrassing scenes at this moment. She actually closed her eyes and smiled. Sometimes she was shy, sometimes she was happy, and sometimes she was angry. Her expression was constantly changing. Yi Qinghan became even more excited. He slightly trembled as he undid the 2 buttons on Yu Qingqing's collar. He gently opened them, revealing a dazzling snow-white skin and a translucent and cute underwear. Under the underwear, 2 plump breasts were vividly visible. And at the very front of the breasts, 2 pink pearls were faintly discernible. It was very captivating. Gulp. Yi Qinghan looked down from above and his head felt like it was struck by lightning. His little brother below was like a frightened child. He stood up straight and pressed against Yu Qingqing's waist. His throat moved up and down, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. His 2 hands involuntarily passed through Yu Qingqing's palace skirt and undergarments, and directly went inside, grasping 2 plump places. Oh. At this moment, Yu Qingqing was wondering if she should sneak out and have a rendezvous with her lover in the moonlight. Her waist was suddenly pressed against a hard object, and she was a little dazed. It wasn't until the 2 lumps of snow in front of her chest were grasped by 2 large hands, and the 2 sensitive spots at the top of the snow were being plucked by the 2 large hands, that she completely woke up. She involuntarily let out a cry, but she was like a frightened rabbit, suddenly bouncing up. Her beautiful face, which had lost all color, suddenly widened her eyes and looked over. Hee hee. Don't call me little Qingqing, it's me. Yi Qinghan withdrew his hands and rubbed them together as if he had not had enough. He smiled shamefully, but his eyes were still staring at Yu Qingqing's half-exposed snow-white chest. Yu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and then cried out in alarm. She hurriedly used one hand to cover her chest, and the other hand to clumsily fasten her robe. Her entire face and neck looked as if they were on fire, and they were dazzlingly red. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. What's that? Hee hee, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I've been missing you. So. I came over to see you, but you asked me to undress you. Hee hee, I didn't mean it. Yi Qinghan was like a thief who had been caught, and his face turned red as he said with some embarrassment. You still haven't gotten out. Yu Qingqing turned her face away, and angrily stamped her feet. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan walking out, she stamped her feet again and shouted, "Come back. Eldest miss, should I go in or go out? You are making me very confused." Yi Qinghan spread out his hands, and his innocent expression made Yu Qingqing burst into laughter. "Qinghan, how did you come in? I remember that there were guards outside, and it was my clan's elder who was guarding against a pervert like you." Yu Qingqing smiled sweetly, and then rolled her eyes. Her happy and angry expression made Yi Qinghan stare blankly once again. "Little darling, I missed you." Yi Qinghan's eyes were deep as the ocean, and with a mushy word of love, he successfully removed Yu Qingqing's defense. He took a few steps forward, and wrapped his arms around Yu Qingqing's slender waist. With a very magnetic voice, he said in a deep voice, "Don't even mention this simple short wall of your clan, and a few small guards. If I want to see you, even if you are at the peak of the northern plains, or the extreme of the southern seas, I will still risk my life to see you. In this lifetime, you will not be able to escape from my palm." "Oh, As Yu Qingqing listened to Yi Qinghan's words of love, her eyes gradually became misty. Her eyes were half closed, and her red lips were slightly opened, making her look extremely alluring. When Yi Qinghan saw this, how could he let go of this good opportunity? He kissed her gently and greedily, sucking on her lovely lips and tasting the fragrance in her mouth. For a moment it was as if he had eaten the most delicious delicacy in the world. After a long time, their lips parted, and Yu Qingqing's body became soft. Her chest heaved up and down, and she closed her eyes as she leaned on Yi Qinghan's chest, as if she was still immersed in the wonderful taste from earlier. After a while, she recovered and said shyly, "I'm not coming anymore, you scoundrel, always coaxing me with words of love, and taking advantage of me. You are so bad. Why aren't you going back? If my clan's elder finds out, how am I going to face him? Then I want to go, little baby. 3 months later, I will come to marry you, and I will definitely make you the happiest woman in this world." Yi Qinghan, having seen her and tasted enough, was satisfied, and left. He directly used form transposition and flashed out of the northern courtyard. Then, he sneakily returned to the pavilion that the Yu clan had arranged for him. After lying on the bed for a long time, he found that he still couldn't fall asleep. Obviously, he had been aroused by Yu Qingqing just now, and this fire couldn't be vented, and it was suffocating, tossing and turning, the night was long, and he couldn't sleep. He got up, scratched his head, and directly entered the training room of the free and unfettered pavilion. In the empty training room, only Yi Qingwu was sitting there alone. She sat cross-legged on the smooth floor, and her 2 slender and fair legs dazzled his eyes. Without saying much, he rushed over, directly grabbed Yi Qingwu by the waist, and rushed outside. Little Han, what are you doing? I am still cultivating. Yi Qingwu woke up with a start, and found that Yi Qinghan was rushing outside with her in his arms. She knew what he was going to do, and hurriedly began to beat him, shouting unwillingly. "Little Wu, don't move, there is a serious matter." Yi Qinghan suddenly looked at Yi Qingwu with a serious expression, and said very seriously, causing Yi Qingwu to be stunned. She asked very doubtfully, "What serious matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Today, I observed the celestial phenomena at night, and calculated the 5 elements. Combined with my recent cultivation experience, I finally successfully comprehended 3 moves, invincible moves that can shock the heavens and the earth, and make ghosts and gods weep." Yi Qinghan laughed, his face full of lewdness. He licked his lips, and said mysteriously, "If I don't master them, I will immediately cultivate with you. These 3 moves. You must not teach them to others. These 3 moves are called, Old Man Pushing the Cart, Guanyin Sitting on the Lotus, Singing Ape Hugging the Tree. You big bad guy." Although Yi Qingwu didn't know what Yi Qinghan was talking about, she knew it was definitely not something good, and hurriedly became angry, her body swaying non-stop. Yi Qinghan laughed, and directly flashed into the bedroom, threw Yi Qingwu onto the jade bed, and pounced on her. For a moment, the whole room was filled with spring. Chapter 340. After resting for a night on the tranquil lake island, the Yi family members were satisfied. Their faces were glowing as they reluctantly embarked on their journey back to Tsung City. Last night, the Yu family was very courteous and generous. They brought over a large number of red plaque women from the Moon House. Everyone had a share and enjoyed themselves crazily for a night. Didn't you see? Yi Tianqing was already an old man, but he didn't stop smiling along the way. His face seemed to have become more than 10 years younger, just like an old tree that was blooming. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, didn't receive any top-notch entertainment. Last night, he and Yi Qingwu had an intimate night, and he was a little sad about parting. He didn't say much and just stood quietly at the bow, watching the beautiful tranquil lake island disappear into the distance. The wedding was set. It would be held in 3 months. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was very resentful of the customs of the Fire Dragon continent. Why couldn't they see each other before the wedding? It was so stifling. As the fleet gradually went further away, a slim figure appeared in the green forest by the lake. She was dressed in pink and held a jade zither in her hand. Her face was full of sadness. Yu Qingsheng looked into the distance and spread her fingers on the zither. Suddenly, a sonorous song sounded and spread to the surroundings, reaching the distant tranquil lake. It was the song Yi Qinghan sang during the Summer Fire Festival, Break the Formation. Hearing this familiar song, Yi Qinghan's eyes became wet. He raised his head high and looked at the pink figure by the lake. He silently said 4 words, "Wait for me." Qingsheng. After leaving the enchantment city, the Yi family's fleet didn't move slowly. They rushed all the way, day and night, and used 10 days to rush back to Tsang City. Back in Tsang City, Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do, so he directly went back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion to cultivate. However, the whole Yi family was busy. The wedding date was set. It would be less than 3 months later. At that time, Yi Qinghan would marry Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu at the same time. One was the saintess of the Yu clan, the other was the eldest daughter of the Yi clan, and the last one was even more extraordinary, the one who was about to become the second deity of the Yi clan, Yi Qingyu. Yi Tianlong had already given the order that this wedding would be held with the highest standards. It had to be super grand, the first in history. They weren't afraid of spending money. The Yi family didn't lack money at the moment. What they wanted was grandeur and grandeur. Since the chief said that he was not short of money, then things were easy to do. He threw a large amount of purple crystal coins. The entire house of Aries was bustling with activity. The Yi family's castle was flooded with carriages and horses every day. Countless goods were transported into the castle. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was once again lavishly decorated. It was resplendent and luxurious. It was as luxurious as the Godly Lord Pavilion in the God City. The Yi family was extremely busy, but Yi Qinghan was very leisurely. Because it was a marriage proposal, Yi Qinghan didn't bring Yi Qingyu along. This time, he came back to accompany her for 2 days. After that, he began to cultivate in the carefree pavilion. Yi Qingyu didn't feel restless because of the approaching wedding. Instead, she was influenced by Yi Qinghan and became even more diligent in her cultivation. She decided to break through to the Saint Realm before the wedding and give Yi Qinghan a surprise. Freeze. In the training room, Yi Qinggu was chased to the bedroom by Yi Qinghan to cultivate, while he was cultivating alone. At this moment, the huge space was filled with countless fist-sized thorn birds. Yi Qinghan stood in the middle of the field, releasing his battle chi from time to time. He waved his hand and locked onto the thorn birds that were flying randomly in the air. These thorn birds were very small, half the size of a palm. Their attack power was very low, but their speed was very fast. They could almost reach the speed of an Emperor Realm martial artist. This was what Yi Qinghan wanted the Yi family to buy for him. It was used to cultivate spatial locking. Freeze, freeze, freeze. After a period of stabilizing, Yi Qinghan's spatial locking profound mysteries had clearly made great progress. With a wave of his hand, countless thorn birds were frozen in midair. They didn't fly, nor did they fall. It was very strange. If people outside saw this, they would think that they had seen a ghost. He kept waving his hands, and the space around him shook. Thorn birds were constantly locked in the air, and they flew away in panic after being locked. Yi Qinghan was having a lot of fun. This scene reminded him of the 6-pulse divine sword he had seen on TV in his previous life. However, if Duan Yu appeared in front of him, he would probably be killed in an instant. After cultivating for about 2 hours, Yi Qinghan felt a little tired. He stopped and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Using spatial locking not only consumed battle chi, but it also consumed a lot of mental energy. If he used it too much, he would feel extremely tired and drowsy. However, he didn't dare to sleep. He forced himself to focus and began cultivating. Elder Lu had told him that this was a good time to cultivate, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. After cultivating for a few hours, he slowly opened his eyes. He immediately felt refreshed. Spatial locking was close to the great success stage. All he needed now was more practice, and he would be able to completely master it. He was no longer in a hurry to comprehend it. Instead, he began to comprehend the fluctuations of space. He had comprehended the profound mysteries of spatial locking when he had been tortured by Elder Lu on the fallen god mountain. He had combined it with the strange phenomenon that had descended when Yushishue had become a god. Even though he had touched the surface of it, and his mind had occasionally flashed with inspiration, allowing him to roughly determine the frequency, angle, and speed of an enemy's attacks, trying to comprehend it now was like groping around in the dark. He had no idea where to start. After thinking hard for a while, he realized that he still had no clue. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, a little embarrassed, and rubbed his chin. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of a problem and exclaimed, "That's right. Even though I'm still at the first level of the Imperial Realm, my comprehension of the nomological laws has already reached the third level. Why don't I try to comprehend the rain on the beach painting? Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something." Yi Qinghan cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and focused all his attention on his eyes. He began to look at the smooth wall on the left. Slowly, the smooth wall on the left began to glow with a gentle light. Yi Qinghan's vision began to blur. He had arrived in that illusory or real world again. This was a beach. The sea in the distance seemed calm, but there seemed to be huge waves crashing into the sky. It was surreal. However, torrential rain fell from the sky from time to time. Large raindrops fell rapidly from the sky, smashing heavily on the beach and forming circular holes in the sand. Pa, pa, pa. Yi Qinghan seemed to hear the sound of rain falling on the yellow sand. At this time, his mind suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery in front of him disappeared again, and he saw a smooth wall again. My strength has improved, so I can see the painting a little more clearly now. But, why don't I understand anything? And the waves? Why do they disappear after one moment? The rain also stops after one moment. It's so strange. Yi Qinghan shook his dizzy head and hung it down helplessly. The profound mystery painting left behind by the Soul Emperor was indeed incomparably profound. He was about to reach the third level of the Imperial Realm, but he still couldn't understand anything. Sighing, Yi Qinghan prepared to go out for a walk. At this time, he suddenly froze. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He shouted absent-mindedly, "Xiao, you're finally done cultivating? Come out quickly. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you so much." Chapter 341. Haha. Boss, I've finally finished my training. I missed you so much too. Following that, a faint shadow leaked out from Yi Qinghan's chest. A cute little beast slowly condensed and finally took shape in the air. It transformed into a shadow and pounced into Yi Qinghan's bosom. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He immediately hugged Xiaohei's head and caressed it. After several months, Xiaohei's body hadn't changed at all. It was only a little bigger than a palm, but its fur had become darker and shinier. There was a faint light moving around it. The horn on its head had also grown longer and thicker. Its dark eyes were filled with affection and joy. Lord Devour had given Xiaohei 5 black Kirin fruits in the Dark Castle. On the way, Yi Qinghan had given Xiaohei 1. After that, Xiaohei had been in the battle space, digesting this spirit fruit that was many times better than the dragon crystal. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiaohei was digesting the spirit fruit and cultivating normally. That was why he didn't call him. Every time he finished a battle and cancelled the battle beast fusion, he would let him return to the battle beast space to continue cultivating. After several months, Xiaohei had finally finished cultivating and came out. "How is it?" "Xiaohei, this black Kirin fruit tastes good, right?" Yi Qinghan held Xiaohei up high and chuckled. "Boss, this fruit is indeed a treasure. Its energy is many times more than the dragon crystal. I've only consumed the energy initially. There's still a lot of energy left in my body. I need to digest it slowly." Xiaohei's 2 small eyes rolled around, full of smiles. However, it seemed to think of something after hearing the news. It said with shame, "Boss, this spirit fruit isn't like the dragon crystal. Its energy is released slowly. That's why it didn't overflow to you like last time when I refined the dragon crystal. Hee, Xiao Hei, you don't need to say more. Isn't yours mine? If you're strong, then I'm strong. Plus, I got something good this time. Hee, I'm about to break through to the 3rd level Emperor realm. I just haven't refined the energy in my body yet. Seeing that Xiao Hei was always thinking of him, Yi Qinghan stroked Xiao Hei's head, feeling extremely proud in his heart. He was proud to have such a good beast and such a good brother. Wow, boss, you've become so powerful. You almost caught up to me. Gigi. Little Black blinked his eyes and cried out in surprise. He mischievously transmitted his voice. Of course, who's your boss? Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Suddenly, he was stunned and asked in disbelief, what? Catch up to you? Your realm is higher than mine? Of course, don't you know who my boss is? Huh, boss, I'm ashamed, I've already broken through to the level of a holy beast. Don't be discouraged. Xiao Hei jumped out of Yi Qinghan's hand, then turned into a shadow and flashed into the sky. Suddenly, countless Xiao Hei appeared in the sky. They were actually after images. Their speed was frightening, scaring the thorn birds in the sky. Damn, this black Qilin fruit is too amazing. You've already reached the level of a holy beast after consuming less than half of your energy? I remember that you were only at the lower rank 8 a few months ago, right? Ignoring Xiao Hei's teasing, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth wide and licked his lips in disbelief when he saw Xiao Hei's flickering figure in the sky. Hee, actually, I haven't completely reached the level of a holy beast. Only my body and speed have reached it. My soul strength is still growing slowly. I think I need some time to digest the energy in my body before I can completely reach the lower rank of a holy beast. Xiao Hei was obviously very satisfied with his current speed. He kept flashing in the sky, chasing a group of thorn birds until they had nowhere to go. Huh, good. Your strength has reached the level of a holy beast. When I cultivate my battle chi and reach the 3rd level of the Emperor realm one day, our body fusion technique will definitely be able to instantly kill a 1st level Saint Realm expert. Xiao Hei, don't you think we're too abnormal? Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. Xiao Hei's strength had skyrocketed, which also meant that his strength had skyrocketed. How could he not be happy? Damn, boss, you have to understand that I'm a divine beast. Once I reach adulthood, I'll automatically step into the god realm. Instantly killing a Saint Realm expert is just a piece of cake. Hearing Xiao Hei's teasing words, Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed like that was the case. Actually, it wasn't him who was abnormal, it was Xiao Hei who was abnormal. He secretly made up his mind to train hard and strive to step into the god realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by his own war beast. Xiao Hei's breakthrough and awakening brought Yi Qinghan infinite joy and passion. Thus, he cultivated even more desperately. Hence, after a few days, a strange scene appeared in the technique training room. Swoosh! A square table made of white jade and a few long benches were placed beside the wall of the technique training room. The table was filled with all kinds of precious spirit fruits. Elder Lu sat at the side, leisurely drinking tea. Xiao Hei was sprawled on the table, munching on a white fruit. Yi Qinggu, on the other hand, was not sitting. Instead, she looked at the field with a worried expression. In the field, Yi Qinghan was dressed in black, which perfectly outlined his slender and sturdy body. He was running around in the spacious technique training room. Sometimes, he would jump up, sometimes, he would run down. Sometimes, he would do difficult somersaults. Of course, he would also groan in pain from time to time. This was because a black metal rod kept appearing in the space behind him, ruthlessly smashing down on him and chasing after him. That's right, Yi Qinghan had been provoked by Xiao Hei. He was not satisfied with his current speed of understanding the profound mysteries, so he decided to continue using the stupidest method, getting beaten up. In the God-slaying mountain, he had been beaten up for more than half a year, but it had allowed him to understand a little of the profound mysteries of space. During this half a year of continuous beatings, he was constantly calculating the frequency, angle, and speed of Elder Lu's attacks. Moreover, he had successfully dodged a few of Elder Lu's attacks, which scared Elder Lu silly. Now, he decided to continue to be beaten up. He wanted to understand the profound mysteries of space while being beaten up, and continue to grow in pain. Suddenly, he was hit hard again. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and he continued to run forward like a bolt of lightning. Inwardly, he thought that the saying, "When the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will surely torment his will and tire his muscles and bones," was indeed correct. He seemed to be the top genius of the continent, the top elite of the Earth rankings. But, who would understand how he had cultivated to this point? Little Han. Can you still do it? If you can't, then rest for a while. Don't work so hard. Yi Qingwu was watching Yi Qinghan getting beaten up every day for the past few days. Today alone, Yi Qinghan had been beaten up hundreds of times. She felt extremely distressed. However, with old Lu beside her, she could not express her feelings. She could only bite her lips and feel anxious. Hee, little girl, don't be anxious. Sit down and eat some fruits. Elder Lu chuckled and waved at Yi Qingwu. He said gently, don't worry too much. Little Han has the soul ring, so he will recover in a moment. He will only feel some pain, but he is used to it. What you need to do is not to be anxious, but to encourage and support him. Because, this is the path he has chosen. Yi Qingwu said worriedly, but Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not hear her. He continued to roll up and down, looking battered and exhausted. In fact, he was able to narrowly avoid Elder Lu's final strike many times. The moment the metal rod touched his body, it would slide away, avoiding the most severe injuries. But it was obvious that he had not fully understood the space ripple. Otherwise, he would have been able to avoid the metal rod from touching his body. Elder Lu, stop. Just as Yi Qingwu was about to say something, suddenly, Yi Qinghan stopped moving. He shouted loudly and let go of the metal rod on his back. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Yi Qinghan's sudden change startled the two humans and the beast. Elder Lu smiled and sighed, little girl, I was right, wasn't I? Look, I've comprehended something. Chapter 342. It can't be. He had another epiphany. Then, doesn't that mean he has to comprehend the profound mysteries of space and cultivate his battle chi? Then he can break through to the sage realm? Heavens, a sage in his 20s, this. Yi Qingwu was shocked when she heard Elder Lu's words. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Silly lass, do you think comprehending the profound mysteries is child's play? Elder Lu rolled his eyes when he saw the excited Yi Qingwu. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, actually, I realized that many people in the Flame Dragon continent have a wrong understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Is that so? Can you explain it to me, Elder? Yi Qingwu's interest was piqued. She had always looked up to this Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Now that he was talking about cultivation, she was naturally very excited. She calmed down and listened attentively. Many people in the continent think that comprehending the laws of heaven and earth is the same as comprehending the Tao. Actually, this is a wrong way of thinking. Elder Lu was very satisfied with Yi Qingwu's admiring gaze. He started to explain. What is the heavenly Tao? Who can comprehend it? You people say that comprehending the Tao can make one a sage. Are all sages? Wrong. According to your explanation, not all sages are sages who have seen through the world and have attained the Tao. Are all sages good? Do they have no emotions and desires? According to your understanding, the world is at peace. The laws of heaven and earth are the laws of heaven and earth, not the heavenly Tao. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth will only make you stronger. At the same time, your desires may be stronger. There are billions of sky gods in the 6 continents of the divine world. According to your explanation, they are all gods, one realm higher than sages. Why don't they seek the Tao every day? Instead, they keep on killing. The increase in one's cultivation realm only represents one's strength, not their character. In this world, there is no such thing as good or evil. The strong rule. According to the legends, one can become a god immediately with the heavenly Tao. However, the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth had to be comprehended step by step, deduced step by step, and comprehended step by step. This was not something that could be achieved in one go. Yi Qinghan's space ripple is only at the beginner level. Even if he had an epiphany now, he would only be able to comprehend a sliver of it at most. He would still be a distance away from the minor mastery, let alone the major mastery. Do you understand now, lass? Elder Lu's long speech had enlightened Yi Qinggu, as if she had been enlightened. In an instant, he understood many things. It turned out that the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth were not the legendary heavenly Tao, but a method to strengthen oneself through cultivation. At this moment, she was no longer in awe of the laws of heaven and earth. She was even more confident in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan's epiphany lasted for a day and a night. Over the past few days, he had been constantly being chased by Elder Lu. At every moment, he had been sensing the spatial frequencies and vibrations caused by Elder Lu's attacks in his mind. From there, he could determine the angle, speed, and strength of Elder Lu's attacks. At that moment, he thought of the raindrops falling on the beach and the painting of rain hitting the beach, and he felt a little enlightened. Of course, he immediately asked Elder Lu to stop. He started to deduce, calculate, and simulate in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he smiled contentedly. Although this cultivation was a little painful, the results were obvious. As for the pain in his body, he did not care. He had been in pain for so many years, and he was already used to it. Hello, Elder Lu. Xiao Wu, you are here too. Xiao Hei, you are still so fond of eating. He turned around and saw Elder Lu looking at him with a smile. Yi Qinggu was sitting at the side, playing with her cup in boredom. Xiao Hei was still holding a spirit fruit and eating it. Although Lord Jiao had instructed him not to eat these miscellaneous foods, Yi Qinghan did not stop Xiao Hei. After all, a life without hobbies and interests was not a happy one. Little Han, you are awake? How is it? Do you have a big surprise for us? Yi Qinggu suddenly heard Yi Qinghan's voice. She turned around and shouted happily, pouncing over. What do you mean by awake? There is no big surprise. I just had some enlightenment. Elder Lu, come and try. Let's see if you have improved. Yi Qinghan held Yi Qinggu's hand and smiled. Then, he looked at Elder Lu with a face full of fighting spirit. Hee, be careful. Elder Lu laughed. With a wave of his hand, a black iron rod appeared in his hand. He swung it forward, and it disappeared in the air again. Yi Qinghan quickly put on a serious expression and pushed Yi Qinggu to the side. His lower body exerted strength, and battle aura surrounded him. His whole body was like a leopard as he dashed forward. Swish! While he was in midair, the space behind him suddenly fluctuated. A black iron rod suddenly appeared and ruthlessly smashed toward his back. Yi Qinghan did not panic. His face was calm, but a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he made a very strange move. He waved his left hand to the left, and his body made use of the counterforce of the battle aura to roll in the air. He narrowly dodged the iron rod. The iron rod brushed past his body, and only a small part of his robe was touched. Beautiful! Yi Qinggu, who was watching from the side, could not help but exclaim in a low voice, beautiful. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not hear Yi Qinggu's words. His expression did not change. Just as his body was about to fall to the ground, he struck the ground with both hands. Battle aura surged behind his feet, and his body continued to drift forward. Swish! Elder Lu was still holding a cup of tea, and his other hand was constantly waving and controlling the iron rod. He relentlessly chased after Yi Qinghan. After an hour, Yi Qinghan finally called for a stop. He had expended too much energy, and he needed some time to recover. After an hour of battle, the results were gratifying. During this 1 hour, Yi Qinghan actually managed to dodge half of Elder Lu's attacks. Although he only managed to brush past Elder Lu's robe every time, Elder Lu gave Yi Qinghan a lot of affirmation. His perception was extremely high, and he could be said to be one of the best in the Flame Dragon dimension. Since there was an effect, and the effect was very obvious, Yi Qinghan became even more enthusiastic in his cultivation. In the following period of time, he basically had nothing to do. He was tortured by Elder Lu every day. Moreover, in order to pressure Yi Qinghan, Elder Lu increased his strength and speed, causing Yi Qinghan to suffer unspeakably. Apart from getting beaten up, Yi Qinghan tried to see through the rain-patterned beach painting every day. Although it was the same every day, and he could only vaguely see through it for a short while, Yi Qinghan enjoyed it endlessly. He knew that this was a supreme treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor. If he could understand a little of it, his strength would improve greatly. After watching Yi Qinghan cultivate for a period of time, Yi Qingwu also got used to it, and she went to cultivate on her own. As for Xiao He, he ate, slept, and played every day. His days were very comfortable. The painful yet fulfilling days began. Yi Qinghan forgot about time and everything else. He immersed himself in cultivating the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, unable to extricate himself. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On this day, Yi Qinghan was still enjoying the pain of his body and the excitement of his mind. Suddenly, Elder Lu stopped and put away his metal rod. He smiled and said, "All right, that's all for now. You can go out now." "What's wrong?" Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped Elder Lu. He rubbed his head and asked in bewilderment. Elder Lu laughed and scolded him, Your brain must have gone silly from cultivating. You silly boy, it has already been more than 2 months. It's almost time for your wedding. If you don't go out now, your wife is going to run away with someone else." Chapter 343. Time passed so quickly. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. He smiled at Elder Lu and left the free and unfettered pavilion in a flash. As soon as he appeared in the room, he saw Yi Qingyu sitting on his bed with her head lowered. She was fiddling with her dress. Beneath her snow-white hair, her limpid eyes were twinkling incessantly. No one knew what she was thinking about, but she looked slightly shy from time to time. "Little you, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Yi Qinghan sat on the bed and hugged Yi Qingyu. He kissed her cheek and said affectionately, "No, nothing." Yi Qingyu became even more shy after being kissed by Yi Qinghan. She stood up and adjusted her dress in a fluster. She said in a fluster, "Elder brother, the wedding is in 5 days. You should hurry to the elders' hall. The elders are looking for you." "Oh yes, why don't you bring Qinggu out? Grandpa Green Bull is scolding us. He said that you don't care about etiquette and live together before the wedding." Yi Qinghan recalled Yi Qingyu's bulging eyes and his ferocious look. He couldn't help but rub his nose in embarrassment. He flashed into the free and unfettered pavilion and brought out Yi Qinggu, who was cultivating. Then, he walked out alone to the elders' hall to check on the situation. He walked out of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, walked past the east courtyard, and arrived at the west courtyard. He stood in front of the elders' hall. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 golden words, "Elders' Hall," on the door. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Back then, he had knelt here for an entire day and night. In the end, the door of the elders' hall was still tightly shut. When it opened, what he received was Yi Rong's mocking and angry scolding, "Young clan leader, you are here. Come in quickly." 2 elders walked out of the door and said amiably. Apparently, the elders in the Hall of Elders had discovered Yi Qinghan's arrival and came out to welcome him. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and walked in. The elders' hall was huge and imposing. It was the highest authority of the Yi family. Every day, there would be countless elders working there, handling all the matters of the south of the House of Aries. Young clan leader. More than a dozen elders were sitting in the hall. Yi Jian and Yi Chang were among them. When all the elders saw Yi Qinghan, they all stood up and greeted Yi Qinghan with a nod. Hello, first uncle, third uncle. Greetings elders, there's no need to be too polite. Feel free to do as you wish. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He glanced at Yi Jian indifferently and said nothing. Then, he walked to a black wooden chair and sat down. Qinghan, the wedding is in 5 days. Don't be busy with your cultivation these few days. Learn some etiquette from the master of ceremonies. Don't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. 5 days later, all the famous people in the House of Aries will be here. When the time comes, you have to behave yourself. Let the world see that the young clan leader of the Yi family is not only unparalleled in martial arts, but his literary talent and temperament are also unparalleled in the world. Haha. Yi Chang was the first to speak. This wedding was organized by him and Tian Qing. Of course, he had to give a good explanation. Learning this again, AI. Qinghan will do her best. Yi Qinghan's head started to swell when she heard this. She frowned and nodded. Don't frown. Actually, it has nothing to do with you. The procession to receive the bride has long set off, and the Yu clan has also sent a large group of people to escort them. I reckon that they are currently on the way back to Tsung City. You only need to go to the Glory Pavilion to welcome Yu Qingqing 5 days later, then bring your 3 little wives back to complete the wedding ceremony. After that, toast to the guests, and then go to the bridal chamber with peace of mind. Young clan leader's alluring dance has made countless geniuses of the war god manor shed tears every night. Yi Tianqing laughed mischievously and explained the process of the wedding. At the same time, he didn't forget to make fun of Yi Qinghan. At the same time, the elders at the side also started to make fun of him. For a moment, the sound of flattery and ridicule in the elder hall didn't stop. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After explaining everything, Yi Qinghan left the elder hall and returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Yi Qingwu had disappeared. After asking, he discovered that Yi Qingwu had actually returned to the graceful dance pavilion. She said that Yi Qingmyo had sent someone to call her back to prepare for the wedding and that she was not allowed to run around. As he was about to marry 3 peerless beauties that were envied by the people of the continent, Yi Qinghan's heart couldn't calm down and he didn't have the heart to cultivate. He was forced to go to the master of ceremonies to learn etiquette all day long. After that, he would come back to spend time with Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu's wedding was approaching in the next 2 days. Although the Yi family's master of ceremonies wanted Yi Qingyu to live outside for a few days and then move into the Cold Heart Pavilion during the wedding, Yi Qingyu refused. However, Yi Qingyu refused. Feeling helpless, the master of ceremonies hall could only send several old nannies to live in the Chilling Heart Pavilion to prepare for Yi Qingyu. On this night, the wind was gentle and the clouds were light. The full moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled. After Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had dinner, the two of them walked to the open-air balcony and sat on the balcony to admire the moon. Of course, they were admiring the moon openly. As for what they were admiring, it was hard to say. However, from the increasingly shy expression on Yi Qingyu's face, it was easy to guess. Come, Xiaoyu, sit beside Big Brother. Yi Qinghan sat on the long deck chair and looked at Yi Qingyu's silver hair under the moonlight. She looked like a fairy and revealed a trace of a sacred aura. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but have a trace of desire in his eyes as he waved at her. I don't want to come. Big Brother, you're always up to no good. Yi Qingyu's delicate nose twitched and her face turned slightly red. As the wedding approached, it seemed that she was becoming more and more shy. Okay, I promise I won't be up to no good today. Big Brother is a gentleman. I will use my mouth and not my hands. Yi Qinghan chuckled and quickly said in a serious manner. And, remember what you said. After hearing his promise, Yi Qingyu moved lightly and sat beside him. Unexpectedly, the moment she sat down, she was hugged by Yi Qinghan. Then, her two proud lips were directly covered by Yi Qinghan's big mouth. His tongue nimbly burrowed in and wandered around, constantly entangling with her sweet little tongue. Ugh. Big brother, are you a man of your words? Didn't you say that you will use your mouth and not your hands? Ah, you big baddie. Yi Qingyu asked. Yi Qinghan's masculine aura was so domineering that his whole body turned soft. After a long time, he finally reacted and pouted coquettishly. Unexpectedly, she realized that Yi Qinghan's words just now were a trap. She couldn't help but be embarrassed and angry. She punched Yi Qinghan's shoulders. Hee, of course I only used my mouth. We're about to get married, why are you still shy? Ugh, Xiao Yu, your tongue is so soft. Yi Qinghan was very well behaved. He hugged Yi Qingyu with both hands and did not make a move. Instead, he once again kissed her fragrant lips. In a pile of mud, the two sat hugging each other. Yi Qingyu leaned half of her body against Yi Qinghan. Her whole body was hot and her face was red like a flower. She lowered her head and continuously pinched Yi Qinghan's thigh. Yi Qinghan did not say anything and let Yi Qingyu massage him. He closed his eyes slightly and enjoyed the intoxicating moment. Big brother, after a long time, Yi Qingyu's soft cry woke him up. He looked down at Yi Qingyu in surprise. Unexpectedly, he found that she was blushing as if she was on fire. He couldn't help but feel restless and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Yu?" "Big brother, tonight. You want me?" Yi Qingyu suddenly plucked up her courage and looked at Yi Qinghan with her eyes wide open. She said something that almost made his jaw drop to the ground. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a long time. Looking at Yi Qingyu's fiery gaze, he blinked his eyes and choked out a sentence after a long time. "What? This matter doesn't need to be rushed. Isn't the wedding in 2 days? Then what? I'm not in a rush, I can still hold it in." Are you in a rush? Chapter 344. Pfft. Brother, what are you saying? What kind of shameful words are you saying? Hearing this, Yi Qingyu, who had mustered up a lot of courage to open her eyes wide, quickly retreated in defeat. She hurriedly lowered her head in panic, and her neck was bright red. After a long time, she once again mustered up the courage to say, I want to give up my wedding to Sister Qingqing. I am not in a hurry. Let's not talk about it, it's so embarrassing. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu, who was like a fairy that had walked out of the jungle, in his arms, and couldn't help but feel touched. This girl, she was always thinking about him, but she had never asked for anything from him. To be able to marry such a woman, he had no regrets. Qingyu, from today onwards, I am no longer your brother, I am your man. You will forever be my most beloved woman, my most beloved wife, irreplaceable. I will cherish you for the rest of my life, forever. Yi Qinghan held Yi Qingyu by her waist and said this to Yi Qingyu in a very serious manner. Then, he walked towards the door of the rooftop. Ugh! Brother, you will forever be my man, I will forever be your woman, your wife. Yi Qingyu raised her head in a daze, and looked at Yi Qinghan's knife-like face. A clear tear flowed from the corner of her eye. She had waited for this day for too long. Carrying Yi Qingyu, he slowly walked into his room and gently placed her on the bed. Yi Qinghan didn't rush to pounce on her. Instead, he gently hugged her, kissed her, and caressed her, calmed her heart, and made her body slowly heat up. Ugh! Brother, take me, I want to be your wife. Yi Qingyu's eyes were slightly closed, and occasionally, a trace of blurriness flashed through her eyes. Her two delicate lips opened and closed, and her cheeks were rosy and white, very attractive. Qingyu, my little wife, I'm coming. Seeing that the time was right, Yi Qinghan leaned forward and kissed them all the way down. However, his hands were not idle as he swiftly untied their robes. For a moment, the temperature in the room suddenly rose, and the atmosphere became charming. It was just that, after Yi Qinghan flirted for half an hour, raising their lust to the peak and slowly entering, a very strange thing happened. Yi Qingyu cried out in pain. As she hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, her body suddenly emitted a faint holy light. The light was very soft, very weak, and it disappeared in a flash. As a result, the two of them, who were in the middle of their passion, didn't notice that there was a sudden gust of wind outside the window. The qi of heaven and earth in the room suddenly became abnormally dense. It was even denser than when Yi Qinghan first entered the state of soul silence on the tranquil lake island. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know what was happening. Yi Qingyu's seemingly delicate body was actually exquisite after taking off her robe. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Yi Qingwu's, it was still enough to make him feel ecstatic. Moreover, Yi Qingyu's skin was abnormally smooth like jade, making him unable to let go. In addition to her abnormally shy and hesitant expression, Yi Qinghan completely fell into a state of madness. At first, he was still very caring for Yi Qingyu. It was a gentle twitch, but in the end, it became turbulent, and he couldn't control himself. Endless spring, a night of ecstasy. The next morning, Yi Qinghan woke up early. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was lying on his body like a lazy kitten, he smiled. However, a moment later, his smile suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why is there another surge of pure energy in my body? Also, why do I feel that the scenery around me is so clear? So thorough?" Yi Qinghan looked around in amazement. He found that his vision was much better than yesterday. He could actually see the flowers blooming on the landscape trees in the backyard through the window, and the dew on them. Moreover, his hearing was also much more sensitive. He could even hear Cui Hua's low moans and gasps in the room downstairs. "What's wrong, brother?" Yi Qinghan's exclamation woke Yi Qingyu up. She looked at Yi Qinghan in a drunken daze and asked in a daze. However, after a moment, her eyes suddenly widened, and she also exclaimed, "Brother, I've broken through to the Saint Realm." Yi Qinghan was even more shocked. He turned his head in confusion, and only after Yi Qingyu confirmed again did he ponder. After a night of sex, both of them actually had a breakthrough? Although Yi Qinghan only had an additional mass of energy in his body, and his five senses had suddenly become much more sensitive, he didn't notice any other strange things. Yi Qingyu had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and she was only one step away from the Saint realm. However, this matter was still too strange. She didn't need to cultivate, but she actually had such a breakthrough after having sex once. What would happen if they had sex every day in the future? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu seemed to be in deep thought at the same time. They widened their eyes and said at the same time, "Jade Spirit Constitution?" The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. This matter. Other than the Jade Spirit Constitution, there was no other explanation. 6 years ago, Yi Qingyu forcefully sacrificed herself in the Garden of Enchantment, which destroyed her Jade Spirit Constitution. Now, it seemed that it wasn't completely destroyed. Instead, it gave the two a hint of surprise. After a night of entanglement, Yi Qingyu had just become a married woman, so Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go out. He rejected the Master of Ceremonies Hall's request for him to learn etiquette and stayed with her the whole day. He cooked a big pot of phoenix black chicken soup for her, fed her mouthful by mouthful, and chatted with her in the room for the whole day. He only hugged her and fell asleep in the middle of the night. The next day, when dawn broke, Yi Qinghan was awakened by the noise outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion. He didn't dare to sleep anymore, and he hurried Yi Qingyu to wake up. The two of them dressed neatly and walked down to the second floor. The main hall was already filled with people. Today was the wedding day, and countless MCs were already busy. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was hung with red cloth, big red flowers, and a big happiness character. Countless maids came and went, and it was very lively. "Aya, my young master, why did you wake up so late? Where are you? Hurry up and help young master and young lady Qingyu change their clothes and dress up. We are going to pick up the bride later. Hurry up, hurry up." The moment they reached the ground floor, an old MC who was leading the MC hurriedly shouted. At the same time, countless maids surrounded the two of them and brought them to the dressing room on the first floor. More than 2 hours went by in a flurry of work and torment. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to lose his temper, it was finally done. Yi Qinghan wanted to cry, laugh, and be angry at the same time. His attire today made him blush with shame. It was many times more complicated than when he had gone to the Yu clan to propose. Thinking that today was his big day, he could only force a smile and walk out of the hall. He followed Yi Tianqing and Yi Chang, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When Yi Qinghan hurriedly arrived, the main gate of the Yi family castle was already filled with countless people. Yi Tianlong, who hadn't seen him for several months, was standing at the gate with Yi Baihu and Yi Qingniu, welcoming the guests. Today was the wedding of the young master of the Yi family. Almost all the clans in the House of Aries, big and small, had come to celebrate. They all brought valuable gifts and came to congratulate him. Little Han, not bad, not bad. You look quite spirited. Come with me to welcome the guests. Yi Tianlong had specially put on a new set of clothes today and looked very spirited. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had come, he grinned. Hee, little brat, if you dare to bully my precious granddaughter in the future, I will skin you alive. Yi Qingniu was also full of smiles and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder, very satisfied. Congratulations, little Han, Yi Baihu walked over and nodded slightly. He had wanted to say a few words of congratulations. However, halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the northern sky in horror. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingniu both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Their gazes were fixed on the northern sky at the same time, and their expressions suddenly became extremely grave. Something big has happened, little Han. Yi Qinghan was originally very curious as to why the few of them were so nervous. At this moment, he suddenly received a voice transmission from Elder Lu, and he hurriedly looked towards the northern sky in horror. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the northern sky. It sounded like thunder in the middle of the night, and everyone in the Yi family castle was scared out of their wits. Immediately after, a dazzling light shone, and the clear sky looked as if it had been cut open, revealing a huge black hole. It was pitch black and seemed bottomless, as if a ferocious beast had opened its gaping mouth. What? Flame Dragon Plane, here we come. Waha, a material plane. I can actually descend upon a material plane again? Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the men in the Flame Dragon Plane. Rape and kill all the women. Long live the Blood King, kill. Countless roars came from within the black hole, reverberating throughout the land. Immediately after, a tall man with 2 horns on his head and a strange tattoo on his face pushed open the black hole and walked out. He stood coldly in the air, his 2 horns glowing with a cold light, and his black robes fluttering even though there was no wind. It was as if a demon had descended upon the world. Then, another 2 hands pushed open the black hole, and another tall man with the same pair of horns and the same strange tattoo on his face crawled out. 3, 4, 100, 300, men in black kept crawling out of the black hole. All of them were tall and had cold expressions, and they had cruel smiles on their faces. They looked down coldly, like wolves coldly sizing up a pen of sheep, swish. Just as Yi Qinghan and the others were stunned, not knowing what was happening, and were staring blankly at the northern sky, a man suddenly appeared beside them out of thin air. It gave them a fright. When they took a look, they realized it was their ancestor, White-Brow Yi Ruoxue. Disciples of the Yi family, listen up, the marriage is cancelled, and the entire clan is to prepare for war. Issue a clan order, gather all disciples in Sung City, and defend the Yi family castle. So many experts from other planes actually descended upon the Flame Dragon continent. This time, the situation is serious. Don't run around, and wait for my orders. I will go and investigate. Yi Ruoxue's expression was extremely solemn. His 2 white eyebrows no longer drooped, but stood up like 2 sharp swords, emitting a cold intent. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Experts from other planes? Everyone looked at each other, and their faces turned pale, and their bodies tensed up. This matter had gone too far. F*ck their grandpa. Just when everyone turned their gaze to the north again, preparing to pay attention to the strange scene, Yi Qinghan, who was at the side, suddenly tore the big red robe on his body, leaving only the warrior robe underneath. His expression was abnormally agitated, and with a loud roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out of the Yi family. Yu Qingsheng is in danger. I will go and get her, you guys prepare for war. Chapter 345. Bastard. Qingniu, hurry up and follow this little bastard to bring Yu Qingsheng back. The rest of you, follow me to the elders' hall and issue a clan order to gather all the disciples of the Yi family and rush to the Yi family castle as quickly as possible. Raise the alert level of Tsang City to the highest level and seal the city gates. Hurry. Seeing Yi Qinghan run out like lightning, Yi Tianlong wanted to chase after him. However, he immediately remembered that he was the clan leader. Under such a serious situation, how could he not stay at the Yi family? He hurriedly roared at Yi Qinghan and began to issue orders one after another. Yi Qinghan glanced towards the north and didn't say anything. His battle aura surged and he didn't fly. Instead, he quickly ran out like Yi Qinghan, chasing after Yi Qinghan. With Yi Tianlong's roar, all the elders of the Yi family came to their senses and began to divide the work. The entire Yi family castle became busy, so all the disciples prepared for battle. Countless people rushed out of the Yi family castle and headed towards the various small cities of the Yi family. At the same time, the 4 gates of Tsang City were closed. The guards of Tsang City began to enforce martial law on the 13 streets of Tsang City. The entire city was immediately enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to fly, nor did he use form transposition. Instead, he quickly followed the corner of the street and ran out of the northern gate of Tsang City. He then ran along the side of the pipeline. Not long after leaving Tsang City, Yi Qinghan saw Yi Qinghan running like a mad leopard. He hurriedly sped up and chased after Yi Qinghan. At the same time, he growled, "Bastard, wait for me." Grandpa Qingniu, why are you following me? Go back quickly. You should be guarding the Yi family castle right now. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was anxiously running while secretly cursing those strange monsters in the northern sky. They didn't come late or early, they actually came at the time of his wedding. However, when he heard someone rushing over from behind, he hurriedly turned around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What nonsense are you talking about? If you die, will my precious granddaughter become a widow? Don't worry too much, those experts from the other planes haven't finished descending yet. If we're fast enough, we'll be able to bring Yu Qingsheng back. Moreover, they're a little far from Tsang City. And they should be in the northeast of Tsang City, between Tsang City and Floating Snow City. Sigh, I wonder what's going to happen later. Yi Qingniu caught up and glared angrily at Yi Qinghan, as if blaming him for not cherishing his own life. Alright, let's go. We need to bring Qingsheng back as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan did not say anything else. Instead, he quickly moved forward along the pipeline. In the northern sky, the black hole that looked like the gaping mouth of a giant beast was still pouring out of it. Outside the black hole, there were now countless horned men standing in an orderly fashion. All of them stood in the air, their expressions cold, as if demons had descended. An extremely oppressive aura enveloped the entire house of Aries. The Yu clan was alarmed. Yu Shishue walked out of the Joyful Heart Pavilion, her beautiful face filled with shock. She stared at the sky for a long time before her figure flickered and reappeared in the Yu clan's Hall of Elders. After quickly issuing a few orders, she disappeared from Tranquil Lake Island. The Shui clan was alarmed. After all, the experts that had descended this time were right between Floating Snow City and Tsang City. The Shui clan's ancestor walked out of the cave that he cultivated in for many years, then sent out a few voice transmissions before disappearing halfway up the mountain. Dragon City was alarmed. Long Bufu stood in the city lord's residence and was just about to go to the secret room to ask the 3 war gods about the situation. To his surprise, the 3 war gods suddenly appeared beside him, gave him a few stern instructions, then flew away. The Feng clan and the Hua clan were both alarmed. They immediately sealed off their respective cities and prepared for battle. The entire divine battle manor was alarmed by such a phenomenon. Those with low cultivation bases could not see or hear clearly, but they could all sense the extremely oppressive, cold, and savage aura coming from that part of the sky. The hundreds of cities in the House of Aries immediately went into lockdown, either in preparation or in anticipation of what was about to happen. The demon god residents and the barbarian god residents weren't alarmed as they were too far away. Only a few people sensed something, but it didn't cause a huge panic. However, the demon god mountain that had been peaceful for a long time was once again broken by a few surprised exclamations. Instead, a few golden-skinned and abnormally tall barbarians walked out of the barbarian god valley. They were slightly astonished and then disappeared from the barbarian god valley. The people of the hidden island didn't sense it either. However, at the northernmost part of the island, an old man wearing a straw raincoat slightly trembled as he held onto his fishing rod. He then slowly put away his fishing rod and walked towards the center of the island. God City. The massacring god guard was originally scolding his subordinates for being useless. They actually couldn't lock onto Tu Qinjuan's murderer even after such a long time. However, at this moment, he was slightly startled. He didn't have time to say anything and directly rushed out. At the corner of the street, he met the other 3 great divine guards who were rushing over. Together, they ran towards the God Lord Pavilion. As soon as they entered the God Lord Pavilion, they saw a bald man with a strange tattoo in the courtyard with his back facing them. He was looking at the sky in silence. The few of them quickly knelt down and asked in a trembling voice, "Greetings, Lord God." "Lord God, what happened?" The Lord God didn't speak but continued to look at the sky quietly. After a long time, he sighed and turned his head to say, "Blood King, you're really generous. You teleported 2 god generals, more than 10 heaven gods, and nearly 1,000 peak martial saints. How generous. I'm afraid the amount of god stones consumed could buy half of the Blood King city, 2 god generals. More than 10 heaven gods. Nearly 1,000 peak martial saints. This. Lord God, didn't you say that teleporting people from the divine world to the material plane requires a large amount of god stones? The higher the level, the greater the consumption. Now, what happened? Also, didn't you say that without your permission, no one from the divine world can be teleported to the flame dragon plane? This. The massacre god guards were shocked and their mouths were agape. After a long time, they asked in confusion. "Idiot, didn't you hear me say it's generous?" Humph. The Blood King is so capable that he isn't afraid of the divine world's law enforcement team finding out that he colluded with the ethereal sovereign subordinates who were in charge of the teleportation formation to secretly teleport people to the material plane. He actually dared to go against the heavens for this divine sword. Humph, as long as I don't die, I'll definitely go to the divine world and wreak havoc in the ethereal city. The Lord God's face was cold. His black and red eyes shone with demonic radiance and his aura was as cold as ice. Then, Lord God. What should we do? Sensing the Lord God suppressed anger, the massacre god guards didn't dare to ask further. Recall all the people and soul slaves from the god city. Seal the god city and activate the 7-star absolute kill shield. I don't believe that these 2 god generals would dare to go against the law set by the 8 sovereigns of the divine world and attack the god city. It's all because of you fools. You didn't find the divine sword and instead caused trouble. The Lord God Massacre's face turned colder. Then, are we not going to care about the people from the Flame Dragon continent? The Massacre God Guard waved his hand and asked the other 3 God Guards to carry out the Lord God's orders. However, the moment he spoke, he knew that something had happened. Bam. Indeed, the Lord God Massacre waved his hand and sent him flying. He roared furiously, "I can't even protect myself. Why should I care about others? Why should I care? Kill everyone from the Flame Dragon continent? Why should I care? Those are 2 god generals. Moreover, it's not my turn to care. If that old thing from the Dark Castle doesn't care, the Flame Dragon continent will definitely be destroyed." Chapter 346. Why haven't I seen anyone yet? Yi Qinghan was anxious as he ran. He had been running for more than an hour, but he still hadn't seen the wedding procession. Don't be anxious. The Yi family has sent so many people, and the Yu family has also sent an elder to escort them. Moreover, the alien race in the sky hasn't made a move yet, right? Although Yi Qingniu was also very anxious, he still comforted him. From time to time, he would look towards the north with a hint of worry in his eyes. The two of them stopped talking and continued running. Elder Lu, what kind of monsters are in the sky? When Yi Qingniu mentioned the alien race, Yi Qinghan recalled that Elder Lu had transmitted a message to him when he was at the entrance of the Yi family's castle, informing him that something had happened. Moreover, Elder Lu was also someone from the divine world, so he must be very knowledgeable. Hence, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. They are a type of divine race in the divine world. They are a type of indigenous people of the divine world. The Golden Horn Devil race. However, they call themselves the Golden Horn Devil race. Elder Lu sighed faintly and transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. The Golden Horn Devil race? Are they very powerful? Stop talking nonsense. I can already feel how powerful they are. Yi Qinghan transmitted a message as he ran. They can be considered a very powerful race in the divine world. Their race occupies a prefecture on the misty continent, the Golden Horn Prefecture. The prefecture of the divine world is not something that your small house of Aries can compare to. The Golden Horn Prefecture is about the size of 100 flame dragon plains. Elder Lu explained. F***CK, 100. Yi Qinghan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He hurriedly steadied himself and continued to run forward. Deep down, he was extremely shocked. A prefecture was actually as big as 100 flame dragon plains? How big was the misty continent? How big was the divine world? The realm of the gods is so huge that you will be scared to death. There are 6 continents in the realm of the gods that are the same size as the misty continent. In addition, there are 3 continent-sized star sea, and there is also the sacred soul island. There are 8 major powers. Boundless. Elder Lu seemed to have guessed what was on Yi Qinghan's mind, and revealed a bit of the situation to him. After that, he transmitted a solemn voice message to Yi Qinghan. You will know these things when you go to the realm of the gods in the future. It is still too early to talk about these things. You should think about how to survive this calamity. Save my life? Yi Qinghan was still immersed in the vastness of the divine world. When he heard Elder Lu's words, he was shocked. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Could it be that these experts are extremely powerful? Elder Lu, you're a peak heavenly god, yet you can't deal with him? Although Yi Qinghan was shocked that countless experts from other planes had suddenly descended on the Fire Dragon continent, he didn't feel particularly afraid. This was because the Yi family had Yi Ruoxue. More importantly, Elder Lu was a peak heavenly god. He didn't expect Elder Lu to say such a thing. Naturally, he was terrified. Nonsense. Do you think that a peak heavenly god is invincible? Perhaps I'm a top figure in the Fire Dragon continent, but in the divine world, I'm nothing. There are at least 2 god generals who have descended this time. They can kill me in a few moves. Moreover, there are a few peak heavenly gods there. This time, it might be a calamity for the Fire Dragon continent. Elder Lu's words were extremely solemn and cold. A calamity for the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan abruptly stopped in his tracks, his complexion turning incomparably pale, causing Yi Qingniu to jump in fright. 2 god generals. And a few peak heavenly gods. Nearly 1,000 martial sages. Fire Dragon plane, here we come. Waha, a material plane. I can actually descend upon a material plane again? Kill. Kill all the men in the Fire Dragon plane. Rape and kill all the women. Long live the Blood King, kill. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the words those foreign tribes had shouted before they descended. He couldn't help but shiver. He hadn't expected the situation to far exceed his imagination. It was actually this serious, so serious that the Fire Dragon continent might very well experience a world-ending catastrophe. Could it be that this would be the second calamity? Or the destruction of the Fire Dragon continent? What's wrong, little Han? Yi Qingmiu asked worriedly when he saw that Yi Qinghan had suddenly stopped and his face had turned extremely pale. Nothing, I'm just a little worried. Let's go. We'll pick up Qingsheng and rush back to the Yi family castle immediately. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and didn't explain too much. After all, if this matter were to spread, the Fire Dragon continent would immediately descend into chaos. Elder Lu, why did these experts come to the Fire Dragon continent? Are they really going to massacre the Fire Dragon continent? Do you have any good solutions? Yi Qinghan's complexion returned to normal, but his heartbeat had obviously sped up. He grumbled inwardly and continued to run. He transmitted his voice anxiously. Sigh, it's all because of the divine sword in the carefree pavilion. The matter of the divine sword might have been exposed. As for what will happen in the future, I can't say for sure. Let's take one step at a time. You should go and pick up Qingsheng first. Elder Lu sighed deeply. Then, he thought of something and transmitted his voice again. Take off the carefree ring secretly. Don't expose it. It'll be troublesome if they find out. Although Yi Qinghan had many questions, he didn't ask much. He secretly took off the carefree ring and the soul ring and put them in his bosom. When he had time in the future, he would tie them with a rope and wear them close to his chest. He didn't say anything else and started to rush at full speed. The most important thing now was to pick up Qingsheng. Other matters could be discussed after returning to the Yi family castle. In the northern sky, more and more foreign tribes gathered. However, because the hole could only be drilled out one by one, time was a little slow. But after more than an hour, all the foreign tribes finally drilled out. As the last one walked out, a black-robed man who was obviously much taller than all the other outsiders, the dark hole slowly closed up, as if a huge beast had closed its mouth. The sky became clear again, but it was obvious that the sky was a little dark. The last man to come out had 2 silver horns on his head. In the entire sky, only 2 people had silver horns. Obviously, the last man to come out had a much higher status. The moment he came out, all the foreign tribes knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Greetings, my lord." Nearly 1,000 experts with majestic auras knelt down in front of one person in the sky. The scene was extremely shocking, but the silver-horned man didn't seem to be enjoying it. Instead, he frowned and raised his hand to stroke his hair. He said faintly, "The aura of this material plane is really unpleasant. It's so annoying. Father is too much. Can't he train in the immortal realm? Jin Kuan. Have you investigated the situation? Lord Jin Qi, I released my divine sense just now and found out most of the situation. There are 3 races in this plane, and each race has a few heavenly gods and a few low-tier divine beasts. The lord of this plane is a peak heavenly god. I reckon that we will be able to successfully complete this mission." A silver-horned man in front of the 1,000 people stood up, bowed and said proudly. The silver-horned man, Jin Lin, very elegantly flipped his hair. He smiled sinisterly and said faintly, this material plane is not bad. There are a few talents here. All right. Everyone, listen to my orders. Split into a few groups. Each group of heavenly gods will lead a group of saint-level martial artists and go to each race to find the divine sword. If anyone obstructs us, kill without mercy. Jin Kuan, let's go meet the lord of this plane. How can we not greet him when we come to his territory? Kaka. Children, let's go. Chapter 347. Jin Qi brought Jin Kuan and flew towards the divine city, while the rest of the Golden Horn holy tribesmen were divided into 4 groups. Each group had a peak heavenly god leading several heavenly gods and hundreds of martial saints, flying towards the demon god estate, barbarian god estate, and hidden island respectively. As for the remaining people, they all looked at the peak heavenly god Golden Horn celestial race leader, waiting for his instructions. Lord Golden Bull, where should we start our search in the human territory? A Golden Horn holy tribesman with a spider tattoo on his face asked. The House of Aries had so many cities, there had to be a place to start. Yes. Jean sure has brought people to the south. We will start from the largest city in the north. We will occupy all the human cities and search step by step. From the north to the south, we will meet with Jean sure in the big city in the south. Let's go, children, kill and snatch women, Kaka. After saying that, Golden Bull took the lead and flew towards the north. Several heavenly gods followed closely behind him. Behind them was a group of martial saints who flew forward in a grandiose manner. However, the Golden Horn warrior with the spider tattoo stopped abruptly. He pulled the hand of a Golden Horn warrior beside him and yelled at the troop in front of him with a lustful smile, "Brothers, you go first. Golden Pig and I are going to rob a woman. Follow us right now." Hearing this, the sage-level experts laughed and left, ignoring the spider-tattooed clansman. The man with a ferocious pig tattoo on his face said in surprise, "Golden Spider, where is the woman? Don't mess around, it will be bad if Lord blames you." "Kaka, Golden Pig, what are you afraid of? Follow us immediately after snatching it." "Kaka, when we arrived just now, I saw a wedding procession. The bride glanced in our direction, and I happened to see it. TSK, what a rare beauty, are you going or not? If not, I will enjoy it alone." The man called Golden Spider laughed lasciviously, looking extremely terrifying. "Go, what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Golden Pig's eyes shone with lustful light as he hurriedly urged. "Kaka, in the immortal realm, we sage-level experts are at the bottom of the food chain. In this material plane, we have to be well-behaved and enjoy ourselves. Let's go." The Golden Spider laughed wildly and took the lead to fly towards the south. Yu Qingqing was very scared. Half an hour ago, when the sky in the north changed, she opened the window cloth of the sedan and looked into the sky curiously. But, when she saw that pair of lustful eyes full of naked desire, she began to be afraid. She was so afraid that her whole body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't even realize that the few bright peach blossoms on her head had fallen to the ground. She was not afraid of death. She was confident that she could end her life and die bravely before anyone or any monster wanted to violate her. But she was afraid. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Yi Qinghan one last time before she died. The palanquin sped forward. His own family's grand elder, Yu Ji, and the Yi family were escorting him along with more than 20 Emperor realm experts. But she was still afraid. She understood that if that person in the sky targeted her, not only would Yu Ji and these elders not be able to save her, they would instead die together. This was not her deduction, but a woman's intuition. Sometimes, a woman's intuition was very scary. "Qingqing, don't be afraid. With me here, nothing will happen. Also, the Yi family must have received the news. They will definitely send people to receive us. They might already be on the way." Yu Ji could feel Yu Qingqing's trembling through the curtain. She had also seen that pair of extremely evil and lustful eyes just now. She was also very afraid. But she could only pretend that nothing had happened and comfort Yu Qingqing. She didn't dare to fly to the Yi family alone with Yu Qingqing. That would be more obvious and dangerous. So she could only urge everyone to speed up. "Aunt, I'm not afraid. I'm just..." Yu Qingqing pretended to be calm. She picked up the peach blossom on the ground and put it on. However, the fear in her heart grew stronger and stronger. The hand holding the peach blossom trembled a few times, and the peach blossom couldn't be inserted into her hair. "Sigh, you have to believe me, child." Yu Ji sighed slightly and prepared to comfort her. But she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her expression changed, and she suddenly looked at the sky behind her. At the same time, her battle aura surged, and she shouted with a trembling voice, "Stop, everyone prepare for battle. Yi Fu, Yu Xiang, take Qingqing and run. The rest of you, follow me and fight." Whoosh! The hundreds of guards in the bridal escort team tore off their red robes at the same time. Their battle aura surged, and their armor and blades were on their bodies. They looked coldly at the two black figures flying over from the northern sky. Go! An Emperor Realm elder of the Yu family rushed into the bridal sedan and grabbed Yu Qingqing. Together with Yi Fu, the elder with the highest cultivation realm in the Yi family, they rushed towards the south. They didn't care if they looked disheveled at all. Yu Qingqing's beautiful face turned pale. She turned her head and roared at Yu Ji. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They gushed out and left two deep tear stains on the makeup on her face. Go, or else, we won't be able to die in peace. Yu Ji turned to look at Yu Qingqing. Her dazed expression was replaced by a trace of determination. She roared angrily and waved her left hand. She flew into the sky and charged towards the black man. At the same time, she roared hysterically, "All martial practitioners below the Emperor Realm, run for your lives. Those above the Emperor Realm, follow me into the sky. We will fight these two foreign races, to the death and protect the Saintess. Fight to the death and protect the Saintess." The Yu family and Yi family's Emperor Realm experts all roared angrily. They flew into the sky and charged towards the two men in black. Everyone's faces were filled with the determination to die. They were doing this to give their Saintess and their young family head's wife a way out. They decided to use their own corpses to buy time for Yu Qingqing to escape. These puny humans are overestimating themselves. Kill all the golden pig men. You can have all the women you like. Come, kill them all. When Golden Spider saw that these puny material realm martial practitioners didn't run and actually dared to fight them, he laughed wildly. A trace of cruelty flashed through his eyes. His body emitted black flames as he pounced towards Yu Ji and the others. Grand Aunt, Yu Qingqing's body kept struggling and she kept turning her head. When she saw Yu Ji and the others pouncing towards the men in black, she wailed loudly. Her wails were heart-wrenching and her lungs were torn apart. Yu Xiang, the Yu family's Emperor Realm expert who brought Yu Qingqing, also had tears on her face. However, she didn't act like Yu Qingqing. Instead, she used her hand to wipe her tears. Then, she used her hand to hit the back of Yu Qingqing's head, knocking her out. She nodded at Yi Fu beside her and the two of them flew towards the south with all their might. Yu family, martial practitioners, collective soul attack. The foreign races in front. Yi family's martial practitioners, prepare for a sneak attack. Yu Ji glanced at Yu Qingqing and the others who were far away and gave the order to the Yu family and Yi family's experts behind her. At the same time, a five-colored light flashed through her eyes. Her eyes shot out two dazzling rays of light that shot towards the golden horn god race in front of her. This was the Yu family's soul attack and also her strongest attack. At the same time, the eyes of the Yu family's Emperor Realm experts behind her lit up. Countless golden rays of light shot towards the golden horn god race in front of them. The Yi family's Emperor Realm experts merged with their battle beasts and held all kinds of weapons in their hands. They went around the Yu family's woman and pounced towards the first golden horn god race in front of them. Chapter 348. Yu Ji's tactic was simple. She and the Yu family's Emperor Realm experts activated the Yu family's mental attack together to trap the golden horn god in front of them in an illusion. Even if, as long as they were trapped in the illusion for 1 second, the 10 Yi family experts would be able to succeed in their sneak attack. As long as they could kill one golden horn god. Then, they would have the hope to obtain the final victory, even if it was a bitter victory. Countless rays of golden light shot towards the golden horn god race expert. At the same time, nearly 10 experts of the Yi clan dashed towards the golden horn god race expert with cold faces. Night battle in all directions, kill. The Yi family elders circulated their battle chi to the strongest state. Their bodies moved like lightning as they charged forward with sabers, spears, axes, and swords in their hands. However, they didn't make a move. Instead, when the countless light beams from the Yu family shot towards the golden horn god's eyes, they shouted in unison. Rumbling saber waves emerged from their weapons. Their speed increased again as they got close to the golden horn god and slashed down. Swish! Countless golden light beams shot into the golden horn god's eyes and instantly disappeared. The Yi family experts that were pouncing over were all surprised to find that the golden horn god's eyes suddenly dimmed as he became absent-minded. At the same time, the black flames on the surface of his body suddenly shrank. Good chance. Everyone was overjoyed. If they didn't seize such a good chance, they wouldn't be worthy of being the elders of the Yi family. Kaka, you've been tricked. Golden flames split the sky. However, when their weapons were about to slash the golden horn god's body, the corner of the golden horn god's mouth suddenly cracked and he laughed. His eyes emitted a fiery glow that was filled with ruthlessness. The spider tattoo on his face seemed to have come alive at this moment. It actually twisted and looked extremely ferocious. He smiled cruelly and revealed a trace of mockery in his eyes. The black flames on the surface of his body suddenly surged. He waved his hands and the flames on the surface of his body exploded and expanded with the wind. It immediately enveloped the 10 Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family. Chi! The black flames surged and touched the weapons in the hands of the Yi family experts. Unexpectedly, the weapons in their hands completely melted into molten iron at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of flame was this? The elders of the Yi family widened their eyes in horror. They couldn't believe that the weapons in their hands had turned into molten iron in an instant. As elders of the Yi family, the weapons on their bodies were all high-grade treasured weapons. Yet, under the black flames, they directly melted. However, before they could figure out what was going on, they were engulfed by the surging black flames. In an instant, nearly 10 Yi family experts didn't even have the time to scream before they were all turned into ashes by the black flames. Yuji and the Yu family woman watched as the dozen or so Yi family elders who had been talking and laughing with them just a moment ago turned into ashes one after another. Their beautiful faces turned pale as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock, fear, despair, all sorts of expressions flashed across their limpid eyes. Kaka, we, the great golden horn god clan, are invincible. Women, you can either surrender or play with my brother. Or, die. The golden spider laughed wildly, causing the spider tattoo on his face to twist. He looked like a ferocious ghost that had crawled out of hell. The women of the Yu family will never surrender. Children, for the Yu family, for the Saintess, I order you, to die. Yuji let out a desolate smile as her expression slowly calmed down. She cast a deep glance in the direction of Tranquil Lake Island with great nostalgia before casting a glance in the south where Yu Qingqing had fled. She revealed a satisfied smile as she transmitted her voice to the Yu clan elder in the sky. We all surrender. Lord, please spare us. As long as you don't kill us, we can do whatever you want. When the Yu family elders heard Yuji's transmission, they looked at each other and saw a trace of cruel laughter in each other's eyes. Then, they withdrew their battle auras and put away the weapons in their hands. They giggled and looked at the 2 members of the Golden Horn God clan with seductive expressions. Although the Yu family elders were already dozens of years old, under the special care of the Yu family, they all looked like young girls in their 20s. Moreover, all of them were proficient in top-notch seduction techniques. Once they were used, it was as if hundreds of flowers had bloomed. Kaka, the women of this material plane are really not bad. Golden Spider, quickly chase after that woman and capture her for us to enjoy together. Kaka, the women of this material plane are really good. Choosing to surrender to the great Golden Horn God clan is the best choice. When the golden pig behind the golden spider saw this, he revealed an extremely lascivious smile. He waved his hand at the golden spider and pounced towards the Yu family ladies. Lord, you are so strong. Lord, you are so mighty. When the women of the Yu clan saw the golden pig pouncing over, they all threw away the weapons in their hands and twisted their plump bodies. With a flirtatious smile, they moved closer to the golden pig and took the initiative to hug and stroke his body. Kaka, really interesting. Wait for my golden pig. The golden spider licked his lips and didn't think too much about it. After all, the group of women had just shot out golden light beams. This kind of spiritual attack was nothing to the Golden Horn God clan, whose souls were extremely strong. Thinking of the beautiful woman who had just cried her heart out, he suppressed his lust and chased towards the south. When Yuji saw that the golden spider didn't come closer, her face slightly darkened. After pondering for a while, she suddenly smiled and her whole face suddenly glowed with a gentle light. Then, she flew towards the golden spider at high speed. She originally looked like a charming middle-aged woman, but at this moment, she seemed to be 10 years younger. Her whole body was rippling with a special aura and natural charm. She laughed delicately and said, "Lord, I have something to tell you." The golden spider turned his head around and saw Yuji flying toward him at lightning speed with a different kind of seductive expression on her face. He was slightly taken aback, but his expression suddenly changed. The black flames on his body exploded as he retreated hastily and shouted, "Stop! Golden pig, be careful." It's too late. Yuji once again smiled miserably. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. On her white and tender face, it was actually a different kind of flirtatious. Her eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Her body also began to emit a dazzling light. She grinned and shouted, "You family's women. Be brave and die. You family's women will never yield." Following Yuji's shout, the women beside the golden pig all smiled miserably and shouted. At the same time, their bodies suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Their plump bodies all emitted a dazzling light, and finally, they all turned into dazzling fireworks. Bang! 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 More than a dozen fireworks suddenly bloomed, illuminating the nearby mountains and rivers for hundreds of miles. The violent explosion resounded throughout the heaven and earth and didn't stop for a long time. The violent shock wave raised the flowers and trees within a radius of 10 miles to the ground. Countless smoke and dust enveloped the entire sky, dyeing it dark gray. No. Yu Qingqing, who was lying in Yu Xiang'er's embrace, was startled awake by the explosion. She suddenly turned her head, just in time to see the sky behind her blossoming with a dozen or so brilliant fireworks. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the corner of her mouth. She struggled and twisted, both hands grabbing her hair, making her beautiful hair incomparably messy. She closed her eyes and screamed towards the sky. Her voice was extremely painful, as though her organs were being torn apart. Qingqing. No. Just after Yu Qingqing screamed, an even more earth-shaking roar resounded several dozen miles to the south. The roar was filled with panic, fear, and boundless rage. Immediately after, two figures rose up from the southern sky like lightning. The two figures streaked across the sky, rushing straight towards this direction with all their might. They were unscrupulous, rushing madly over without a care for anything. Chapter 349. Gaga. The golden spider was furious. He stared at the mangled and bloody golden pig in front of him. The spider tattoo on his face twisted rapidly, and his eyes were filled with an incomparably violent rage. The great Golden Horn holy tribe was plotted against by a group of mortals from the material plane. These lowly mortals dared to kill his brothers. "I will kill all of you, Gaga." The golden spider's body was engulfed in black flames. He clenched his fists so hard that his black veins popped out. He ignored the dark green blood that was still flowing out of his body. His eyes were dark green as he looked around angrily. He wanted to kill everyone to vent his anger. However, when he looked around angrily, he found that all the women of the Yu family had self-detonated. The lower-level guards below had already fled and were nowhere to be found. The only thing he could see was the beautiful woman who had shouted, "No," and the two humans beside her. "Ah, it's all your fault, you hateful woman. Otherwise, how could my brothers have died? I will tear you apart." No. Two more came. The golden spider revealed a cruel smile. The black flames around his body surged and his speed increased by several times. He pounced towards Yu Qingqing and the others. Yi Qinhan heard a series of earth-shattering explosions, followed by Yu Qingcheng's heartbroken scream. His heart was broken and his eyes were bloodshot. He ignored everything and flew towards Yu Qingcheng. Yi Qingmiu, who was beside him, smiled helplessly and flew towards Yu Qingcheng. Little Han. Don't be agitated. Yu Qingcheng is fine. Elder Lu sensed that something was wrong and quickly released his divine sense. After confirming that Yu Qingcheng was fine, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan, telling him not to be rash. Elder Lu, a member of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe, is rushing towards Qingcheng and the others. If it doesn't work, help me kill him. Yi Qinghan was relieved. However, he saw a member of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe behind Yu Qingcheng and the others, emitting black flames and rushing towards them. Yi Qinghan hurriedly increased his speed and transmitted a message to Elder Lu. I will not attack. Unless you are about to die, I will not make a move. Ask your elders to hold them off, and leave quickly. Elder Lu sighed faintly and said something that left Yi Qinghan flabbergasted. What? Why didn't you do anything? Have you forgotten that I still have 2 chances for you to attack? Have you forgotten that I am the young master of the free and unfettered pavilion? Yi Qinghan was anxious. The aura of the Golden Horn God race was so terrifying, how could Yi Qinghan withstand it? If Yi Qingmiu died, how was he going to explain this to Yi Qinggu and his clan? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. His voice became somewhat hysterical. Elder Lu, you must do it. I order you to do it. I beg you to help me. If you don't help me, I'll die. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his furious voice transmission, Elder Lu flew into a rage and scolded, Idiot. You bastard, why are you so muddle-headed when it comes to your woman? That group of Golden Horn God race members have not gone far. If I were to make a move and cause the heaven and earth essence chi to vibrate, they would definitely notice me. At that time, they would be lured here. You expect me to deal with a peak heavenly god and a few heavenly gods? At that time, not only will we all die, but your Yi family castle and the entire Tsang city will also be implicated. At that time, the entire Tsang city will be flooded with rivers of blood. Is this what you want to see? You bastard, you are infuriating me. Ah. Then what should we do? Yi Qinghan panicked. He was panicking like never before. Even when he was on the verge of death several times in the past, he didn't panic as he was alone. But now, there were too many people he had to take care of and protect. What are you panicking for? Calm down, hurry up and save Qingcheng. You guys need to hurry up. When the time comes, I will guide you on what to do. If you really can't do it, I will exhaust my godly energy and see if there is a chance to launch a sneak attack. Elder Lu finally calmed down after cursing. Qingcheng, don't be afraid. Your man is here. Although Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan were slightly slower than the Golden Horn Holy Tribe, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinghan had run for a while. Thus, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan arrived first. Cold. 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 Sob sob sob. When Yu Qingcheng heard Yi Qinghan's roar, she became agitated and cried even harder. At this moment, seeing Yi Qinghan's familiar face rapidly approaching, he hurriedly screamed. However, as he screamed, his screams turned into loud wails as he sobbed uncontrollably. Mr. Han. Young clan leader, supreme elder. Yu Xiang and Yi Fu were shocked by the approaching Golden Horn Holy Tribe and were extremely worried. When he heard Yi Qinghan's roar and saw Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingmiu running away, he hurriedly cried out in surprise. At the same time, he sped up to meet up with them. Qingcheng, don't cry, don't cry. Your man is here. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yi Qinghan threw himself at Yu Qingcheng and hugged her. Yu Qingcheng, who was crying in a muddled state, felt her heart ache. She quickly steadied herself and hugged Yu Qingcheng tightly, caressing her face and comforting her. Yi Qinghan's battle chi surged. He activated his sacred domain and enveloped them. Then, he walked past them and looked at the Golden Horn Holy Tribe that was crazily charging at them like demons. Han, Han, I finally see you. Sob sob, Han. Grandaunt is dead. My aunts are all dead. The elders of the Yi family are all dead. I'm so scared. I'm in so much pain. They died to save me. Yu Qingqing once again hugged this familiar body. Feeling the familiar breath of this man, she felt a bit more at ease. However, the words that came out of her mouth were even more emotional. Her sobbing voice would break anyone's heart. Qingqing, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. I know what you're saying. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge them. I'll do everything in my power to avenge them. Yi Qinghan hugged Yu Qingqing and felt her soft body trembling unceasingly. When he thought of the dozens of splendid fireworks in the sky just now, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. The Golden Horn Holy Tribe had touched the reverse scale in his heart. Avenge your mother. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, he heard Yi Qinghan curse and saw Yi Qinghan's incomparably furious face. Yi Qingmyo's eyes bulged and his entire face contorted as he bellowed angrily, "How dare you? Bastard, why aren't you running away with your woman? What kind of bullsh** *t are you babbling about? If you don't leave now, we'll all die. Go, I'll drag this monster out. Yi Fu, use your life, to protect them. Go." After saying that, Yi Qinghan's aura suddenly burst forth. His entire body emitted a horrifying aura. A huge Kuei ox phantom suddenly appeared behind him. His body stood straight proudly as he took steady steps in the air. Without looking back, he pounced towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. "Young patriarch, let's go. Avenge me in the future." Yi Fu wiped his tears and pushed Yi Qinghan away. Then, he followed Yi Qinghan's footsteps and charged forward. "Young miss, you must be happy." Yu Xiang didn't cry. Instead, she smiled sweetly and looked deeply at Yu Qingqing. Then, she followed Yi Fu's footsteps. In the distance, the huge black silhouette was getting closer and closer. With a loud roar and berserk rage, it pounced towards them. "Qingqing, are you afraid of death?" Yi Qinghan looked at the huge silhouettes of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. His expression calmed down as he gently wiped the tears from Yu Qingqing's eyes. "I'm afraid." Yu Qingqing was influenced by Yi Qinghan's aura. She slowly became docile. Her lips twitched as she shook her head. A trace of satisfaction appeared in her eyes as she said faintly, "But, as long as I'm with you, what's there to be afraid of? Haha, this is my, Yi Qinghan's, woman. Come, let's go meet that monster. Let him have a taste of this young master's domineering aura." Yi Qinghan let out a wild laugh. His entire body emitted an aura that looked down on the world. Then, he followed the group and charged forward. Chapter 350. Kaka, how many more are here to die? Today, I will send all of you to the next world so that my brother's soul can rest in peace. When Golden Spider saw that these people had suddenly stopped running and were instead pouncing towards him, his mouth curled into a mocking smile. A mid-level martial saint wanted to fight him? He wasn't afraid of even a peak martial saint, let alone a mid-level martial saint. Golden Horn Holy Race was a race of gods, much stronger than these mortals. Bastard. What are you doing here? You idiot, get out of my way. Are you trying to kill me? Or do you want Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu to be widows? Get out of my way. Yi Qingmyo wanted to charge at the Golden Horn Holy Race, but he saw Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing following him. He immediately turned around and scolded. "Hee hee, Grandpa Green Cow, don't be angry. No one in the Yi family is afraid of death. Plus, it's not certain who will die. Yi Fu and Elder Yu, you two watch the battle with Qingqing. It's useless for you to participate in a battle of this level. Watch how Grandpa Green Cow and I kill the demon." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and handed Yu Qingqing over to Yu Xianger. Then, he wiped his chest with his left hand and a black long blade appeared in his hand. At the same time, he merged with his battle beast and waved the long blade, staring coldly at the approaching Golden Horn Holy Race. "Bastard. Yi Qingmyo was so angry that his beard was about to fly off. However, he knew that Yi Qinghan was stubborn. Yi Qinghan had dared to ask for death in front of the enchanted garden, and dared to run alone in the god-slaying mountain. Moreover, he had always suspected that Yi Qinghan still had a trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have walked out of the cave in the barbaric mountains so easily. Therefore, he didn't stop him and said angrily, "What level? What level are you at? Tell them not to participate. Do you think you have the strength to participate? Even I don't have the confidence. Do you?" Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't confident. He hadn't even cultivated his battle aura yet. Although he had reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, he wasn't confident at all. However, his own strength was only at the 1st level of the Emperor realm. Together with Xiao Hei's fusion, he was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Facing the peak of the saint-level Golden Horn God race, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was not confident, but Elder Lu was. He thought hard for a long time and came up with the worst solution. If he really had no other choice, he could only ask Elder Lu for help to quickly destroy this monster. If the commotion caused was too big, it would be discovered by the Golden Horn God clan in the north. In order to avoid implicating the Yi family in Sang City, he could only escape to another place alone. At worst, he could make the world his home and fight alone. In his heart, he was looking forward to it at all times. 2 helpers, Yi Ruoxue and Lord Devour. If Yi Ruoxue knew about the current situation, she would definitely teleport out to help. As for Lord Devour, he wasn't so sure. No matter what, Lord Devour had said that even if he was about to die, he wouldn't take action. He would only save Xiao Hei before he died. Normally, big shots wouldn't take back their words. Therefore, he didn't dare to have too much hope. "Kaka, turn all of you into ashes." Golden flame sky splitting. The Golden Horn God race expert arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Without any nonsense, he used the ultimate move that killed the elders of the Yi family. The black flames on his body surged and engulfed the area of 1 mile around them. What a powerful flame. Hide behind me and protect yourselves. This battle chi consumption is too high. It won't be long before the Saint Realm is broken. Kuei sky splitting. Yi Qingmyo's expression changed. He felt that the Saint Realm was surrounded by an extremely hot flame. In an instant, his battle chi was being consumed like water. He hurriedly shrunk the Saint Realm so that it could only protect a few people. Then, the tall Kuei phantom above his head turned into a mad bull under his command. It passed through the black flames and charged towards the golden spider. "Kaka, the fundamental mystery of the law of destruction? You dare to show off such a small trick in front of me? Don't you know that the great Golden Horn God race is best at the law of destruction and the law of fire? Today, I'll show you the real mystery of destruction." Seeing the black kuei formed by Yi Qingmyo's battle chi, the golden spider revealed a disdainful smile. With a maniacal laugh, his hands continuously formed hand seals. The black flames in front of him suddenly condensed into countless strange beasts that pounced towards the kuei. Before the kuei could reach the golden spider, it was instantly surrounded by countless beasts. They continuously bit and tore at it. Gradually, it faded and finally disappeared. "It's over." Yi Qingmyo saw the golden spider's black flames radiate countless beasts. Moreover, each of these beasts was stronger, more agile, and more imposing than his kuei. Suddenly, his expression turned ashen. The law of destruction that he was most proud of was nothing in front of the Golden Horn God race. What was the point of fighting? With a bitter expression, his battle chi surged out and seeped into the green sacred domain, stabilizing it so that it wouldn't be destroyed by the black flames. Then, he turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "Brat, if you don't show your trump card, we're all finished." "Alright, let me try." Yi Qinghan's expression was also very pale. He knew that the Golden Horn God race was strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. Leaping out, he directly teleported in front of Yi Qingmyo, getting closer to the Golden Horn God race. Soul Chaos, Space Lock, World Annihilation / Without hesitation, Yi Qinghan immediately released his body fusion technique. A bewitching purple light shone and directly enveloped the golden horn god race in front of him. At the same time, his battle chi fluctuated, and he waved it forward, locking the space around the golden spider. Finally, the slaughter god saber released a wave of saber energy, and a fire dragon left his body and attacked the golden spider with lightning speed. What's that? The golden spider was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden teleportation. Teleportation? It doesn't seem like it. This person's strength is so low, how can he teleport? What is this purple light? Why is there a movement in the space? Damn, this fire dragon is so fierce. The golden spider was surprised by Yi Qinghan's series of strange attacks, but he didn't expect to see an extremely fierce fire dragon pouncing on him. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. His body once again shone with intense flames, desperately protecting his body. Bang! The huge fire dragon collided with the black flames, emitting a dazzling light. It also caused the black flames that enveloped the golden spider and the others to tremble and instantly dissipate. Young patriarch is so fierce. Yi Fu and Yu Xiang looked at each other in shock, while Yu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a trace of intoxication. Little Han, quickly take the others and run, one-legged bull transformation. However, before their expressions of happiness could blossom on their faces, Yi Qingniu roared and the illusion of a kuei condensed once more above his head. He suddenly charged forward and used his ultimate technique to save his life once more. It was the technique he had used to deal with the demons at the foot of Fallen God Mountain, the kuei transformation. Without hesitation, Yi Qinghan immediately teleported next to Yu Qingqing, but he didn't escape. Instead, he protected the three of them and transmitted his voice at the same time, "Elder Lu, if you don't act now, I'm going to die." After the explosion, the black flames on the surface of the tall golden horn divine race member's body disappeared. His robe was tattered and blood could be seen faintly. The spider tattoo on his face twisted rapidly. With a furious roar, the two black curved horns on his head suddenly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they became dozens of meters long and a few meters thick. The golden horn god shook his head, and a cruel smile appeared in his eyes. He bent his body, and with the two huge horns glowing with a dim light, he fiercely rammed towards Yi Qingniu's kuei ox phantom. Kaka! Run, no one will escape today. Lowly mortal, you actually injured the great divine race. I'll let you have a taste of my golden horn divine race's ultimate move. Golden Horn God Destruction. Chapter 351. Bang! The two huge horns, which carried a biting cold aura and a tyrannical, murderous intent, suddenly collided with Yi Qingniu's ultimate life-saving technique, the kuei, which was emitting black waves of energy. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, followed by another intense explosion. A dazzling light lit up, and a huge shockwave scraped the ground a few inches deep. Impossible. Little Han, run. Yi Qingniu vomited a mouthful of blood, and his bulging eyes were filled with despair. His body quickly withered and fell down powerlessly. His two hands waved wildly at Yi Qinghan, urging him to run for his life. Yi Fu, who was beside Yi Qinghan, quickly flew over to catch him. After the explosion, the huge kuei ox turned into nothingness, while that golden horn god race clansman seemed to be completely fine. His body trembled slightly, and he shook his head. Waving his two huge black horns, he continued to crazily charge at Yi Qinghan and the others. Clearly, he hated Yu Qingqing, the culprit who caused the tragic death of his brother. F***ck, so fierce. Yi Qinghan's face turned ashen. Yi Qingniu's life-saving ultimate move, the kuei ox beheader, was terrifyingly powerful back at the god-slaying mountain. How could it be so easily broken by the golden horn celestial race? Although the golden horn god race was proficient in the law of destruction and could restrain the blue night bull's law of destruction, however, one had to admit that this ultimate move of the golden horn god clan was very powerful. Golden horn god slaying. It seemed like their golden horns had some special uses. There was nowhere to run. Yi Qingniu had been easily defeated, and he was of no use at all. Just now, he had used his strongest moves consecutively, but he had only managed to injure the Golden Horn God race clansman lightly. Moreover, it was under the condition that the Golden Horn God race clansman was careless. At this moment, he deeply felt how weak he was. He regretted not cultivating his battle chi earlier. Shaking his head, he decided to use the last resort. At worst, he would just wander the world by himself. He sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, make your move. If you don't, all of us will die. Alright, if worse comes to worst, I'll die with you. Elder Lu let out a faint sigh. He felt somewhat helpless. The moment he made his move, he used his godly power. It would definitely be detected by that Golden Horn celestial race expert who was heading to the floating snow city. After all, Golden Horn celestial race experts were extremely sensitive to godly energy. In the end, it was very likely to attract the attention of the two divine generals. At that time, the result would be that Yi Qinghan would die together with him. However, in such a situation, if he didn't act, Yi Qinghan would die immediately. Just as he helplessly took out his iron rod and was about to flash out of the carefree pavilion, he seemed to sense something and exclaimed in surprise. Then, he put away his iron rod and sent a message to Yi Qinghan with a chuckle, "It's all right. You're safe now. Help has arrived." Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of huge black horns that were growing larger and larger. He cursed in his heart. Why isn't Elder Lu making a move yet? Upon hearing Elder Lu's voice transmission, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but there was no one around. He only smelled a faint fragrance. Fox fragrance. He immediately came to his senses and cried out in astonishment, "Madame Zhou? Hee, little Han, we meet again." The space in front of Yi Qinghan trembled, and a nine-tailed fox appeared out of thin air. Madame Zhou didn't seem to see the two huge black horns that were getting closer and closer. Her expression was still elegant, and coupled with her white outfit, she had an extraordinary temperament. She said calmly, "I was going to the Yi family castle to celebrate your wedding." "Hee, you ran outside." "Hello, Madame Zhou." "Ah, be careful." Upon seeing Madame Zhou, Yi Qinghan instantly relaxed. However, when he saw Madame Zhou smiling and joking with him, seemingly unaware of the Golden Horn celestial race behind them, he hurriedly warned her. "Hee, since I'm here, I'll help you solve your problem." Madame Zhou said calmly. Then, the fragrance on her body suddenly became stronger, and the 9 tails behind her suddenly danced wildly. In an instant, they actually grew longer. The 9 tails fluttered lightly and gently wrapped around the 2 thick black horns. "What's that?" The golden spider was originally rushing over, but he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. He was wondering if it was also a fake teleportation like the youngster just now. That was why this moment of hesitation caused his body to run forward for another distance. Only when those 9 soft fox tails suddenly wrapped around his black horn did he snap back to reality. This fox was a divine beast. It wasn't a fake teleportation like the youngster, but a real one. Because he felt a trace of divine power in the air, he hurriedly stopped and began to retreat with all his might. Too late. Madame Zhou turned her head slightly and gave him an indifferent look. Then, the 9 tails suddenly danced again and wrapped around the golden spider. She suddenly flung him into the air and smashed him onto the ground. Pung! The golden spider of the Golden Horn celestial race had a huge body and 2 huge black horns. Needless to say, it was at least a few hundred kilograms. But with Madame Zhou's 9 tails waving, it was like a giant grabbing a small mouse and smashing it onto the ground heavily. The Golden Horn God race clansman was smashed into the ground, leaving behind only a small section of his black horn that was emitting a faint cold light. Swish! Madame Zhou smiled faintly again. She lifted her tails and flung the half-dazed golden spider into the air again before smashing him heavily again. Then, she flung him up and smashed him again, peng, peng. Peng! Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the golden horn celestial race was smashed into the ground again and again, creating more than 10 huge black holes on the ground. When the golden horn celestial race was finally flung to the side by Madame Jiao, he was already badly mutilated and unrecognizable. He couldn't be more dead. This, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing looked at each other, licked their lips, swallowed their saliva, and twitched their noses embarrassedly. They didn't say a word. In their hearts, however, they were incomparably shocked. This Madame Jiao looks so elegant and always maintains her charming temperament. I didn't expect her to have such a violent side. Hee, I must have scared you. Madame Jiao retracted her tail and used her 2 furry claws to gently brush off the dust on her tail. She turned her head with a faint smile and said, I have no choice. If I use my divine power, of course, I can kill him instantly. However, it will attract the attention of the other golden horn celestial race members. Hee, I can only use my physical strength. Isn't it a little too violent? Hee, it's a little violent, but I like it. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and smiled. He didn't hide anything and said directly. Hee, all right, the trouble is solved. Time to get down to business. Madame Jiao's smile became even wider when she heard Yi Qinghan's words. She seemed to like Yi Qinghan's straightforwardness. She clapped her claws and a white jade box appeared out of thin air. She passed it to Yi Qinghan and said, Today is your wedding day. I am here to congratulate you on behalf of my mistress. Mistress said to thank you for taking care of Xiao He for so many years. This time, she will give you a small gift. In the future, she won't owe you anything. She also said to remember what she said. Yeah, that's all. I'm done here, so I should go. See you, little Han. Then, Madame Jiao gracefully bowed and teleported away. Little Han, that Madame Jiao is Lord Devour's subordinate, the nine-tailed fox divine beast? Yu Qingsheng and the others were still immersed in the shock, but Yi Qingmiao, who was supporting Yi Fu in the air, opened his mouth and asked with uncertainty. Yes, she's Lord Devour's housekeeper, a very powerful divine beast, Madame Jiao. Yi Qinghan nodded. Then, his eyes fixed on the white jade box in his hand. He said expectantly, Lord Devour gave me a gift? I wonder what it is. With her identity, she can't take out ordinary things, right? Yi Qingmiao's face was a little pale, but he was more excited after surviving a disaster. He looked at the white jade box enviously and sighed. Don't open it. If I'm not wrong, this is Lord Devour's wedding gift to Qingsheng and Xiao Wu. It's 2 divine crystals, 2 top-grade heavenly god realm divine crystals just like your sister.